Did they brought all their...
Yeah, they brought all their stuff. Here, look.
You're not supposed to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm calling to order this meeting of the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission on regulations number 3, 6, and 7. The record for the rulemaking hearing was opened yesterday for public comment and continues being open today. I'd like to advise everybody that the commissioners have filed written conflict disclosures. Those are available on the website. Commissioners, are there any further disclosures you would wish to make in any way to supplement your written forms? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed. It does appear that there is a quorum. In fact, all commissioners are in attendance today. Some preliminary business. We have two requests before the hearing officer regarding late filings. One is from the Joint Industry Work Group, received February 18th, 2014, and the other is from Party Worldwide Liquids. As the hearing officer, I accept these revised documents into the record and approve the withdrawal of the mentioned IR videos from the Joint Industry Work Group. However, because commissioners and parties have not had adequate time to review these new documents, any previously submitted materials shall remain in the record. So we're not striking anything else from the record, or we're not removing anything from the record. Do any parties have any requests they'd like to make of the commission before we begin the proceedings? Okay.
We should just announce the request for change and from.
We also, on another matter, we also have two requests for changing the order of presentation. The first one is from energy-producing counties wishing to move earlier in the order of testimony due to a family emergency. That request is approved. The second is from Be the Change, also due to a conflict, wishing to move later in the order of testimony. They will be, well, with regard to the energy-producing counties, they will be the first presentation Friday morning, pardon me. That shouldn't have been that controversial, Isaac, but I understand, I get it. The request to Be the Change is also approved, and they will be moved to the end of the testimony list to accommodate their conflict.
John?
Yes, sir.
Energy producing counties is withdrawing their request. So,
Okay.
never mind.
With regard to energy producing counties, the original order stands. They've withdrawn their request. If, okay, let's go over the ground rules. The pre-hearing order allocated to the division in each party a total time for presentation, cross-examination, and rebuttal, and also established an order of presentation. Questions from the commissioners may be asked either during or after presentations, and time taken to respond to commissioner questions will not be deducted from allocated times. The commission administrator will be keeping track of the time being utilized by each party. Also let you know that we'll be taking a few 15-minute breaks during the day and as much as an hour for lunch, depending upon how things are proceeding. The plan is to adjourn the hearing at approximately 6 p.m. It could be a little bit earlier, could be a little bit later, again, depending upon what makes sense at that time in terms of the progress we've made and and where we are in individual presentations. We're not going to interrupt a presentation in order to leave at 6, for example. And with that, are there any questions from any commissioners regarding the plan going forward? If not, let's begin testimony, starting with the division presentation.
Does someone need to key this in? Yeah. I can't see the screen from here. Please don't make me work the computer. Anything but that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Gary Kaufman, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division. I'm here today to present the division's proposed revisions to Regulations Number 3, Number 6 Part A, and Number 7. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge and thank all the parties who participated in the stakeholder and rulemaking process. We've been working on this, as many of you know, for over a year, and members of industry, environmental groups, local governments, and the division have spent countless thousands and thousands of hours working on this, trying to craft a proposal that makes the most sense for Colorado. The result is the current proposal, which we believe is a tough but fair, common sense, and cost-effective set of air quality requirements for the oil and gas industry. Well, the small amount of documents that you've received in the allocated 4 days of hearing time attests to the fact that there aren't complete agreement on all the issues. If you look through the statements of the various parties, there is pretty substantial and significant consensus on the division's proposal. Now, obviously, there's not full agreement, but regardless of whether parties are in complete agreement with the division, in substantial agreement with the division, in partial agreement, or not in agreement at all, I think all of those parties deserve a lot of credit for working on what is a very important set of issues for the state of Colorado. Now, turning to my presentation, I'd like to start off by discussing briefly the scope of the Commission's authority in this matter. Next, I'll turn to the air quality basis for the proposed revisions, discuss the proposed revisions themselves, the main areas of contention, and finally offer a few conclusions. Based on a review of some of the pre-hearing statements in this matter, one could easily be led to believe that the scope of the Commission's authority in this matter is really quite narrow. In fact, if you look at the Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act, the scope of the Commission's authority to pass regulations for the oil and gas industry in this matter is extremely broad. As the Act provides, the Commission shall have maximum flexibility in developing an effective air quality program and may promulgate such combination of regulations as may be necessary or desirable to carry out that program. In addition to the general scope of authority, there are a number of specific provisions within the Act that provide broad, specific authority for the Commission to act. Indeed, there is clear and unambiguous authority for the Commission to adopt each and every element of the division's proposal. So the question is not really can the Commission act in this case, but whether it should, as a matter of sound public policy, act to adopt the division's proposal. Now, there's really two fundamental air quality bases for the proposal we bring before you today. The first is to reduce volatile organic compound and other hydrocarbon emissions, particularly ethane, as part of our overall efforts to address ground level ozone, both within the current non-attainment area and outside that area. The second is to reduce methane emissions as part of Colorado's efforts to address global climate change. Now, as all of you know, ozone is not emitted directly from sources, but is a secondary pollutant that's formed with the reaction of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds in the presence of sunlight. Elevated ozone levels have been definitively linked to a number of serious health risks ranging from respiratory difficulties all the way up to premature death. Ozone can also cause structures to plants, trees, and man-made objects. This is a particular concern in Colorado given the importance of our agriculture industry, since ozone is certainly linked to decreased crop yields. The current federal ozone standard is set at 0.075 parts per million. For ease of speaking, I'm going to refer to this as 75 parts per billion throughout the presentation. I'm not really sure why EPA doesn't change their standard to 75 parts per billion, but I guess we can all be thankful that they don't make it 0.0000075 parts per thousand. Now, while this current standard is set at 75 parts per billion, based on a finding that the current standard is not sufficiently protective of public health and the environment, EPA has considered lowering the standard to between 60 and 75 parts per billion. This particular range is set on a set of findings that there are adverse health impacts within this range of ozone values. So turning to Colorado data, this chart shows ozone values it monitors throughout the current Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area. And I'd like to emphasize that over the past couple decades, Colorado has made significant strides in bringing down ozone levels. We've come into compliance first with the 1990 ozone standards. More recently, we've come into compliance with the 1997 standards. But as is shown by this slide, we are currently in violation of the current 75 part per billion standard at 10 out of 20 monitors in the metro area. Turning to the rest of the state, this slide shows monitors throughout the state. And while you can see that the monitored values in other areas of the state are not as problematic as those within the Denver Metro North Front Range area, these values throughout the state at each and every one of these monitors are within the range that EPA and the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee have associated with adverse health and environmental impacts. So obviously from both these slides, we have an ozone problem, and it's not an ozone problem that's limited just to the Denver Metro North Front Range area, but an ozone problem that exists throughout the state. Now, sometimes people say that admitting the problem is half the battle. I think in this case, it's probably not that much of the battle, considering how much we've talked about different strategies to reduce it. But it is important that we understand this problem. But really, the question before the Commission today is not to debate, do we have an ozone problem or not? Obviously, we do. But to consider whether additional controls from oil and gas strategies are an appropriate policy response to that problem. If you look at the inventory data, you'll see that the oil and gas sector in Colorado is by far the largest source of VOC emissions in the state, encompassing 57% of the VOC emissions in the Denver metro area and 51% of the emissions outside the Denver Metro North Front Range non-attainment area. This slide shows a graphical presentation, and you can see the large percentage of emissions attributable to the oil and gas sector, and that the next largest sector is considerably smaller. If you look at the pie chart for the rest of the state, you'll see a similar makeup with oil and gas emissions predominating. Now, you'll likely hear testimony in the record that there's certain conservative assumptions built into these inventories, and that's a fair argument. That's something that can be made. But conversely, there's also substantial evidence in the record that these inventories actually underestimate emissions based on top-down measurement studies, monitoring studies, and modeling studies. The point, I think, for the Commission is that regardless of which values we choose, the oil and gas industry is still the largest source of VOC emissions in the state, and it is a reasonable and appropriate policy choice if you want to reduce ozone as a result of VOC emissions to consider and adopt strategies that will reduce VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector. Now, in addition to being the largest current source of VOC emissions in the state, based on the division's projections trending out past growth in production in the state, the relative portion of VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector will continue to grow. In fact, of all the sources of ozone precursors within the state, every one in the state is predicted to decline between now and 2018 except for one, and that's oil and gas VOC emissions. Now, again, some parties in the rulemaking may question some of these growth assumptions, and they've come up with some of their own growth assumptions. But it's important to recognize that all of the division's cost and benefit calculations are actually based not on future growth, but on the current emissions as they stand right now. So regardless of growth, whether you believe our projections or you believe other parties' projections, there is a sound and adequate policy basis for every element of the division's proposal. This is just a graphical representation of growth trends in the oil and gas industry from 2000 through 2012. And it doesn't show up very well on this screen, but hopefully on your screens you can see. The black bars represent oil production, and the light blue bars represent gas production. And what you can see is really a steady and significant growth both in oil and gas production over the last 12 years. Now, if you trend these out, you can see that based on these growth trends, oil production is expected to more than double between 2011 and 2018, and gas production will increase by approximately 25%. If you translate that into emissions, you'll see that, again, oil and gas is the predominant source of VOC emissions in the state, growing now by 2018 to 68% of the total inventory. Now, while ozone is certainly a serious concern as one of the main focuses of the rulemaking, the strategies that the division proposes will not only reduce VOC emissions, which will assist us in reducing ozone values, but will also reduce methane emissions, which are an important contributor to global climate change. I'm not going to dwell on this because I know that EDF in their presentation coming up is going to discuss much more fully the climate change implications of the proposed strategies, but here are the number of the reasons why reducing emissions methane emissions from the oil and gas industry makes sense for Colorado to address serious problems that we may face as we face the challenge of global climate change. Now, I would like to emphasize this last point here, that reducing methane emissions is consistent with our climate action plan and is particularly important given the policy choices that we as a state have made. As many of you know, as part of the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act that a number of you participated in, there was a conscious choice to promote natural gas use at power plants as a means of reducing climate change impacts from our energy production sector. But to truly reap the benefits of these and other policy choices that we've made to promote the use of natural gas, it is essential that we find ways, cost-effective, common-sense ways, to reduce methane emissions from the production of oil and natural gas within our state. Now, turning to the proposed revisions, we're actually proposing revisions to 3 different regulations, although obviously the meat of the revisions are within AQCC Regulation Number 7. As I mentioned, while there are still a number of disagreements about the division's proposal, there is a fairly broad consensus for the proposal. Some of the largest producers in the state, Noble Energy, Anadarko, and Canna, DCP fully support the proposal, as does the Environmental Defense Fund. There are a significant group of conservation groups, a number of local governments, local community organizations that fully support the division's proposal, but have requested that small changes be made to make the proposal more stringent. There's a number of industry groups that have some questions about the proposal and have made their own alternative proposal, but support many of the elements of the proposal as they state in their own pre-hearing statements. So the regulation number 3 changes are really all aimed at trying to craft a reporting and permitting program that's based on emissions. Currently, we have a fairly, if any of you have looked through it, and I know, for example, Commissioner Campsey probably has done a lot, we have a fairly complex set of requirements on when you have to report and permit your emission sources. That's grown up historically for a number of reasons, and we'd like to be in the process of trying to simplify that for everybody's benefit, and really what makes sense is to permit and report based on emission levels. So, for example, we currently have a provision in our regs that require any source that's subject to a federal New Source Performance Standard, NESHAP, or MACT, to report their emissions and obtain a permit, even if their emissions are below our permitting and reporting de minimis levels. This particular provision is problematic for us as EPA has adopted more and more federal requirements that apply to extremely small sources. A good example of this is NSPS Quad O. As many of you know, the Commission only partially adopted NSPS Quad O in 2012, partly out of concern that a number of the small sources subject to the requirements would create a permitting and reporting onslaught for the division and for the industry that really provided no environmental benefit. Similarly, with the non-criteria reportable pollutant requirements, we have a very complicated system right now that's not entirely based on emissions, and we'd like to just set a simple, easy-to-understand emission threshold. And finally, we'd like to remove the crude oil storage tank permitting exemption and require them to be permitted if their emissions are above the de minimis threshold. Significantly, there are no opposition to the division's proposed changes to regulations. Regulation 3. The Joint Industry Work Group has proposed an alternative that would raise permitting and reporting thresholds. And while we do believe that these changes may have merit, the work group has not presented an adequate basis for adopting them during this rulemaking. Specifically, these changes are part of our federally enforceable state implementation plan, and therefore, to make the changes, we need to do a demonstration that they won't interfere with the maintenance or attainment of any NAAQS or any other requirement of the Clean Air Act. And that includes, under the Commission's procedural rules, a specific demonstration for Clean Air Act Provision 110L, that there is no interference. Also, as a matter of practicality, whenever we're making a SIP change, we work very closely with EPA before we propose it to them to ensure that it's going to be approvable. In this case, that was not done, and we believe that that's a flaw both procedurally and ultimately is going to result in a change that can't be or won't be approved by EPA. Now, I've talked a little bit about the NSPS Quad-O adoption and the partial adoption in 2012, so I won't dwell on it, but I would like to point out that there are no opposition to proposed full adoptions. Now, turning to the meat of our proposal, which are oil and gas control requirements and regulation number 7, I wanted to start out with a pie chart showing the inventory of oil and gas VOC emissions during 2011, because I think it really explains why we're proposing what we're proposing. If you've looked at our proposal, and I'm sure all of you have very carefully, we're proposing significant strategies for tanks, venting, and pneumatics. These particular sources account for 89% of the overall VOC emissions from the sources, and we've really emphasized our proposal on tanks, which accounts for 60% of the total emissions. So I'm going to go through these very quickly because you've seen these slides, actually, most of them, in connection with the request for hearing, but we do have a number of specific revisions, including a revision to the title to clarify that the rules do not only regulate ozone precursors, but also other hydrocarbons such as methane and ethane, revise and clarify a number of definitions, and enhance our good air pollution control practices requirements, including requiring auto-igniters on combustion devices. The last point right here, control requirements for open-ended lines and seals. This is something that was not in the division's original proposal. It came out of discussions with a number of the parties on how best to address these sources. And essentially, these requirements will mirror current requirements in a number of federal rules, including NSPS Quad-O for new sources, but would apply them in Colorado to existing sources. Now, as I mentioned, a lot of the focus of our proposal is on storage tanks of petroleum products, and there's really two aspects of that. One is to expand our current control requirements, and the second is to ensure that for those controlled tanks, there is complete capture of the emissions so that they can be controlled. With respect to the controls, we're proposing to lower the current statewide threshold of 20 tons per year to 6 tons per year, also include crude oil and produced water tanks, which previously were exempt from the regulations, and finally require statewide controls during the first 90 days of production. This is a provision that's currently in place in the non-attainment area, and it's an important provision because, as most of you know, when you drill a well, you don't know exactly what your production is going to be. You don't know if it's going to be a huge producer. You don't know if it's going to be a small producer. You don't know if it's going to have significant emissions or not. Currently, the way the rules work around the state, you got to wait for the first 90 days before you determine whether the controls are put on. Now, if it's a big producer, that's obviously going to result in a pretty significant source of emissions, particularly when you consider that production and emissions are highest right after the well is drilled. So we'd establish a requirement consistent with what we have in the non-attainment area, that tanks during the first 90 days be controlled. If their emissions then are below the 6 ton per year threshold, they could take those controls off. Now, the capture emissions is something, the capture of emission requirement is something that's really new. This really is a national issue that a lot of states that have significant oil and gas production are struggling. As I've talked to some of my counterparts around the country, when we talk about environmental air quality issues associated with the oil and gas industry, the first thing that always comes up is tanks, tanks, tanks. And the fact that we are not, for controlled tanks, getting a complete capture of the emissions, and so we're losing a lot of the benefit that we expected we're going to do. So what we're proposing really is a first-in-the-nation set of rules that would address this important problem. And there's really two parts of it. One is a very stringent standard on emission standard requiring that tanks be operated without venting. The second establishes a framework that will allow operators a lot of flexibility to figure out the best engineering ways to ensure that they get complete capture of emissions from their tanks that are then routed to the control device. That includes an evaluation, a certification of the design, extensive monitoring to ensure that the design is working. And then this last point is key, is it's going to be a process of continual improvement. Not everybody's going to get it right the very first time, but through the enhanced monitoring, through the reevaluation, they're going to be able to make changes to the system, figure out the best way to operate their tanks so that they are getting 100% capture and we are getting the kinds of controls that we've always expected. We currently have requirements that apply to glycol dehydrators. The proposal would expand these requirements and lower the emission threshold. It would include a 6 ton per year threshold for existing facilities, a 2 ton per year threshold for new facilities, and a 2 ton per year threshold for existing facilities that are close to buildings and other populated areas. We would also require the capture and control of the gas stream at well production facilities. As I emphasized during the request for hearing, the vast majority, 99-point-something% of facilities in Colorado already capture gas from their production and route it to a pipeline. There are a few limited instances where there aren't pipeline infrastructures that would allow them to route it to the pipeline. In those cases, companies flare. I'm not aware of instances where they are actually venting. So it's less of a substantive change and more of a formalization of existing processes. This next point, and again, I think this is a new first-in-the-nation kind of requirement, is to require best management practice to minimize emissions during well maintenance. Well maintenance occurs when liquids build up within the well. It plugs the well. Obviously, it's bad for operations, and so they've got to clear those liquids out. Currently, the practice is to basically open up the system and allow those, pump out the liquids under pressure and allow the emissions to vent to the atmosphere. This creates potentially a very large source of emissions, something that I think a lot of parties acknowledge. Now, there's a couple of ways to address this particular problem. The first is to minimize the need to ever do this in the first place. There are currently a lot of technologies in place to ensure that liquids don't build up. Plunger lifts are used quite extensively throughout the state, so that would be one option. There may be other operational practices that operators can employ to reduce the need for that, that they're already doing. The second is when, on those instances that you have to do it, you may employ certain best management practices to minimize those emissions. Again, this is another topic that EDF is going to touch on more during their testimony because they have an expert who's familiar with some of these practices. But recognizing that there's not a clear one or two set of strategies to address this problem, we've again created a very flexible requirement for the industry where they can define the best practices. They can work on how you address this important problem and come up with practices that then will be required throughout the industry. Finally, we're proposing to expand the pneumatic controller requirements to facilities statewide. Currently, those are requirements that apply in the non-attainment area. Now, there's been a lot of attention paid during the rulemaking proceedings and elsewhere with our proposal to require leak detection repair at compressor stations and well production facilities. And this is important because these are significant sources of both VOC and methane emissions and something that ought to be addressed. A number of operators already have voluntary programs in place to address these, and we're proposing requirements that we believe will expand these and improve even more the emission reductions that we're getting from these practices. Now, this is a very rigorous set of requirements that's going to result in significant emission reductions, but we've also tiered the monitoring in such a way to address concerns that small operators with small operations with tighter profit margins will have significantly less costs associated with their operations. So the large operations that can afford more frequent monitoring will conduct a more frequent monitoring. If you're a smaller operation, you'll still do some, but on a lesser schedule. It also requires, obviously, that you identify and repair the leaks. And then there's record keeping and reporting requirements. And I know reporting has been one of the contentious issues that's been raised during the hearing process, and there are concerns that there's not adequate reporting and record keeping. As the division entered into this process, we really did make a conscious attempt to emphasize emission control requirements. Not to say that we're ignoring reporting and record keeping, but we want the emphasis of our proposal to be on actual requirements that reduce emissions from the oil and gas sector and not place unnecessary administrative burdens that don't do a whole lot. With that said, we have established what we believe is a good set of reporting and record-keeping requirements that will not only allow the division to enforce these rules, but will provide the general public with adequate information to understand whether facilities in their area are complying. Now, I think it's important not just to look at the reporting and record-keeping requirements that are set forth in the current proposal, but also to understand that there's a whole set of existing record-keeping and reporting requirements, as well as information that the division generates itself that's going to aid both our own enforcement of the rule and provide the necessary information to the general public. In particular, I'd like to emphasize that currently we have 4 inspectors who are dedicated to doing nothing but going out and doing inspections of well sites using IR cameras. This is something that was instituted based on money that was provided to the division during the last legislative session. And to date, I think we've done 1,500, maybe more inspections in a 4 or 5 month period. So using these resources, we're going to be able to conduct thousands and thousands of inspections of oil and gas production facilities, not only in the non-attainment area, but throughout the state. And that's going to provide really the best information for the general public to understand, are these facilities complying, and are we getting the reduction benefits that we're expecting? So this is kind of a very small print chart, and I apologize for that, but I wanted to try and get it on one table. This just summarized the costs and benefits of all the proposed revisions in the division's proposal. And as you can see, I'm a bottom line guy, so I go right to the bottom line. We're projecting that we'll reduce VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector by 94,000 approximately tons per year at a cost per ton of $450, and will reduce 64,000 tons per year of methane and ethane at a cost per ton of $660 per ton. Now, this really and truly is a historic reduction in emissions in Colorado, and also is an extremely cost-effective set of regulations for the state. Now, a number of you have worked on ozone reduction issues in the past, and so you have a pretty good context on what's a cost-effective and what's not a cost-effective program based on looking at other strategies. But for those of you who don't, and also for members of the audience, I thought by way of comparison, I'd present some information that the Regional Air Quality Council generated in the 2010 through 2012 timeframe on potential other strategies, non-oil and gas strategies, to reduce VOC emissions in Colorado. If you look at this list, and I want to tell you, I didn't cherry pick this list. I took every item where they had specific information on the costs and benefits of the strategies and put it in this table, another reason why it's so hard to read. But you can see that by way of comparison, the proposal that the division is putting forth today not only achieves truly historic emissions, but is in fact extremely cost effective by any stretch of the imagination. Now, turning now to some of the main points of contention, obviously there's a number of issues associated with our proposed requirements for storage tanks. Leak detection and repair probably generated as much paper in debate as any other issue that the Commission's ever heard. Maybe not any, but certainly it's up in the top few. There has been an issue raised as to whether these requirements should just apply in the non-attainment area or should apply statewide. And finally, there's been a number of questions raised about ozone modeling and whether there's an appropriate record in this case of ozone modeling to justify the rules. Now, as I mentioned before, it's the largest source of VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector. The division, the commission, the industry, environmental groups have put a lot of focus on crafting and implementing control requirements for tanks throughout Colorado. These are both tanks within the non-attainment area and tanks outside the non-attainment area. But to truly get the benefits from those requirements, it's not enough just to put a combustion device or a vapor recovery unit on the end of the line. You have to ensure that there's not emissions leaking out from other areas of the tank. Now, what we've discovered through numerous inspections is that for many of these controlled tanks, the inlet input pressure from the separator is too high. That results in an overpressurization of the tank, a release of the thief hatch, which is an opening on top of the tank, and the pressure relief valve, which is another opening on the top of the tank, resulting in uncontrolled flashing losses to the atmosphere. Obviously, emissions coming out of these holes and not going to the combustion device or the vapor recovery unit are just being emitted to the atmosphere. We're not getting emission reductions out of that. We're not getting the controls that we thought we were when we implemented these rules. The next slide shows a video which I think can far more eloquently describe this problem than I can in words. These are emissions here coming out from the top of the tank that aren't being controlled by the combustion device. Here's a picture of the tank that's not in the IR camera mode, just as a way of perspective. Now, in addition to the video, we've seen a number of other indicators of emissions coming out of thief hatches and pressure relief valves. Here's a series of photos showing significant oil staining right below thief hatches and pressure relief valves. This obviously is a pretty significant problem. If you're getting liquid coming out of the thief hatch and out of the pressure relief valve, you're not getting a good capture of emissions and a good control of emissions at the control device. Now, to account for these emissions, the division has assumed that there's a 75% capture rate for controlled tanks. And I think that as we discussed this throughout the stakeholder process, there really was a general acknowledgement that there is an issue with emissions coming out of these uncontrolled points. But certain parties have asserted that our capture assumption of 75% is too low and that actually the capture rate is significantly higher. Now, as part of our economic impact analysis, we did do kind of a sensitivity analysis looking at different capture rates, including a 50% capture rate and a 95% capture rate. And as was explained in the impact analysis, the requirements the division is proposing, even if you assume a 95% capture rate, is extremely cost effective. Notwithstanding that, we do believe that there's substantial evidence in the record supporting the division's assumption that there's 75% capture from storage tanks. The first set of this is some of the studies that I mentioned earlier. There have been a number. Top-down atmospheric measurements suggesting that emissions from oil and gas operations, not only in Colorado, but throughout the nation, are actually much higher than inventory predicted values. This includes a fairly recent study in Weld County that indicates that the emissions from oil and gas may be 2 times higher than previously predicted. There also was an extensive study that was performed after the 2008 ozone rulemaking based on concerns about some of the elements of the ozone modeling. In this study, essentially, in addition to generating predicted ozone values, the ozone model can actually predict concentrations of various VOCs at different locations along the grid. Now, we have a number of monitoring stations set up that are doing actual measurements of VOCs out in the field. And so what this study did is it used the then current inventory and generated predicted values at these monitoring sites, and then compared those values to the actual monitored values that the division has done. And really the results were fairly startling. For the sites in Weld County, the measured ethane values were about 5 times the predicted model values. So again, this is a pretty strong suggestion, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily definitive, but certainly raises the very distinct possibility that the inventories for tanks and for other sources in the oil and gas industry are being underpredicted. Now, in addition, you saw one of the IR camera videos. That's not an isolated video. We have numerous of those. We've seen extensive problems even today at a number of facilities with either the IR camera videos or the oil staining, all of which are indicative to a significant lack of capture at controlled tanks. And then finally, there has been an EPA study using remote measurements of emissions from controlled tanks. In this study, EPA used a remote measuring device to calculate an emission rate from tanks in various parts of Weld County. This slide here actually shows a comparison between the measured rates and various calculated emission rates using different capture and control assumptions. I'll try and use the pointer here, but the blue bar right here is the EPA measured rates in grams per second, and what they found based on, I believe it was 56 different measurements, and this is a median rate of 0.17. This column over here is the calculated rate you'd expect if there were no controls on the tank, which was 0.42 grams per second. This column over here is if the tanks were, all of the control tanks were being controlled at 95%, assuming 100% capture efficiency, 0.04 grams per second. And this column right here is where the 75% capture efficiency assumption was used. And as you can see, it lines up almost exactly with the actual EPA measured values. Again, not entirely definitive, but strong, very strong suggestive support for the division's 75% capture assumption. Now, in addition to challenging the capture assumption, a number of industry parties objected to the form of the standard. And as I mentioned before, we have proposed a very stringent standard that would require no venting from tanks and required that all emissions be routed to the flare. Given that the assumption has always been that we're getting that in the first place when we put these control requirements on, I don't believe that that's an unreasonable standard. But we do recognize there may be instances where you're not going to get complete capture, and so we've put in a provision that allows the industry to raise an affirmative defense in the case of a malfunction, or if there's a necessary safety purpose for the venting that's not the result of inadequate design or operation. Now, the industry group has put forward a proposal arguing that the division standard is too stringent and would suggest instead a standard that would require that they minimize uncontrolled releases to the maximum extent practical. We have a couple of pretty significant problems with this proposal. The first, we don't believe it's appropriate just to allow them to minimize uncontrolled releases. The goal in the standard has to be set that they are capturing their emissions 100% and getting the controls that we expect. The second, and this is a very significant problem from an enforcement standpoint, is the way the industry standard is written, the burden would be on the division to establish whether or not releases were being captured to the maximum extent practicable. So imagine a scenario, an inspector goes out and sees the emissions that we saw in the video, clearly a very large source of uncontrolled emissions that went on for a substantial amount of time. It wouldn't be enough for us to say, you've had these emissions, that's a violation. We would also have to establish that based on your engineering, based on your practices, those emissions weren't really your fault. Now, this is industry equipment, this is industry design, this is industry operations. They're the ones who know their operations the best. They're the ones who know their equipment best. If there's a problem that's not the result of their own doing, that's a malfunction, that something else has occurred that they truly can't control, they are the party who is in the best position to demonstrate that. And so properly the burden should be on them as part of the regulation. Now, turning to some of the LDAR and tank monitoring requirements, we have proposed a rigorous set of standards that will require monitoring for the first time at both well production facilities and compressor stations. As our analysis shows, this is a common sense, cost-effective strategy that will reduce significantly VOCs, methane and ethane, and being mindful of the operations of smaller operators and the cost margins that they may face. We've tiered these to reduce the burden on smaller, lower producing operators. Now, some of the industry parties have challenged our cost and benefit calculations, but there's been a number of other parties, including industry parties to this rulemaking, that have either looked at our calculations or have conducted their own and found our calculations to be reasonable. If you look at this, I think this graphically represents this point very well. There's been 5 different parties who have generated their own cost calculations. These are in cost per ton of VOCs reduced. The division actually stands the next highest cost calculation, and if you look at some of the other groups, they have either somewhat smaller or significantly smaller cost per ton. But if you look to the right here, you see a real outlier right here. Now, given this, we believe that there's more than adequate support in the record to determine that the division's calculation is reasonable and appropriate. Now, we also believe that there's a number of factors that went into this calculation that didn't truly reflect what we're requiring. For example, there's significant costs associated with tagging of components in this calculation. Tagging of components is not required under the division proposal. Again, I know that EDF is going to discuss some of this at greater length. They've got an expert who's gone through their proposal pretty significantly, and so they'll raise some of these additional issues. So turning from cost to benefits, the division has used what really is kind of a standard EPA methodology for identifying the benefits from a leak detection and repair program, which provides a 40% reduction for an annual program, 60% for quarterly, and 80% from monthly inspections. Now, a number of parties have challenged these, but frankly, I'm kind of at a loss as to what the challenge is, because they state that our assumptions aren't good, but then in their own documentation, for example, the Joint Industry Group says that LDAR reduces leak emissions by 75%, and WPX says that a quarterly LDAR program will reduce leaks by over 80%. You know, these are right in the ballpark of what the division has calculated. In fact, they probably calculate that there's additional emission reductions that aren't reflected in our proposal. So next, oops. So in addition to attacking the costs and benefits, various parties have proposed alternatives requiring more frequent or less frequent monitoring. This truly is really a policy choice for the Commission to make. You know, there's never any one particular line that you draw that this is the way it has to be. Now, we do believe that we've proposed a very balanced but rigorous proposal that's going to get significant emission reductions, but still do it in a very cost-effective way. You know, for those who say that we're not doing quite enough, I'd like to point out that currently there's no inspections required at these facilities in Colorado, and under our proposal, there'll be 24,000 inspections required per year. For those who say that we're requiring too much, I'd point out that there are a number of industry parties, including those who are going to bear the majority of the costs, who are fine with this proposal. Now, one of the specific issues that's been raised is whether leak detection repair should be required of compressor stations that are downstream from the gas processing plant. As we discussed some at the request for hearing, these are historically not facilities that we've regulated under our regulation number 7, whether that's by historical accidents or whether was a really good policy basis for that. You know, that's kind of up to you to discuss. I think part of the basis is that in the past, we focused on VOC emissions. These facilities tend to be higher methane producers because a lot of the VOCs are taken out at the gas processing plant because there's value to that, and you want good pure natural gas into the pipeline. But with respect to this proposal, well, we think that maybe there is merit to ultimately requiring leak detection and repair at some of these facilities. We just don't believe that there's been an adequate foundation laid in the record. The parties to this kind of proposal were not part of the stakeholder process. They didn't have a chance to air their concerns, to produce their own information, discuss through the particular issues that they have. So this, we really believe, is something that ought to be considered, but really is not appropriate for adoption into the regulations at this time. Another specific issue that's been raised by a number of industry parties is to require or to include a provision that would allow a facility to skip a monitoring period if they show leaks that are below 2% of the total facility-wide components. Now, I think we have a couple of concerns with that. First is the 2% level. These same parties who are advocating the skip provision say that when you do your initial inspection of a facility, on average, you're going to see that 1.7% of the components are leaking. So what we're already talking about is a level, a reward for people that people will already be achieving. So we believe the level is far too high. Beyond that, any kind of provision like this where different facilities that are similarly situated are put on different schedules creates a real administrative burden. It creates a lot of confusion for inspectors, for the general public, even for the facilities themselves, which we don't believe is warranted. And finally, and perhaps most significantly, is because it would allow them to skip monitoring and reduce costs, it could, for some operators, create a disincentive to conduct good monitoring and find leaks. Another one of the significant issues that's been raised is whether we should be adopting regulations outside the non-attainment area. And as this commission knows, many of you participated in prior rulemakings, Colorado has a long history of adopting regulations both within the non-attainment area and outside the non-attainment area. We're not required under federal law to only adopt things that are federally required. We're not required under state law to limit control requirements to those things that are required within a non-attainment area. As I said in the first couple of slides, you have broad authority to adopt control requirements. And if you look at the legislative declaration, it's not just to come into compliance. It's to achieve and I can't remember the exact phrasing, but sort of the maximum degree of air purity to the extent practicable or something like that. So that clearly contemplates something beyond the mere coming into attainment with a federal standard. Now, additionally, when parties are suggesting we don't need to do anything because we're in attainment with the ozone standard, remember that the current ozone standard has already been found to be not sufficiently protective of public health and the environment, and the values in all of these areas are currently within those ranges that EPA and KSAC have found that there are adverse health impacts and impacts to the environment. Given this, we think it is a prudent and appropriate strategy to have requirements that apply both within the non-attainment area and outside the non-attainment area. Now, clearly the problems of ozone in particular outside in the non-attainment area are more severe. However, if you look at the costs and benefits, you'll also see that most of the costs and most of the benefits associated appropriately with this proposal are within the non-attainment area, which doesn't mean we should ignore the other areas. It just means that maybe they get a little less attention. And of course, since climate change is a global problem, it really doesn't matter whether your emissions are happening in Denver or in Garfield County or in the San Juan Basin. Reducing those emissions is a good thing. You get the same benefit regardless of where you reduce them. Now, finally, I want to talk about ozone modeling, and parties have suggested rather strenuously that our proposal is flawed and that indeed the Commission doesn't have the authority to adopt our proposal because there hasn't been ozone modeling. Now, as an initial matter, there is absolutely no legal requirement that we conduct ozone modeling as a basis for adopting VOC control regulations. We know that VOC emissions are a precursor to ozone, and by demonstrating that there will be reductions of VOCs, that will, by its very nature, reduce ozone and satisfy the legal requirements under the Colorado Air Pollution Prevention and Control Act. The AQCC really has routinely adopted strategies to reduce VOC emissions absent ozone modeling, including the state-only strategies that were adopted in the 2006 oil and gas rulemaking and multiple vehicle inspection and maintenance rulemakings where we've made standards more stringent for that program since 2008. Now, in addition to not being required, it's factually incorrect to say that there hasn't been any ozone modeling that supports the division's ruling. In fact, the DGS client group conducted their own modeling of a reduction of 46 tons per year, which is significantly less than the expected reduction from the division's proposal, which is approximately 160 tons per year, or I'm sorry, 160 tons per day, and theirs is 46 tons. I think they meant 46 tons. That's actually 46 tons per day. And our proposal would achieve a predicted value of 160 tons per day. And what they found is that there were maximum reductions from this reduction of VOCs of 1.67 parts per billion. Now, in the world of ozone reduction, any of us who have worked on it for years, 1.67 is a pretty huge value. If we can get one, we're cheering over at the division. Now, in addition to that, there has been oil and gas sensitivity modeling that Environ conducted in 2013, which analyzed predicted values in ozone at the various monitors around the state, based first on the predicted inventory in 2018, and then the predicted inventory in 2018, but holding oil and gas emissions steady at 2008 levels. So, the fourth column here shows predicted ozone values based on the predicted inventory in 2018. This column right here takes the very same inventory, it keeps everything the same, but instead of having the 2018 predicted emission inventories for oil and gas, it uses the 2008 predicted emission inventories. And this is the important column. This is the net difference. So this is the benefit that you would achieve in holding oil and gas emissions steady. And I might add that for this particular modeling, and we've refined some of the inventory since then, but for this particular modeling, the difference between this column and this column is approximately 150 tons per day, similar to what the division is proposing today. And what you can see is a huge reduction. It's 1.7 at Rocky Flats North, 3.0 at Fort Collins West, and 6.8 part per billion reduction at the monitoring station in Greeley. Now, for those of you who are looking very carefully at your small screen right there, you'll see that there's a few of these things don't seem to quite fit, and I'm looking particularly at these La Plata County monitorings. Everywhere else you see a reduction or you see no value. These are areas that really don't have significant oil and gas production, so you wouldn't expect to see a change. But you see an increase in La Plata. Now, the reason for that is, unlike these other areas, the DJ here, and actually we don't have some Piant sites, but unlike in the Denver-Julesburg Basin where there's going to be significant increases in emissions, the prediction for the La Plata County area in the San Juan Basin is there's actually going to be a decrease in oil and gas production and a decrease in oil and gas emissions. So when you increase emissions by holding it steady at 2008, you see an increase in ozone values, not in the Denver metro area, but in La Plata County. So finally, conclusions. The division is proposing what we believe is a wide-ranging set of regulatory requirements that are really aimed at all of the most significant sources of VOC emissions within the oil and gas sector. There is pretty broad consensus for this proposal, including complete support from Noble, Anadarko, Encana, DCP, and EDF. And as I mentioned before, these parties are bearing approximately 75% of the cost. The division proposal really represents a very rigorous but common sense and cost-effective set of control requirements for Colorado's oil and gas sector that will result in significant emissions of both VOCs and methanes, an approximate 94,000 tons of VOCs and 64,000 tons of methane. Again, truly a historic emission reduction for the state. These requirements are cost-effective, approximately $450 per ton for VOC and $660 per ton for methane, ethane. Compared to anything else that we can do, we're not going to find these kinds of reductions at these kinds of costs. And really finally, and I think most importantly, Colorado's having an oil and gas boom. and we all know that. We're all experiencing that. There's a lot of positives to that. There's a lot of economic benefits that the state has experienced: increased jobs, increased state revenues, growth in sectors that have been struggling economically. But with this growth, there also comes air quality issues. And it's important that while we encourage growth and while we allow the growth so that we can get the benefits of that, we also have a responsible air quality program. And that's what this proposal really does. It establishes a set of requirements that are tough, but are fair, are common sense, and are going to achieve the kinds of reductions that we need to allow the continued responsible development of this important resource in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Do commissioners have questions of Gary Kaufman?
Yes.
Good morning, Gary. Could you go back to your slide on the projected oil and gas production in the state? It was one of your earlier ones.
That one?
Okay. So you got projections out to 2018.
Right.
What kind of decline curve was used in this particular slide to project that? Because we've got natural decline in all these reservoirs across the state, including the one up in the DJ. So can you give me a little bit of background about how that decline was used to calculate
Sure.
this?
It's a fair question, and I'm sure we're going to hear more of it from some of the industry parties. It's really purely a growth projection based on past production. And you've seen pretty steady production. Even though certain wells are obviously declining throughout this period, as more wells come online, as existing wells are re-stimulated, we've continued to see an increase in production. If that continues out, as it's done, we're talking a pretty substantial time frame from 2000 to 2012. These are the values that you'd expect to get. But it's a fair point. We don't know what the future will hold. Things could change. We've seen, in particular, on the western slope, we've seen some declines in production in gas. I would say that was less a result of field decline and more a result of pretty historically low prices for natural gas in the 2011-2012 timeframe. If those prices go back up, and we've already seen some of that recently, whether that will stay, we don't know. I would expect you'd see a lot more production in those areas as well. But we didn't. The simple answer is we didn't apply a decline curve. We've just straight-lined out projections based on past growth, which I guess the statement in all those brokerage ads is past performance is not a guarantee of future gains, and I guess that would apply here. But it is a pretty substantially long period of past performance and a pretty substantial increase in emissions and in production over the last 12 years.
So would you say the largest growth right now is in the DJ?
I would say that by far the largest growth is in the DJ. In fact, if you look at the industry projections, we didn't have 2013 numbers when we generate these slides, and a lot of those are still coming into the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. But I suspect if you look at the full 2013, you're going to see that black bar even be substantially higher. The industry projections are there's actually going to be more oil production in the DJ. I can't remember exactly what the values are. In other areas in the state, again, it's fair that they currently, based on the last couple of years, are not growing and, in fact, are declining some. But the DJ is right now the hot property, although I did see that WPX is committed to investing about $100 million more in the West Slope properties per year. There was a newspaper article on that a couple of weeks ago. So it may be that we're going to start seeing some growth in other areas too. But again, I can't predict the future. This isn't intended to. It's just intended to say if the past grows, if it grows in the future like it was in the past, this is where we're going to be. I would say, and that's why I emphasize, our proposal isn't dependent on this. It doesn't make sense just because we're at these levels in 2018. It makes sense here and now based on current production and emissions.
So if there was a decline in well production, would emissions also be reduced?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody else? I have more.
Commissioner Klaus.
Gary, we had a lot of testimony yesterday from the public about, being transparent, through the regulatory process, and a lot of people requesting information on what was going on, what emissions. And in your presentation, you talked about record keeping and reporting being available. How will it be available? Through what mechanism will these records be available to the public so that they can see inspection reports or emission estimates, for these oil and gas operations?
It's maybe, I probably have more of a complex answer than you want, but really there's a variety of ways. Currently, we put a lot of stuff on our website. We don't put everything on the website, obviously. So that's one avenue that people can currently employ. If it's not on our website, they can certainly request information from us, and that obviously takes a little more effort to do. And one of the things, we are mindful of this, and like a lot of government agencies, our data capabilities are not as good as a lot of what we see in the private industry. We recognize that as a weakness, and as a department, we have a very aggressive initiative to move to a much more online, user-friendly system that would allow people to really access most, if not all, of our information, not confidential information, obviously, but most of the salient information online. We're not there yet. It's a pretty tremendous undertaking, first to build the system and then to translate all the information we have in our old, outdated systems that we've cobbled together over the last 15 years. Some of them you may have worked on, actually. And put that in the new system. So, it's not the most satisfying answer that it's something we're working on, but it is the honest answer. We're hoping within the next year or two, there's going to be significantly more information online for people to easily access. I think COGCC's done a really good job in making a lot more of their information publicly accessible, and we'd like to do the same thing. In the meantime, it's kind of the old-fashioned way. They have to ask us for it, and we will provide it.
But the intent would be to make it available, and right now, the only, or the best way, I guess, is to contact the division and request that information.
Right. And I think we already are putting stuff on our website, which is a little lower tech way than what, it's not that interactive. You're kind of stuck with what we present. But we've been putting more and more on. We've got significant information from this rulemaking. Anybody who's really interested can go through the same mountain of documents that you guys had to. And I know you read each and every one. But that's all available on the web. So that's a lot of information about the oil and gas industry in Colorado.
I have a number of a few, very specific questions. And what I'd like to do is, be able to listen to the testimony over the next couple of days. And if those issues aren't addressed, then to bring them up, at least before the hearing ends, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I'd like to ask just a follow-up question, if I might, on the record-keeping issue. You indicated that you have 4 inspectors who are doing IR camera inspections, and that information is available. But isn't that more valuable for evaluation of the program? I mean, it's a sampling, in effect, of the data that might be available. It doesn't really provide the public in a specific location necessarily with the kind of information that might be helpful for them in understanding what kind of compliance there is, what the active monitoring, what the program is showing on a more site-specific basis.
Right, at a specific facility. And that would be dependent on whether we've done an evaluation of that particular facility. Currently, there's about 8,800 well production facilities in the state. We've already hit 1,500 since September. So we're going to get a pretty substantial chunk of evaluations of facilities. you know, if somebody asks tomorrow on a particular facility, certainly there's a good possibility we don't have IR camera footage of that facility. We haven't done an evaluation. But as our data set grows more robust, as our inspectors are out in the field more, I think there will be a lot of specific information about a lot of the facilities in Colorado. You know, and it's not the only source of information. And currently, and a lot of these tanks are in the non-attainment area right now. And as many of you know, we have a pretty extensive reporting requirement for each and every tank within the non-attainment area. These are massive spreadsheets that all the operators submit. There's a couple of them actually in the record if you want to go through. They're fairly mind-numbing. I've tried to go through and understand them. I think I understand some pieces, but certainly not all of them. But, you know, they're discussing each and every tank in the area, whether it's controlled, whether and when the flare is down, what the overall control percentage. So there's a pretty fair amount of information out there, at least for the non-attainment area where, again, the majority of the tanks are.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tour, and then Commissioner Coons.
And I have a number of questions, but
I've got my reg out here if you've got specific wording questions.
and if I'm talking too much, let me know, and I will allow that. Move on to Commissioner Coons. I guess first, a couple of specific questions on the control strategies. When we talk about tanks being controlled during the first 90 days, is what we really mean that tanks have to be controlled on day one? So you can't wait till the end of the 90 days. It's really tanks have to be controlled from the initial.
Yep, that's exactly correct. Under the current system, they don't have to be controlled under the first 90 days. Operators can evaluate what are my emissions going to be. Again, it's sort of the cat is out of the bag phenomena if you've got this huge producer during those time frames. So it flips the presumption. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Just wanted to clarify that. On the glycol dehydrators, you know, we heard a fair amount of concerns raised from the public yesterday from people who are interested in seeing additional controls in areas near people's homes, schools, etc. Most of these control strategies do not do that. The glycol dehydrators are the one place where there is a stronger requirement for existing dehydrators near residences. Could you speak a little bit to sort of the thinking that went into having those requirements for the dehydrators and not for other strategies?
Sure. And I think that what you're really talking about is the tanks, because that's going to be the other significant source of emissions at these facilities. And what I want to point out, because I know there has been a lot of concerns, and I think that some of the public is under the misconception because we haven't put strategies that is location specific, that somehow they're getting emissions that are pretty significant if they live nearby. But if you look at the emission profile for all the uncontrolled tanks in the state and bin it out kind of by size, controls on tanks that are 6 tons per year and greater will account for 97% of the total uncontrolled emissions from tanks throughout the state. So what we're really talking about is a very, very small slice of the tank emissions that aren't being controlled, with or without some kind of proximity requirement. Now, as to why there's a proximity requirement for glycol dehydrators, you know, frankly, some of that I think is just the negotiation process. We all know the process of trying to come to consensus can sometimes, it's fruitful when we do it, but the process itself can sometimes be a painful and ugly and difficult one, and there's just a lot of give and take. And so I think that's how that provision came out. Now, with that being said, I still think that the requirement to control at 2 tons for existing facilities, existing dehighs, as we've shown in our economic impact analysis, still makes a lot of sense. It's a cost-effective proposal. I also think it makes sense is basically kind of a step down from what would be the current requirements for existing at 6 tons to the new requirements for 2 tons. So I think it makes sense, but you know, some of it, frankly, is just as part of the process that worked out. just like some of the levels on, why did we pick 12 tons as a tier level instead of 15 tons? All fair questions. But at the end of the day, what we have is a very rigorous set of requirements that gets a lot of emission reductions for Colorado citizens. It makes sense for Colorado's operators. It doesn't provide some undue cost burden that's going to really negatively impact their operations.
A couple of bigger picture questions in terms of the overall scale of the reductions. In the analysis of the reductions that we would get from VOCs, very significant reductions that, if I understand, we believe would be approximately a 1/3 reduction in the VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector. Is that accurate?
I think that number's been thrown out a lot, and I think it's my fault because I think I initially generated that number many, many months ago. It's not that far off, but it actually, I think, is underestimating. If you compare our predicted emissions, and it's somewhat apples and oranges, but our predicted emission reductions are based on 2013, our 2013 inventory, which is based really, with the exception of the 75% capture assumption, solely on data that's reported to us by the industry. The 2011 numbers are generated in a different way. It's a more comprehensive look at emissions. But if you compare the 2013 reductions that we're seeing or that we're expecting with the 2011, it's pretty close to about 50% of the overall VOC, man-made VOCs in the state. So probably a little less because the inventory's probably gone up a little more from 2011 to 2013.
Wait, could you state that again? Approximately a 50% reduction in total man-made VOC emissions?
Man-made VOC emissions in the state. If you're comparing 2013 to 11, again, it's a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison, but I think what it gives is kind of the scope that we're talking about. Is it 50%? Is it 40%? Is it 45%? To me, from a policy perspective, it's pretty much the same thing. It's huge.
But I'm still trying to clarify, those approximate percentage reductions are from total man-made VOC emissions, not just from the oil and gas VOC.
That's correct.
So given that oil and gas is approximately half of total emissions, that suggests that the actual percentage reduction from the oil and gas sector is much higher.
Yes.
Okay, that is a very helpful clarification. Do we have any sense on the methane side? There is an estimation of the 64,000 ton reduction in methane emissions. Do we have any data that allows us to determine, what percentage reduction that is in methane emissions from the oil and gas sector?
I really don't. Currently we're working on, as you know, a greenhouse gas inventory. We haven't tried to make that comparison. The inventory numbers we generated for greenhouse gases is actually being revised. We use default values, and we're trying to use some Colorado-specific values. So I don't really have that number. It's something we can work on. I don't think it's something we're going to have in the next few days.
And two final questions for me. One, wanted to clarify the analysis that you showed. If you could go to the slide showing the reductions in modeled ozone levels by holding oil and gas VOC emissions at 2008 levels.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand for the outliers of those La Plata County numbers that go up, that is not suggesting that adoption of these emissions control strategies would cause ozone levels to go up in La Plata County. It's simply saying that if in this particular modeling exercise, which did not attempt to model these ozone or these VOC control strategies, but simply held everything flat at 2008 levels, that shows it going up in La Plata County because we actually expect production to go down. We would still anticipate that the impact of additional VOC control strategies in La Plata County would be presumably to further drive down ozone levels.
That's correct. And I'd like to correct my answer on your pie charts because I misspoke and I don't want to leave a mistaken percentage. I was actually looking at the total VOC emission reductions in the non-attainment area, and these were statewide numbers. So it really is statewide. It's closer to about 25% reduction from the total, and then I don't have the numbers right now for the oil and gas, but it's not 50%. It's 25% of the
Okay.
total man-made.
So that would suggest about half of the emissions from oil and gas.
Right.
So do we know, I mean, given that these are targeting high levels of control in those areas where we believe there are significant emissions from oil and gas, from the oil and gas sector, where's that other 50% coming from? So if we wanted, I mean, this is clearly a very significant reductions. If you wanted to get additional reductions to get you from that approximate 50% reduction to something that was significantly higher, where would you have to go?
So something outside the oil and gas sector?
Well, no, within the oil and gas sector, if we believe that we're going to reduce VOC emissions by about half, which is, I think, what that's saying, since we're addressing emissions from the storage tanks, addressing them from, the liquids unloading, addressing them from the major sources, where does the other half come from?
I hope that doesn't mean that you're going to ask us to start tomorrow or next week to start to look for some more things, because I need at least a week off.
No, I'm just trying to understand, because it's something we've heard.
I mean, it'll get harder, just like it gets harder with all the sectors. You hit those ones that are easy to do. I mean, there's no secret to, people always ask, why are you doing this? And there's no secret. We go after the biggest sources, and we go after the easiest ones to control. So tanks are, it's an obvious one. That's what you're going to do. You're going to start to get into some of the things that are more difficult, some of these area source emissions, small leaks. I mean, we are addressing some of that, but there may be additional leaks from other sources that we're not addressing. Drilling emissions, various different pieces of equipment, things that, frankly, you're getting into things that are more uncharted territory and figuring out how do you reduce emissions. But I think you just chip away. This may be the last big whale that we can go after, and then the next ones, and it's not just from the oil and gas sector, it's going to be, it's a little bit here and a little bit here, and you try and accumulate them to get a good package of controls.
Thank you. My final question was around the tiering on the LDAR, and in particular the lowest tier where there's one LDAR inspection, and then after that it's the audio visual inspections. I'm just a little curious to understand the thoughts behind a one-time LDAR inspection. I would anticipate that over some period of years you would expect things loosen, and was there any discussion of having some requirement to come back at some time in the future at a lower frequency, but still that have to come back and do another LDAR inspection?
Certainly there was some discussion. I'd like to point out a few distinguishing features of these particular facilities. I think the most notable one is because they're less than 6 tons per year, their tanks aren't going to require to be controlled, and therefore there's really no value in going out and doing a monitoring inspection of the tank. The emissions are coming out of it. It doesn't matter if it's coming out of the vent or the thief hatch or the PRV. It's coming out, it's going to the atmosphere. So there's not, one of the beauties of the program that we've crafted is that it sort of hits 2 things, and I'd almost actually say 3 things. It hits the tanks, it hits leaks from components, and then when you're using IR cameras, you're going to be looking at the whole facility. So if there's something weird out there that we may not have a regulatory program, but is a significant source of venting, then it identifies that. So it's sort of the 3-in-1. So with the small facilities, 1, you don't have the sort of dual benefit with the tanks. 2, certainly if they're less than 6 tons per year, they're likely a pretty small producer. So we start talking about some of these more marginal operations that can't absorb the cost as much. And three, I think there's some question, are even these facilities, given that they're so small producers, do they have lower leak rates? Now, we don't have a lot of evidence one way or the other. We've used the best evidence we have. So it's something that I think we'd like to gather more information on and figure out, are these really a significant source that would merit further consideration? What are the finances associated? So, maybe it wouldn't be an annual, maybe it'd be every 2 years. But I think it's something that certainly deserves further consideration, as do all these things. This is a new program here, and I don't think it's reasonable for us to just say, we're going to put this in place and never look at the effectiveness. And that may show it works great. It may show we need more. It may show, in certain targeted ways, we may need less. And I think we're committed to doing that investigation, working with the industry and environmental groups to understand so that we really have the most cost-effective program.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think actually, Gary, you've addressed some of the, at least parts of my question, but I wanted to just give you another chance to maybe revisit it. And I know we'll be talking a lot more about this over the next couple of days. But it gets back to the concern we heard from a lot of the people in the public comments yesterday about, as you mentioned, proximity or location-based kinds of regulations. And we have the step-down program or tiered program for the LDAR based on size of facility and amount of emissions. But I'm a little bit curious what your reaction from the standpoint of the division is to comments about possibility of zero emissions near highly populated areas, schools, public gathering places, and what kind of the reasoning is or thinking about proximity-based regulations.
And again, I'd reiterate, we didn't talk about it a lot, and so I think it led people to think, you don't care about proximity, you're not doing anything about my problem here. But in reality, when we're controlling emissions for ozone and controlling emissions for climate change, we're also controlling emissions for any direct exposures that are occurring to the public. So first, I tell those people and have them be rest assured, we're getting a lot of emission reductions, and that's going to benefit you as well as the regional environment, as well as the global environment. I think that operators are mindful of that as you're starting to see more issues associated with drilling in places. Obviously, a lot of communities are struggling with that. Some of that, frankly, is more properly a zoning issue, a local control issue, figuring out a way through that difficult legal path, but also sort of a negotiated path with operators. I know a lot of operators, they could legally claim they don't have to do that, but they truly do. They don't want to be the pariah in the neighborhood. They want to do those things that are reasonable, and I think a lot of them have enacted control requirements that are above and beyond current requirements to address some of the citizens' concerns. We haven't historically done that. It puts us in a position where maybe we don't have a lot of expertise on the particular location, what's going on there, what else is there, and that it's something historically that's been dealt more through kind of zoning issues. It's not to say that we can't do that in the future. Frankly, I think there's more study that needs to be done about what exactly the impacts are. We're currently conducting some studies. One of the gentlemen yesterday talked about the Garfield County study. There's a similar study that's going to start up with Jeff Collette in Weld and Larimer County, I believe. We've got a massive project that you guys have heard about, the Discover AQ and the Frappe analysis this summer, which is going to give us a lot of information. And on the health side, I think that we're very mindful of that, and our health side is really looking very carefully, like, what are these impacts? So I think we want to develop more information. As we get more information, I think that gives us more of a basis to act. We certainly don't foreclose it. I don't know that we feel comfortable right now saying that this is the appropriate limit right here. I just think there's a lot of more information and study that needs to be done. But it's something that's pretty pressing. I mean, we're not talking about facilities out in the middle of nowhere anymore. They're really close to people's homes. And, there's concerns. And regardless of what the absolute risk is, I think it's undeniable that there are concerns, and these concerns need to be addressed, whether that's through additional regulation, which again, we're getting a lot today, or through further study that could inform what additional regulation beyond today we need.
Commissioner?
I have some quite specific
Maybe I need my red
on
for
the
you.
regulation. And I don't know if this is the best time to go through, since there may be some more discussion, as John Klaus indicated. But I know that there was a lot of, I guess, concentration on making the rules flexible and not specifying specific control technologies or specific control devices. But I do notice that there continues to be a requirement to make combustion devices enclosed. And I was wondering if there was any thought about including a maybe or division-approved combustion device in case there's technology that changes that would allow for, dual-tip flares or, other technologies that are being used in other states where that's allowed.
There was a lot of discussion amongst various parties about non-enclosed devices. I think as the division, we continue to have concerns about the control efficiencies for a non-enclosed device. I do think, we have the sort of general division-approved control device requirement in Section 17 that I think operators could avail themselves of if they can, in fact, that they're achieving a substantial and significant control. So I don't think we foreclose it. And as these things go into practice and we get more comfortable with it, maybe that would be an appropriate time to expand our definition of combustion device. Maybe we're overly conservative here, but we like the tried and true. We know it works. We know we're comfortable with it. We know most operators are comfortable with it. But if there's a better way to reduce emissions, we're more than happy to consider it. And I think there's already flexibility built into the rules. I don't believe we've had a request yet to have a non-enclosed combustion device qualify as air pollution control equipment. I may be wrong. I'm not aware of it, though. But certainly if somebody wanted to, they would come in and make a technical demonstration, and we'd make a determination based on that.
Okay, I just know in other states that
Sure.
people are going away from the enclosed combustors, so. How does the weekly AVO requirements on the storage tanks coordinate with the LDAR requirements for the compressor stations and production sites? Do you do both the weekly and whatever frequency is required by the LDAR requirements? Or?
Yes. I mean, really, the tank AVO is really separate. It's kind of looking at the things that we've historically looked at in the non-attainment area. Is the thief hatch propped open? Is the flare on? Is the piping to the flare on? Is the flare smoking? We've actually had some geeky regulatory arguments about the proper terminology, and I've always come in the camp that we really shouldn't call that AVO because that has a specific meaning on leak detection. It's really a visual inspection of control devices, but it's separate and apart from the monitoring requirements, either using instruments or there's an AVO monitoring requirement that's monthly for components as well, but it's separate and distinct from the tank monitoring.
Okay. Sorry. And I've asked this question before, and so I'll ask it again.
Hopefully I answered it before. If not, I probably won't answer it again.
There's a requirement for the combustion device to have a design destruction efficiency of 98%. However, I think what your answer last time, and I just want to confirm that this is still the case, is that because you are requiring at least a 95% control, that 95% will be used for actual and PTE calculations, and that 98% will not be allowed.
I think that's the current thinking, but with the advent of this requirement, that's probably an issue that needs to be revisited with our permitting staff on whether you could use the increased one. You know, I think there's a recognizing you can design it a certain way, and when you put it out in the field, it never works quite as well as you think, especially, you know, it's out in the elements there, and there can be all sorts of issues associated with it. So I think conservatively, at this point, we would still assume that it's a 95% reduction. But again, I think to be fair, if these things are certified, that's something that we need to revisit either on a case-by-case basis or do some more study, and maybe we change our policy. But I don't think we're prepared to do that right now.
And then that brings another question. For those facilities that have already controlled, whether they were maybe not required to under Reg 7, and meet the 95%, but may not have a design destruction efficiency of 98%, will they be required to replace their control devices in order to meet this requirement, or is there thought to put in some flexibility for existing control requirements?
Well, for D-highs, we have put in a specific exemption to that 98% based on feedback that we've gotten from various operators that they've kind of created some custom flare devices that they believe that does meet the 95%, but doesn't have a certification. We haven't heard that from well production facility or from tanks. You know, to the extent that they're out there, I think that's something we would need to revisit too. You know, we're not particularly interested in ripping out a bunch of devices that work really well for that particular provision. But again, it hasn't been identified to us as that particular provision being a problem, but something certainly we could revisit and add a similar exemption if warranted.
And maybe I would suggest maybe looking at what you did provide for the D-highs and allow it for the tanks as well.
Sure.
And it may be just my reading of the regulation because I'm a little confused on this section on the leak detection and repair program.
It may be the regulation.
I guess I'll describe how I think I'm reading it, and you can correct me. So for facilities that are utilizing the LDAR program as described in this section, was it 17F? They may use the less than 10,000 ppm emission factors that are found in Table 2.8 of the EPA protocol. So those are lower emission factors, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So for permitting and reporting purposes, they can use those factors. But they can't use those factors if you're a compressor station. The compressor station frequency is determined based on your component leaks.
Okay.
To determine the tiering for that, you have to use the Table 2.4 factors, which are the higher emission factors. But for permitting and reporting, you can utilize the lower emission factors.
Okay, so you use the 2-4 to determine what your frequency is, and then the 2-8
Right.
to report your emissions?
Now,
If you're then
for the well production facility, it doesn't make any difference because their frequency is determined based on the tank emissions, so we don't have to get into that. But they can also use, for permitting and reporting, the 2.8 factors.
Okay.
But it's not an issue with the applicability of the LDAR program.
Okay, and then if traditionally a facility has used some other emission factor other than the protocol for equipment leaks, they must now recalculate based on that 2-8 to determine their applicability?
That's probably something I would talk to the permit engineer about. I don't know that we've gone through that. And
Well, it just says they must be calculated.
I'm looking over at Kristen King, and she's sort of shaking her head no. I don't know if that's no, you can't use it. You know, I think we'd work with you on that. We'd have to look at what the emission factors were.
Okay.
Again, we don't necessarily need to recreate the wheel. My understanding is that that's probably pretty isolated incidences that we've typically used the 2-4 factors in determining leak emissions from facilities. If there's a few oddballs out there, and inevitably, no matter what we do, there's always a few oddballs out there. It's something we deal with on a case-by-case basis.
And then in the requirement for well production facilities, it states that production facilities constructed on or after August 1st must identify leaks no sooner than 15 days, but no later than 30 days from the first date of production. So they have essentially a 15-day window to conduct that, correct?
That's correct.
And then the next paragraph says, owners or operators of well production facilities constructed on or after January 1st of 2015 must identify leaks within 90 days. So which one applies to facilities after January 1st, 2015? Because this would
This one's
assume
not you,
both.
it's the reg.
Okay.
The provision, it's intended to be that when you build a new facility, as an initial matter, you want to make sure that it's kind of locked up tight, that you don't have any operational. It's not something, obviously, you've just started the facility. It's not the normal wear and tear that we're talking about for an existing facility. That whole provision has gotten worked around a number of times. Initially, as you may remember, it was a pressure test. These dates kind of made sense when it was a pressure test. Maybe doesn't make as much sense now. It's something that we're working on kind of, we're not quite done with the reg. We're working on this provision in particular, trying to come up with something that makes a little more sense, and we're hoping that we can present that to you certainly before the hearing is over. But yeah, there's a certain disconnect here. I mean, I think you can do it, is that it just creates a very complicated scenario that if you were built between August 1, 2014 and January 1, 2014, you were subject to a kind of a competing set of requirements. What it really was meant to do is you've got an initial test to see if the facility was built right, and then you're going to start on your periodic tests starting January 1, 2015. But it's created some weird permutations on what it'll do. And again, we're trying to work out a more consistent set of language that will address that. But yeah, that certainly is not one that it's your fault that you're confused. It's our fault. We're confused too.
And has there been any concern with that, with having a 15-day window to get that completed?
I haven't heard that concern. We're going to have a lot of other parties who are going to show a lot of concern, so I'm not going to prejudge on the things that they may raise. But I think that obviously there's a lot of work that's being done in the shakeout of any facility, no matter what it is, whether it's oil or gas or anything else, in that initial construction period. And so there's a lot of these kinds of activities to make sure that things are working right, not just for emissions, but operationally wise. So I would expect there's a flurry of activity at those facilities anyway during that period, and this would just be one more thing to make sure that you've got to do.
Okay. One more. The section for well maintenance and liquids unloading events, there's a statement that the owner or operator must be present on site during any planned well maintenance and liquids unloading event. And just from my experience, a lot of those activities are contracted out. Would that contracted personnel be considered an owner or operator, or is that something that was specifically written to?
You stumped me on that one. I think that's something, again, we need to work out exactly who needs to be there. Obviously the owner of the company doesn't need to be there. They can have an authorized representative, sorry. So we need to figure out, the idea really is that somebody who has got some stake in the game is there making sure that these activities are done right. So I think that's something that certainly needs to be worked out through the implementation of this rule. Depending, I guess, on the contractual relationship, I can envision something like that might be appropriate. We don't want to unnecessarily drag people out to the site, but at the same time, we want to have proper oversight.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Klaus.
Gary, I'd like to go back to something that Commissioner Tour raised in terms of the first 90 days emission controls. It's my understanding, after looking at the rules, and I probably could be helped with this, is that those controls run from the time based on the definition of first production. And first, the definition of first production then directs you to the, the Oil and Gas Commission's date of first production. if I'm correct. And that definition says that's the date the formation was originally completed. So should I assume that I also need to understand what the Oil and Gas Commission means about completed to know when the first day of production is? I mean, because it's not as crystal clear as one might believe.
Sure.
At least in my mind.
Right. And that has been an issue that's been raised, and the specific issue that's been raised is whether we are intending that you require a control device on temporary frac tanks. No, we are not intending that there be a control on temporary frac tanks. There's a little variability in when companies report their first day of production. It's something that we've used in the Denver metro area as a term, as when is that triggered. It seems to have worked out. We haven't had instances where there's confusion. But again, I think that's something that additionally we may need a little more clarification, and whether that's something that we can work out the next couple of days to try and get it, or work out as part of our implementation memos. But I did want to assure everybody that no, it's not applying to temporary tanks. It's really when you start putting your oil into the permanent tank there, you need to have a control device.
And from that example, I can feel comfortable, but if I look at the definition
Sure.
of completion, it seems to allow a little more flexibility than just that. For
Right.
instance, it talks about those situations where they need more time to determine whether or not it's going to be producing well. That kind of implies that the first day of production isn't until sometime a little bit further down the road than maybe that date that
Right.
liquids went into the storage tank.
Yeah. And again, I think it's a fair point, and there has been a fair amount of confusion about it. I think in practice, it's been pretty well understood. I'm not aware of any enforcement issues that we've had with the Denver metro area that have arisen from that, but may need some additional clarification. Again, whether that needs to be done through the rule or through a policy memo, I think we're committed to that. The idea is a simple one. You got a tank out there. You don't get to wait 90 days until you decide whether to put a control on it. You put a control on it when it starts producing and it starts operating. So it's probably not the only instance where we could make the reg clear, but it's certainly been one where there's been a lot of discussion.
I'm sure there's no one that wants to be the first to have to argue that issue.
No, no. If that's the case, you all may hear about it, and then you can remember what I said, that temporary frac tanks were never intended to be subject to this rule.
Commissioner.
Back to me.
Okay,
I'd like to share the wealth instead of
Sure.
answer my
No,
questions at once, so,
perfectly okay. I've got all day, really.
okay. I'm glad to hear that. Don't change slides. I want to come back to this one, but the one that you had up there for the statewide monitoring stations, the one that's on the western slope that seems to be an outlier is Rangeley, correct?
Right.
So we don't need to go back to it. But if I recall, Gordon Pierce was telling us at one of our monthly meetings that one may be due to ozone issues that are regional transport in scope, particularly from the Uinta Basin in Utah. So is that where you understand that outlier to be, Gary? Or the basis for it, reason for it?
Certainly that's part of a different basin than the Piceance Basin. And if you look at, and I forget which one is a little to the west of that, Meeker monitor, it shows lower values. Now, still in the 60 to 70 part per billion range,
Right.
which EPA is saying is unhealthy, but it's not the 77. So it's certainly part of that basin. Now, there is Colorado oil and gas production around that area. It's not all Utah, but Utah is a lot of it. I mean, if you look at the map on well densities, Utah, and particularly a lot of the development on the Uinta Tribe reservation, that's the majority of the production. So that one is kind of unique. It's a slightly different basin than some of the other ones we're talking about. Again, not to say there isn't some Colorado impact, but a lot of it may be Utah. frankly, ozone transport is an issue for all of our areas, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about that. There's no areas that are pristine at the border, and that's something that we just have to deal with. It's unique in that regard, and I think it's also unique in that it's a wintertime issue. It's unique, but not alone. Certainly, they've had the same issues up in Wyoming. It's possible there may be other areas that experience those kinds of things. They're really hit and miss. If you look at the values, they can be pretty low one year and really high the next year. So even more so than the Denver area, which sees natural variability, but not to that extent. It's just kind of a weird one. So it's definitely an outlier, which again, for the people out there, I don't know that they care. They don't say, oh, well, big deal, it's 77 parts per billion because it's from Utah, and it's a cold pool issue. They're concerned, this is what I'm breathing, and I think we need to find ways to address that.
So on this particular exhibit or slide, Commissioner Tour was asking about La Plata County. Could the reason be there is because because it's mostly coal bed methane, with virtually no VOCs associated with the production? Could that explain why that number looks different than everywhere else?
I mean, I think it's driven, the only change between the two columns is what the oil and gas inventory was. And so that's the only possible explanation in the modeling for the difference. And it's just that the 2008 emissions in that area in the San Juan Basin were projected to be slightly higher than the 2018 emissions. Now, whether as a market force, whether that's being driven by the fact that it's coal bed methane and natural gas prices are lower, that's certainly possible. But all the models really seen is the difference in the emissions, and that's the one area where the emissions actually went up from the base scenario to the 08 oil and gas scenario.
Did Environ factor in regional transport in this model too?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's all factored in,
okay,
just like it would always be done. I mean, they really actually modeled first, the first column, this is what we expect with everything in, and they just made that one change and say, what's the difference?
Okay. A couple other questions. Hope these are short ones. In the well operation and maintenance, the BMP reference here, are you guys going to exercise, what kind of control or input are you going to provide companies that come in and have a BMP they want to apply? Do they have to get that approved by you, or how does that work?
It doesn't contemplate a division approval. I think it's really going to be very much industry driven. This is a field, an area that's kind of in its infancy. I know some of the companies, there's different things that we've talked about, and again, I think that EDF is going to talk about some of those things, have some ideas on how you can reduce those. But like with any BMP requirement, it's based on what's being done out in the industry. We're not going to dictate it and say it's got to be this. Frankly, it's going to depend from facility to facility. What may be a BMP that makes sense for one facility isn't necessarily going to be a BMP that makes sense for another facility. But if 99% of the people are doing it and 1% says, oh, we don't want to do that, it's probably a pretty strong indicator that they're not following the BMP.
My last question for now, if that's okay.
I'll be back too, so.
Okay, yeah, I may think of some others after I have some food. I have this question for you. If you took the rule the way it is right now, and you removed the reference to hydrocarbon in the rule language, would you still get the same emissions of methane and ethane projected in this particular rule?
I'm running through all the rule provisions right here. I think you would get a lot, substantially all. There may be a few isolated incidences where you don't. But I think if there wasn't an interest in regulating methane, ethane, the rule might look differently as well. I mean, I think some of the provisions have been crafted, particularly on the leak detection, to specifically account for that. As you know, that a lot of leak detection has a 10% VOC content limit. We didn't believe that was appropriate because we're interested not only in the VOCs but the methane and ethane. But really, you know, a lot of what we're going to do in the rule that will destroy VOCs are going to destroy methane with or without the reference to that. But I think it is important, and I think there's a lot of interest in recognizing, particularly as we look at natural gas as a bridge fuel in a way to address climate change, that we do have a very strong methane focus for the industry, and make sure that they're, you know, buttoned up pretty tight, which again, it's got climate change benefits, it ends up having VOC benefits, and it has product capture benefits. And no, they may not completely pay for themselves, but the more you can save this valuable resource, the less drilling you have to do, and so the better it is for the environment, and in some ways the better it is for the bottom line.
I'll stop there.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Klaus?
Well,
I feel like you did this on purpose, and the way you sat here and not getting anything from the middle of the table.
no, I enjoy your speaking.
Thank you.
Actually, I want to ask you about the requirements in section 17C2, storage tanks, and the capture and monitoring requirements for storage tanks that are fitted with air pollution control equipment. It says that if you are required to have this equipment from a section 12D and 17C1, you have to do this, you know, follow these requirements. This is one of the first, at least, references in, you know, the proposal that talks about the, you know, the 12D provisions. And I guess I'm wondering if this doesn't raise at least some potential for non-compliance by someone that is reading what they think are all the requirements in 12D, and they didn't quite make it all the way to 17C2 to find out that they had more requirements.
Sure.
Can you comment on that? And was it discussed at all through the, you know, proposal process?
You know, it certainly was discussed. And 12D is the control requirements that, the system-wide control requirements that are applicable in the non-attainment area. You know, that's obviously a very important set of requirements, given the ozone situation we have in the Denver Metro North Front Range area. And we want to make sure, and I think it really makes common sense, and really was probably the expectation of each and every commissioner who participated in those rulemakings and adopted those requirements, was that they were going to get 100% capture out of those tanks, that there wasn't going to be an alternative source or an alternative path for emissions to escape out. So it is very important that those tanks be subject. Now, likely they're going to be subject under both, just the way the threshold works, so maybe doesn't make a difference. It's a good point, just as a practical matter on how people read it. This is something that we're obviously in the implementation phase are going to have to do a lot of outreach with companies. Now, the good part of having so many people participate, whether in agreement or in partial agreement, is that there's a lot of information out there. So I doubt there's going to be that many surprises, but there's always some people, they're going to get in a year and like, I had no idea that went on. And we face that every time we have rules, and so we need to do a good job on that. One thing I would like to emphasize that I talked about before is this whole notion of continual improvement. You know, we recognize this is going to be a stringent standard, and not everybody's going to hit it right the first time, and we need to be mindful of that when we enforce our rules. You know, this isn't supposed to be a got-you violation generating provision. It's really supposed to be getting the emission reductions that we need and that we were expecting we were going to get. So I think as we go out into the field and we see issues that we believe are venting, we need to take a long, hard look on, is the company doing the right thing? You know, have they really followed through and done a good engineering analysis? Are they following through on their monitoring? Are they really trying to improve the situation before we have some kind of knee-jerk reaction to file an enforcement case? And that's something we've talked about throughout the process you know, again, we're probably all going to want to break for a couple weeks, but as we move into the implementation phase, we really need to continue on some kind of stakeholder engagement to discuss how we're going to implement the rules. And it's not going to be day one after the requirements go into effect. It's going to be for some facilities 1, 2, 3 times, whatever it takes to ultimately fix this problem. And we want to be in a position where, hey, if you're doing the right thing, you're working on this, we need to be mindful in how we do enforcement. And I think that's something that we've committed to, not just here, it's not just words, but to have some ongoing process. I know the oil and gas groups have already had discussions with a number of the industry folks about having an ongoing process on how we enforce this rule. So we're mindful of that. We don't want to play gotcha. We just want to get emission reductions.
Please, I didn't,
Sure, and
want
yeah.
imply
And I'm not suggesting that, but I know that's a concern, and I think we're going to hear some of that. Even though I've explained it, maybe they don't quite believe me now, but that's part of the process.
Well, let me ask you one more related question then. In your opinion, would the commission be able to go back and put a flag there in that section of the regulation that says, oh, and don't forget to read this section of the reg because it applies too?
Certainly, maybe we could do something like that. I haven't really thought through whether it could be done today or in this rulemaking, but it certainly would be a possibility if that, I think, is a concern. The one, Section 12 is in the SIP. When you make SIP changes, again, you have to do a demonstration. This, I don't see how, by any stretch of the imagination, you could consider that as a backsliding issue, because it's really providing more rigorous requirements. But, we'd have to be mindful of that. I guess it's possible you could do it as a state-only requirement. I really think the better way to do it is really through outreach. Frankly, I think if people aren't aware of it, they're probably not reading Section 12 either. But again, you just never know. There's always those. There's every possibility. Anything that could conceivably happen, probably with all these different operators and all these different facilities, will happen. But we need to do a lot of outreach, certainly, especially because these are new kinds of requirements. It's not, oh, slap on a flare and you're done with it. There's quite a bit more to it and quite a bit more onus on the operator to be self-directed on what they're going to do to solve the problem.
All right. Any other commissioners have additional questions? Mr. Kaufman? If not, we'll take a 15-minute break to allow him to
Thank you.
Relax a little bit.
I was going to request it if you didn't give it to me.
And then we will have more friendly questions in the form of cross-examination after the break in 15 minutes. Okay. Do any parties wish to cross-examine the division? Please raise your hand. Okay. In that case, we will go in the order listed in the order, and Mr. Silverstein will read off the names and coordinate the cross-examination.
Okay, very good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Environmental Defense Fund? How's that? Is that better? DGS listed as the Joint Industry Work Group. Would you represent them? Okay. Please come forward. I believe that's fine. Do we have mics there, Teresa, or at the podium? Okay.
There's a switch.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
John Jacobs for the Joint Industry Work Group. Just a few brief questions about your testimony, Mr. Kaufman, with respect to the cost of the proposed rules and your projections of growth in oil and gas production. I believe you and Mr. Tapale on staff prepared the division's estimates of costs of the proposed rules. Is that correct?
I think substantially other people participated as well. We were the main authors of that.
And neither you nor Mr. Tapale have any formal economics training. Is that true?
I can't speak for Kurt, and I don't know exactly what you mean by formal economics training, but no, I'm not an economist. I'm an attorney by trade and then an environmental policymaker currently.
Thank you. The division's economic impact analysis includes no costs for the division to implement and administer these significant new rules. Is that also correct?
Well, yeah, I think you can look at it in two ways. We are not requesting additional resources at this point. And intend to address the implementation of these rules through our existing resources. I point out that over the last 2 years, we've got a substantial amount of additional resources to do implementation of oil and gas rules. I mentioned the 4 new...
Excuse me, but your economic impact analysis includes no additional dollars as part of your estimate of the costs of these proposed rules. Is that correct?
Not beyond our current expenditures, but our analysis does address the expenditures that we currently have for oil and gas inspections, permitting, et cetera.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The division did not calculate how many lower producing wells across the state would be shut in due to the costs, the additional costs of these proposed rules, did you?
We don't believe that there will be many, if any, lower producing wells that will be shut in because of the way we've done the tiering of the requirements.
But you didn't estimate that cost at all in your estimates and regulatory impact analysis. Is that also correct?
We estimate that it will be 0.
And then lastly, with respect to your growth estimate for oil and gas production in Colorado, would you agree that oil and gas production currently is in decline everywhere in Colorado except from horizontal wells in the Niobrara in the DJ Basin?
I think that depends on the time frame you look at. Certainly if you look at the last couple of years, as I alluded to in my testimony, it is in decline outside the DJ Basin, and given the production advantages from horizontal wells, that's primarily what's being drilled in the DJ. If you look out at a longer time frame, which is what we used when we did our estimates, there has been growth.
But did you look specifically at the other producing basins?
We did, and again, it really depends on the time frame that you look to set your baseline and your projections.
But again, that was based on past production, not on any future decline curves or other petroleum engineering principles, was it?
That's true, which I believe is how your expert did that for other parts of the state beyond the DJ Basin as well. They just used a different period of production.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
A clarifying question. So everyone in the joint industry work group is represented by you, Mr. Jacobs? With respect to for cross-examination? Okay. Would that include WPX as well?
We are pooling time, I believe, Lisa.
Does WPX have cross? We do not. Okay, thank you. Coalition of Energy Producing Counties? No. Okay, local community organizations? Is that a no? Conservation groups? No problem. Local government coalition? No problem. Be the Change, USA? The Eastern Colorado counties? Weld County, Casey, Colorado Utilities Coalition. Yes.
I knew I could count on you, Jim.
I don't want to disappoint you.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Jim Sanderson. I'm with Riley Carlock and Applewhite, representing the Colorado Electric Utilities Coalition, and I had a couple questions for Mr. Kaufman. And Mr. Kaufman, you're familiar with the position that and that's called the CUC, as for short, took in its rebuttal statement with respect to the proposed definitional change from the conservation groups having to do with extending the definition of natural gas compressor station downstream beyond the gas processing plants.
I am.
And I heard I want to make sure I heard your testimony correctly earlier, that the division's position is that since the downstream issues that may be implicated were not part of the stakeholder group and were not considered in the division's analysis, that the division doesn't favor that definitional change.
Yeah, I think that's fair, although I think it's fair to say that potentially it could be a strategy that should be looked at, but it's not something that we support for this rulemaking.
And that would be why if you look at the final economic impacts analysis on page 2 or your cost-benefit analysis on page 3, the scope of the proceedings are talked about as the oil and gas production sector.
That's correct.
And as I looked at the division's economic analysis and cost-benefit analysis, I did not see any analysis of the downstream sector. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, in summary, then, the division's position is that since the analysis of the scope of the impacts, the costs, and the benefits have not been analyzed at this time, you don't favor that, but at a future time, in a future proceeding, the division may, based on future analysis, favor that extension.
I think that's correct, although I wouldn't take a position on whether other parties have done their own economic analysis on that provision. I'd have to look back through the record, but certainly not in our analysis.
Okay, and you can't speak to the other economic impact analyses that other parties may have filed. You're not familiar with those?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Worldwide Liquid Solutions? No cross. And City of Greeley? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Environmental Defense Fund ready to make its presentation? Please proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today on what Gary characterized correctly as a truly historic regulation. My name is Tom Bloomfield, and I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Defense Fund. We're here pleased to be able to produce some information as to why Environmental Defense Fund strongly supports the rules as proposed by the division. We have 4 witnesses who will be testifying. First, Elizabeth Paranos, who's also outside counsel to EDF, will provide an overview of some key points. Secondly, we have David Schimmel, Dr. Dave Schimmel, who's a climate expert, a Nobel Peace Prize winner. I asked him to bring his medal today, but he demurred. He didn't want to wear it around his neck. My daughter loves to do that for her swim medals, but David didn't want to do that. We also have Dr. Tammy Thompson, who is an atmospheric chemist. She'll be speaking about regional air quality issues. And lastly, Mary Jane Wilson, who is president of WZI Inc. She's an expert on oil and gas production issues and air pollution controls. So without further ado, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Tom. Let's see.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you put the mic closer to your...
Sure. Is this better?
Yes.
I have to
just
lean down.
Draw that in closer. I think it'll
Here?
be louder. Don't want you to have to stoop, but
I do. Just a
yank
little.
it to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, you have before you a set of rules that is widely supported by a broad section of Coloradans. Let's see if I can get this to work. Maybe not. Huh.
Oh.
Apparently that's the wrong one. Anyone have an idea of how this works? Because now I've turned it off.
And you probably should point the mic to your podium because that's
So
where the...
can someone help me with the clicker? Great. And then which one do I press to move it forward? The right one. Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Local members of the oil and gas industry, leading members of the oil and gas industry, environmental and citizen groups, and local governments from across the state support these rules. This support is not surprising in light of the fact that they are based on highly cost-effective, demonstrated, available technologies that will result in significant public health and environmental benefits. Furthermore, care has been taken to ensure that the rules are flexible and narrowly tailored, ensuring that the facilities with the greatest emission potential are subject to the most stringent requirements, while smaller, lower-emitting facilities are subject to minimal requirements. Accordingly, EDF supports the division's proposal and urges the Commission to adopt it. The proposed rules are necessary to protect human health and the environment. Oil and gas activities are the largest anthropogenic source of smog-forming VOCs and the largest industrial source of climate-altering methane in the state. Existing state and federal rules do not adequately address these emissions. For example, fugitive emissions from leaky equipment and vented emissions from well maintenance activities account for the majority of methane losses from oil and gas E&P operations. Similarly, vented emissions from tanks due to improperly sized and designed equipment account for the majority of VOC emissions. Moreover, EPA's new source performance standards that you are considering adopting in full will not address the hundreds of thousands of emissions from existing facilities. The division has demonstrated that the rules are highly cost-effective when one considers the current pollution burden from existing facilities. In addition, you've heard that emissions are likely to increase, which provides a further rationale for the adoption of these rules. So importantly, existing emissions alone justify the adoption of this rule package, and that the rule package is cost-effective regardless of whether or not production declines or increases. Contrary to what those opposing the rules contend, VOC emissions from oil and gas activities contribute to ozone pollution in the non-attainment area and in the rest of the state. You will hear from our expert, Dr. Thompson, that modeling done by Environ for the division in 2009 demonstrates that VOC emissions from oil and gas activities contribute 1.19 parts per billion to the monitor at Greeley, 0.5 parts per billion to the monitor at Fort Collins West, and 0.53 parts per billion to the monitor at Fort Collins. Similarly, modeling done on behalf of the DGS group demonstrates that reducing oil and gas emissions by 20% results in a 1.67 ppb reduction in ozone. Lastly, meteorological modeling done by the National Park Service demonstrates that air molecules travel extensively throughout the state so that pollutants emitted in one part of the state affect air quality in another. Statewide reductions are therefore necessary to protect public health and the environment, both in and outside of the non-attainment area. A significant amount of production occurs outside the non-attainment area. In 2012, 50% of the new well starts occurred outside of the non-attainment area, and 50% of existing wells exist outside of the non-attainment area, as this slide demonstrates. Not surprisingly, these oil and gas activities contribute significant ozone precursors. Oil and gas activities are responsible for the majority of anthropogenic VOCs at monitors in Yuma, Montezuma, Rio Blanco County, Garfield County, and Moffett County. Last year, the division issued 9 ozone advisories for Rio Blanco and Moffett counties, urging active children and adults, people suffering from asthma, and older adults to restrict outdoor activities. As the division mentioned, one monitor, the Rangeley monitor, in western Colorado has violated the 8-hour ozone NAAQS, while approximately 9 others will fall into non-attainment if EPA lowers the standard by 1 part per billion. As Dr. Thompson's rebuttal testimony demonstrated, adverse, and you've also heard from Gary at the division, adverse human health effects have occurred or have been detected at levels under the current NAAQS. The proposal will also remove over 100,000 tons of methane annually from the atmosphere. This represents at least $100 to $300 million in avoided adverse impacts to human health, crops, and property from climate change. As Dr. Schimmo will testify, reducing methane emissions is a highly effective way to reduce levels of atmospheric greenhouse gases over the next few decades, since methane lasts a short time in the atmosphere. As the Commission is well aware, Colorado is already experiencing adverse effects due to climate change, including increased extreme weather events, fires, insect infestation, and drought. To achieve these important benefits, the division has proposed a suite of narrowly tailored, flexible standards at a very reasonable cost. On average, the over 90,000 tons of VOC reductions will be achieved at a cost of less than $500 per ton of VOC reduced. Similarly, the proposal reduces methane emissions by, according to our expert, 1/3 at a cost of, again, this is our experts' estimates, $500 per ton of methane reduced, which is slightly less than the division's estimate of $600 per ton of methane reduced. The majority of these costs will be borne by companies that support the rule. Moreover, operators outside the DJ non-attainment area will bear approximately 15% of the cost to implement the LDAR and STEM requirements, which are where the majority of the costs from this proposal lie, but will reap the majority of the estimated gas savings from the proposal, over $10 million in savings due to replacing high-bleed pneumatic devices with low-bleed ones. As our expert, Mary Jane Wilson, will testify, the division's economic analysis is reasonable and demonstrates that the rules will result in cost-effective emission reductions. As you've heard from both myself and from Gary, the requirements are narrowly tailored to the size of the facility. For example, the frequency of instrument-based inspections is tiered to the size of the operation. Small well sites need only conduct a one-time or annual inspection, while only the largest facilities, approximately 12%, need to conduct monthly monitoring. Claims that monitoring should decrease over time must be rejected. The evidence in the record demonstrates that leak discovery increases with the frequency of inspections. Conversely, infrequent inspections is likely to result in an increase in emissions, since certain components tend to fail suddenly and have significant emission rates. Therefore, they require more frequent monitoring. The rules provide flexibility by including exceptions for safety and operational needs. In addition, the STEM and the well maintenance requirements allow operators to choose which technology or practice to employ in order to reduce venting from tanks and wells. In considering this rule package, the Commission has the opportunity to continue its long and admirable tradition of demonstrated leadership when it comes to clean air measures that protect human health and the environment. Prior rules adopted by this Commission for this industry have gone hand in hand with economic growth, demonstrating that claims that the rules will put the industry out of business are unfounded. We, along with numerous others, therefore support the rules and urge the Commission to adopt them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Do we want to have questions after all the witnesses go? Is that how you would like to proceed?
Yes, that'd probably be most efficient.
Okay. Do we have another PowerPoint? Thank you. Our next expert is Dr. Schimmel, who will speak about climate issues, and he has a PowerPoint as well, so hopefully we'll get that up there shortly.
Thanks, Tom. Will you show me how to do this so I don't turn it off? Right hand button.
This one forwards.
Thank you.
You only need to stand about 4 inches from the
Thanks very much for this opportunity to talk about climate change and the carbon cycle. I'm going to talk briefly about what we know about increasing carbon-containing greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere, their global and local impact on climate, and what that might mean for the state. I'm a graduate of Colorado State University. I've lived in the state since 1979, most of that time working at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. I'm currently working in Pasadena, California at the Jet Propulsion Lab. These graphs are not unfamiliar to most. This shows the increase in carbon dioxide over the past few decades, the instrumental record begun by Dave Keeling, showing the very steady increase in carbon dioxide, the principal greenhouse gas. The lower panel shows how variable that rate of increase has been over time. That reflects both climate effects on forests and the oceans, political events like the collapse of the Soviet Union, and a variety. Really, the history of the world is written in this curve. Methane is a bit more complex. It's increased over the past few decades, although not without pauses, which at this time we do not understand. At one point, we had a decade or so of stability in methane concentrations and thought perhaps some process was stabilizing them in the atmosphere. But recently, they've begun to increase again. There are a wide variety of explanations for this complicated behavior, not the least of which are changes in energy production practices. I just want to point out that as of the present, we're well outside the range of variability over the last 800,000 years for atmospheric carbon dioxide, methane as well, and that potentially in the next century we could be dramatically outside that range. The figure shows the variability in CO2 associated with the glacial interglacial cycle, the cycle of ice ages, and we're already well above that range in just a century of fossil emissions, headed potentially, depending on which scenario one looks at, for values that are really outside almost the geologic experience for about 65 million years. This figure shows the impact over the last 2 centuries of the different greenhouse gases. It takes into account their heat trapping effectiveness as individual molecules, but also takes into account how long they last in the atmosphere, which affects, of course, the cumulative amount of heat that any given molecule will interact with. CO2 is the largest source of heat trapping in the atmosphere. Methane, which you can see up there, although perhaps just barely, is the second largest. On a molecule-for-molecule basis, methane is far more effective than carbon dioxide, but it has a much shorter presence in the atmosphere. So if you reduce CO2 emissions, you don't actually see an impact for many, many years, whereas methane, with its 10-year lifetime, responds very quickly. It's a good gas to act on quickly because you see an immediate climate response to it. It's a very potent greenhouse gas in the short term, and also, of course, involved in the ozone cycle, which in fact amplifies its greenhouse effect. Now, there's a huge amount of debate over the relative degree of knowledge of climate change, and this figure shows projected increases in temperature. You can see that the future holds changes that are potentially much more dramatic than the significant ones we've already seen. But the point that I want to make here is if you look at the colors, they show the range of physical uncertainty about how much it might warm for any given rate of greenhouse gas increase in the atmosphere. And the main point that I want to make here relative to the action that's being proposed is that the uncertainty associated with human decision-making, with which one of those trajectories we choose, is far larger than the scientific uncertainty about the consequences of that trajectory. In other words, we are in control of this destiny, even given a very high degree of scientific uncertainty about the precise degree of warming that might occur. We've probably all seen this plot showing the parallel increase in global mean temperature and carbon dioxide. I won't dwell on it. But this is the temperature history for the state of Colorado over the past century. We've warmed by about 2 degrees, despite very high variability. You can see that it's still not on the average as warm as it was during the droughts of the 1930s. So we have not left the range of natural variability, but we have seen a sustained upward trend with, in particular, dramatically higher winter temperatures with consequences that most of us are aware of. Just to pause and think about where we are now, this is what the U.S. Drought Monitor shows for the state as of right now, with most of the state being in an unusually dry situation. The southeastern plains are extremely high hit. They're in either extreme or really exceptional drought conditions, and this is likely to continue through the winter. This is the fire risk map from last year. It reflects the climate conditions going into June. We all know what happened after that. Zooming in on the state, you can see that this predicted very accurately where there were going to be large and dangerous wildfires. Again, this is the climate that we're in. It already poses significant risks to us, and a climate that would become even warmer and potentially drier as a result of that will accentuate and enhance our vulnerability. Mountain pine beetles, the warming conditions really stack the deck for these dangerous creatures. You can see the rapid increase with the warm years of the past decade or so. The area affected is decreasing, but it's decreasing largely because the host plant, lodgepole pine, has been decimated to the point where it no longer supports large populations of mountain pine beetles. So climate change puts Colorado at risk. I've talked about a few of these risks. The threat to agriculture, to wildlife, to tourism are all very significant. These are just some images from last year, really spanning the range from flood to fire to mountain pine beetle devastation. I want to make one point. Climate change is a global problem, but it is not solved globally. Each well, each transmission line, each combustion source has to be addressed by engineers one at a time. And that's the only way to create a global solution. I think Colorado has been a leader in this regard and hopefully will continue to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Dr. Schimmel. Our next witness is Dr. Tammy Thompson, who will speak about regional air quality issues. She'll cover some of the things that Mr. Kaufman covered, but hopefully we'll minimize the duplication as much as possible.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tammy Thompson, and I'm a research scientist at Colorado State University in the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere. I have been researching the chemical and physical processes that influence air pollution for 11 years, and throughout that time, I have been utilizing air quality modeling tools to evaluate model performance and air quality policy from a regulatory standpoint and from a human health perspective. I've authored 9 papers on topics related to air quality and air quality policy. And today, I'm going to start with 3 things that we know about ozone. First, we know that ozone is formed in the atmosphere between reactions between NOx, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds in the presence of sunlight. We know that these 2 precursors can react locally where they're emitted, or they can travel long distances and react far from where they're emitted. And that means that we need to be addressing ozone on a local scale, a regional scale, and increasingly on a global scale. We also know that VOCs emitted from oil and gas operations can lead to the formation of ozone. So let's look at what we can do statewide. This next slide shows a result of a simulation using NOAA's high split model that shows the path a parcel of air has traveled in 5 days leading up to when it arrives in Denver on a single day. And so this shows how much the air in our state interacts. But this is only one example. So let's look at a whole year's worth of data, just like this, except from every hour of 2009. And the endpoint here is Rocky Mountain National Park. And what this shows, an increasing likelihood with increasing in the rainbow, the dark red is a higher likelihood that a parcel of air has passed through that point in the map before it ends up in Rocky Mountain National Park. And what this means is that anything emitted in the western part of the state is likely to end up in Rocky. And this is important because the monitor in Rocky Mountain National Park is currently in non-attainment of the 8-hour standard of ozone. This is also important because we know that ozone damages plants. And people come from all over Colorado and all over the world to enjoy Rocky Mountain and hike outside. And so we need to protect this resource because it's important to the state of Colorado. So this is 1 year, but let's look at an additional year. And we're going to focus on spring and summer when we know historically ozone is more likely to form. This is spring 2006. And again, this is a slightly different color scheme. So the darker blue indicates a higher likelihood that a parcel of air passed through that point before it lands in Rocky. And again, we're seeing a large influence from the western part of Colorado. This is summer, same pattern, summer 2006. Now let's look at, this is a map of the state with the current locations of active well sites. And let's look at that next to this back trajectory residence time map. And we can see that those western slope oil and gas producing wells, emissions from those wells are likely to end up in Rocky Mountain National Park. And so this is something that we need to address. So this is, again, the same map of Colorado with active oil and gas well sites. And what I've added to this map are the locations of the current active ozone monitors in the state. And what this map shows us is that there are areas of the state near oil and gas activities where we don't know how those activities are impacting air quality. And therefore, it's possible that we have an ozone problem that we're not aware of. So moving on, I want to go through 2 examples of wintertime ozone that are occurring in rural areas as a direct result of oil and gas activities. And we should all be fairly familiar with the Uinta Basin and Upper Green River Basin, Wyoming. This wintertime ozone phenomenon is relatively new, but what scientists know about it is that it requires snow cover. It involves stagnant air and shallow boundary layer. And in these 2 cases, it involves emissions of oil and gas precursors from oil and gas activities. Ozone precursors. And of those 3 things, there's one of them that we can control. And I believe that this ruling would help us do that. And scientists, I also argue that these are not unique characteristics. Scientists actually suggest that wintertime ozone could be occurring in other non-monitored regions of the US as a result of oil and gas activities. So we were focusing on the western slope, but now let's move to the Front Range and look at two modeling studies that were submitted by the DGS on behalf of this hearing. The first one was done for the division, and what it used a source apportionment modeling tool within these regional air quality models. And what that does is it traces emissions from different sources and locations to determine how those emissions will impact ozone at a specific point. And in this case, that point is the Greeley monitor. And this episode, using 2006 Met conditions, was 61 days long, 2 months. And of those 61 days, 13 of them had modeled ozone greater than 70 parts per billion. And of those 13 days, 4 of them, the contribution of VOC emissions from oil and gas was greater than 2 parts per billion at the Greeley monitor. And so this modeling episode suggests that reductions of VOCs from oil and gas can be part of an attainment demonstration. So that was source apportionment, a tool used to determine contributions from different sources. This is a sensitivity analysis, a different way of looking at contributions from different sources. And this was a study that was done for this hearing by Environ for DGS. And what they did, they used a different modeling episode, 2008, and they reduced VOC emissions from oil and gas by 20%. And so they compared that modeling episode with a 20% reduction in oil and gas VOC emissions to a modeling episode where they made no changes. And they looked at ozone estimated for those 2 monitoring periods and looked at the difference. And the maps to the right show the difference between those 2 modeling episodes. And on the last slide, we were really focused on impacts at the monitor, and that's important because that's how attainment is determined. But monitors are ultimately there to protect human health. And so these maps speak to human health in that they show widespread decreases in ozone as a result of this 20% reduction in oil and gas VOCs over highly populated areas. The top map shows a widespread reduction over the Denver metropolitan area as a result, again, of 20% reduction of oil and gas VOCs. The bottom shows a widespread reduction in ozone over the Front Range, including Fort Collins, where I live. And so I think this is important in that it speaks to the potential human health benefits of a reduction in oil and gas VOCs. And finally, I would like to speak to the issue of emissions estimations. So there are 2 ways to develop emissions estimates. The first is called bottom-up, and it's the way that is used to determine emissions inventories for modeling, like the modeling studies that I showed, and it involves an estimated emissions count, some production data, and an emissions factor that represents an average emissions rate for equipment that is working properly. And they multiply this together, add it up, and they've got an emissions estimate bottom up. Top down, scientists go out into the field and take actual measurements that represent a snapshot of that time and place. And they use inverse modeling and specific unique tracers or ratios to determine individual contributions from different sources. And from that, they're able to estimate an emissions inventory using, again, these concentrations in the locations that they're interested in. And in Colorado, and actually throughout the US, these 2 sources of emissions estimates do not match. And there's a lot of really smart people trying to figure out why, but top-down estimates suggest that these bottom-up inventories underestimate light alkane VOC emissions from oil and gas by 25 to 50%. And to put the issue of emissions inventories aside, these measurement studies are also comparing the huge concentrations of propane, for example, in the Front Range to cities like Houston. And to me, that indicates a problem that needs to be addressed. And that is my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. And our last witness is Ms. Mary Jane Wilson. She's president of WZI Inc., international energy and environmental consulting firm. And she's here to talk about some of the air pollution controls and cost issues from the division's rule.
Yes. You turned it on. There's a reason why I don't operate electronic devices all the time. As Tom said, my name is Mary Jane Wilson, and I'm president of WZI. I was the first woman to ever graduate in petroleum engineering from Stanford University. I run my own company, which is an energy and environmental consulting firm, and I have been a distinguished lecturer for SPE on the topic of how petroleum engineers can become environmental leaders. I have testified extensively for oil and gas companies in regulatory proceedings, as well as working with API in regulatory proceedings and in other legal issues with them. And I'm editor of the environmental monograph on, for the Society of Petroleum Engineers on exploration and production activities. I've also been appointed to many different things by the Secretary of Energy and the Congress to help them with things, and I'm a standing member of the National Petroleum Council. In our experience, LDAR is a proven and effective tool in order to reduce emissions. Historically, it's been in the regulatory control arena for many years, since 1980, in many various forms. It is a very effective program, especially considering proactive maintenance. What I mean by that is it helps the operator run their facility better by helping them identify failing components earlier than they might have otherwise, and then they can fix them, because nobody wants to run a poor facility. In our opinion, LDAR contributes to the overall well-being and well-running of an oil and gas production facility. This particular rule that you're looking at today is a very tailored rule. It allows the smallest facilities with the least emissions to do the least, and the larger facilities with the most emissions to do the most. They have tailored the reporting and paperwork in this particular set of rules to be much more minimal. And the reason I'm stressing that, many people have said, oh, it's a lot of record keeping. Actually, it's less record keeping and more industry responsibility than other LDAR programs with which I am familiar. This particular program balances the diminishing returns on emission reductions with the industry costs. Next. We reviewed many of the statements that were put in comments to the rule, and particularly we spend a lot of time on the Lewis Berger Group studies. Their economic analysis is flawed. I'm going to give you some examples of the inflated costs on LDAR, the STEM program, and the flares, but more importantly, they use an incorrect methodology for cost effectiveness determination. Now, these are some examples of how the costs were inflated by the Berger Group. Every year, the equipment maintenance and training for the inspection devices was estimated to be 10 weeks a year. 10 weeks every year you had to learn how to operate the equipment and you had to maintain it. I think that's pretty excessive. The component repair times were significantly above their cited references. For instance, they said online repairs took 1 hour. In the report that they cite, it says 0.17 hours, 5 to 10 times more. And their reinspection time in the January 30th report on, say, a facility that was over 50 tons per year on a tank facility was over twice the time of inspecting the facility 12 times a year. So they could have inspected the whole facility 36 times a year. In their February 14th report, they did correct some of that, and now it's down to their reinspection cost is 3 times a year, and so they would be inspecting each facility totally on a 50-ton per year, 15 times instead of 12. These findings are contrary to the economies of scale. In other words, in a large facility, you should be able to go into a facility because you have more people there and be much more efficient on your repairs and your re-inspections. You want to make sure that your equipment is running properly. And they also do not take into account the design of the program, and hence they do double counting. They have travel time in their economic analysis for going to each well facility, and then travel time to doing a STEM. Now, this is an important slide because it shows that the cost effectiveness, which is shown in blue by the Berger Group, you have the division in red, and Anadarko in kind of greenish, and no, Anadarko in purple and Noble in greenish. And the importance of this slide is that the division did not know what Anadarko's and Noble's actual costs were at the time they did their estimates. And you can see that the division's costs are well in line with the actual experience of Anadarko and Noble, and that the Berger costs, because of the reasons I was talking about, are just too inflated. Next. They also inflated the costs for the stem and flares. They put, with the buffer bottle capital costs and the flare capital costs and maintenance, they overstated the maintenance so that you could repair, that instead of doing maintenance, or the amount of maintenance dollars, I'm trying to say this in a way that people understand, the amount of maintenance dollars that they put in their costs on an annual basis were enough that you could replace the equipment within 3 to 5 years. I can tell you, these are not flares and buffer bottles are pieces of equipment that have really long lives. And some of them well over 20 years at various production facilities. And to say that you have to maintain them with enough that you would replace them in 3 to 5 years is out of what we consider reasonable in the industry. When you put too much capital, and I should say that they also overestimated the capital from what we looked at. We looked at EIA and other areas where they collect data on production equipment actual installed costs. And the buffer bottle capital cost that was utilized by the Berger Group was as much as you would have for a primary separator. I believe you would know what that was. It has a lot of bells and whistles on it because it has to do a lot of work. And the flare cost was within reason, but on the high end. So when you do that and you shorten the life as they did, then your levelized cost is unreasonably high. The most important thing, as I mentioned before, is they applied the incorrect methodology for cost effectiveness. The Berger Group developed a sliding emission scale. In other words, they looked only at the incremental emission reductions year to year. EPA and all other jurisdictions with which I am familiar in the United States use a baseline of the pre-rule emissions inventory minus the post-rule emissions inventory. not what happens next year. Because if you didn't have the rule, it'd still be emitting. The incremental reductions, as they're made year to year, just help you monitor your trajectory to that final program control effectiveness. The Berger Group, in my conclusion for the Berger Group, it has inflated costs, double counting of travel times, incorrect baselines, incorrect use of cited references, and apparent lack of the CDPHE proposal, which created some double counting on their part. I believe it's unrealistically high and should not be relied upon by the Commission. Now I'm changing subjects to something that is a lot more fun for me. It's best management practices for well maintenance. Well maintenance is something, and liquid unloading and swabbing is something that goes on in the industry every day. And I want you to know that every well is different. And so having the division say, well, we want you to use best management practices is a really good thing because it recognizes that item, that each well is different. So there are many different ways that you can control emissions when you're unloading liquids on a well. Many are related to safety on a site where you would want to use a lubricator or something like that when you're swabbing, and a temporary flare to take care of the gas so you don't create a hazardous condition. And I believe because API has many recommended practices that speak to these issues, that the rule is going to end up developing further best management practices to control emissions from these. Thank you. Oh, forgot my conclusion. But we believe the CDPHE proposal, in our opinion, is practical and well thought and carefully tailored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're running a little long on our time, so I won't have any concluding remarks, but just want to say thank you very much for paying attention. EDF has put a lot of effort into studying this rule, working with the division, with other stakeholders, and we strongly support it and encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Tour, Commissioner Coons.
Thank you. I do have one question about the analysis on the levels of methane emission reduction, and both the estimated tonnage is somewhat higher than the division's estimated tonnage, which I believe was 66,000 tons, and the EDF estimate is 110,000 tons. Wondered if you could speak to the methodology on that, and to the conclusion that this would be about a 1/3 reduction in methane emissions from the oil and gas sector.
Right. I'll speak briefly to that and then let Mary Jane Wilson speak to it. In part, the division didn't include a number for the well maintenance liquids unloading, and that's about 20,000 tons. So if you take the division number of 63 and add the liquids unloading and well maintenance for methane, that brings the numbers a lot closer together, 83 versus 110,000. But I think it also has to do with the method that was used, where WCI estimated the emissions using the EPA TSD values. It's a ratio of methane to ethane based on the stream, whereas the division used a slightly different method. But I don't know if Mary Jane wants to speak more to that.
I think Tom explained it correctly. I don't believe that when we cross-checked our number with the division numbers that they were that far apart. We were careful to make sure that the ratios of methane, when we stated methane, did not include ethane and did not include the CO2 that naturally occurs with natural gas and things of that nature. And our estimate just came out slightly higher. I think it's within reasonable accuracy.
I actually have two questions, one of which maybe you can answer, maybe you can't. The first question is, has to do with the LDAR and some of the alternative proposals that argue for decreased monitoring over time as well sites come into compliance or there's no leak detected. Could you kind of run through the argument again, why that's not a good idea?
Sure.
Or why you believe it's not a good idea, I should say.
If this microphone, there we go. So I'll give my initial thoughts, and then I think Mary Jane Wilson would also be a great person to speak to this. So the first, when you look at the data, or the evidence in the record, there's actually nothing that demonstrates that reducing the inspection frequency results in a more cost-effective program. So the data that was submitted by Tri-Hydro in particular actually demonstrates that over time, as you continue to do inspections, the leaks, you continue to find leaks. And then the corollary, or the converse, is also true. There's also data in the record that Earth Justice and their clients submitted that shows in the carbon limit study that was done in a number of facilities in Canada and in the United States, again, over time, with inspection frequency, they continue to find additional leaks. And this is because there are certain types of components that will continue to leak continuously over time and that do have high emission rates. So specifically, compressor seals is one example, pump seals is another, pressure relief valves. These types of equipment, even though you might go out and tighten it and reduce the leakage, they will continue to leak because they're constantly moving. And so there are some instances in certain federal rules and some state rules where there are very narrowly tailored step-down provisions that only apply to certain components, not to the facility as a whole. And those components are those that aren't subject to leak as frequently, and the ones that do leak often are not at all subject to the step-down provisions. But I'll let Mary Jane elaborate.
The other issue that we have found in is that it? The other issue that we have found in skip monitoring, although it is allowed in many of the places where I'm familiar with LDAR, is that in order to do a proper rule that incorporates skip monitoring, you have to have a lot more record keeping by the industry. You have to have more frequent inspections. It's more difficult for the, and I mean inspections by the division or whoever is the regulatory agency. And you have to do risk assessments that tell you what your risk of failure of that particular component is that you wish to do the skip monitoring in. And most people don't employ that. Some refineries do, but a refinery is very different than an oil and gas production operation. And it is confusing for the people who are responsible to go out and do the LDAR as to whether they're supposed to do this particular component or that particular component. So it really is more cost effective for most operators to just do their monitoring on their regular schedule, make sure that they tighten up what they need to tighten up, and move on. And that's been our experience.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with methane reductions as proposed in the division's proposal or the proposed Reg 7 rulemaking, and how that relates, if it does, to the EPA's tailoring rule and CO2 reductions. And I guess what I'm questioning is, are there methane reductions that come into effect there? And that may be a question that's better addressed by the division, but it popped into my head in your presentations.
I mean, I think it is probably, I'll let Will speak to that, but really the point we were trying to make is that the commission clearly has explicit authority in your statute to regulate hydrocarbons. And in fact, you already are regulating greenhouse gas emissions from this industry pursuant to implementing EPA's tailoring rule, which applies to, for the most part, different facilities, if not entirely different. But I'll definitely let Will take that part.
Yeah, I would just add, I think they're complementary strategies. There's a suite of strategies that we can utilize to reduce. It's on to reduce GHG emissions, not just from this sector, but from numerous different sectors. But it's different in kind, frankly. I mean, this is a much different rule than the tailoring rule. It's industry specific. It's designed to achieve a host of reductions across the spectrum under the umbrella of hydrocarbons. So I'd call it a complementary but different strategy.
So just to clarify, what you're saying, Will, is that you don't see these as distinctly overlapping, but rather as complementary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And that's why, you know, the tailoring rule is something that we dealt with through adoption of federal regulations and implementing our own things that mirror that. This, conversely, is a state-only program that we're proposing of our own initiative to allow us to be proactive and forward-thinking and provide flexibility for our operators in the absence of federal mandates like the tailoring rule.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Are you referring to the social cost of carbon benefits, Jana? So unfortunately, Dr. Schimmel didn't prepare those. There was an inside expert at Environmental Defense Fund who's not here. I don't feel really comfortable explaining his methodology, but he did base it on the standard ways that the social cost of carbon is estimated using the EPA-approved methodology. I'm not sure what else Tom might have more to say on that.
Yeah, that estimate was prepared by Dr. Wagner, who's an economist, and his CV and expert written testimony was submitted. But to summarize, the social cost of carbon is something that's been developed by a coalition of federal agencies through a very extensive public process. And so there's a social cost of carbon dollar value for emitting carbon. What Dr. Wagner did was use the current IPCC ratio that Dr. Schimmel testified to regarding methane, that a molecule of methane over the short term is much more potent than carbon, and over the longer term is also more potent, but not as extremely so. And so he prepared both a 20-year number and a 100-year number based on the social cost of carbon. So it's a relatively simple calculation with a lot of things underneath it, but it's essentially you take the tons of methane and multiply it by the conversion factor based on the tons. I don't know, if, Dr. Schimmel, if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, that's right. And it takes into account a wide variety of consequences of greenhouse gases for different areas of economic activity, human health, and so on.
David, please go ahead.
Oops, sorry, good job. Glad you're helping me out. I have a question about the Berger report. There was I read your rebuttal statement, so I wanted to ask you about it, though, 'cause it wasn't mentioned. There's a section of the report that says indirect cost of regulations of small operators and marginally producing wells. We had a little bit of a conversation this morning about the impact of this rule on lower producing wells, smaller companies. Did you look at that analysis and give it any kind of review? Because I must have missed it, or was it in your rebuttal? I can't remember.
Mary Jane, can I just speak for a second on that, and I'll let you speak to that. The reason it wasn't in the rebuttal is I think that part of their estimate was not in their initial papers.
Mm-hmm.
And so the shut-in values were something that, that wasn't part of our rebuttal because we hadn't seen it yet. But
okay.
But I did look at it, yes.
Yeah, pardon me?
Yes, I did look at it.
So do you want to tell me what you thought of that?
I'm sorry, I've kind of forgotten what the question was about. Did I look at the shutdown of small producing wells?
Right, they have some cost that they have, developed on what that would mean to taxes, royalties, to the state coffers. Did you look at, I'm just wondering if you were pretty critical of their other part of the report. I'm just curious about this one, how you feel about it.
I believe that it is an inadequate analysis of oil and gas producing wells, yes.
Okay. I have a question about LDAR. How many other states are requiring well site LDAR right now? And if they are, how's that working, and what are some of the costs involved with that where it's been done so far?
I don't know exactly how many states are employing LDAR. I was extensively employed in California, and it's been quite effective and cost-effective for individual operators.
Okay.
So just to add to what Mary Jane said, Wyoming did recently implement quarterly LDAR for oil and gas production sources in the Upper Green River Basin non-attainment area. And they had been issuing permits for facilities in that area to do that required quarterly LDAR monitoring prior to that. In addition, Pennsylvania requires quarterly monitoring at gas processing and compressor stations. That's a recent permit provision that's in their General Permit 5. And similarly, Pennsylvania just recently enacted sort of an add-on requirement, so to speak, that requires annual LDAR for facilities that would like to qualify for an exemption to oil and gas permits. So that's in addition to the California requirements, and there are 4 air districts in California that all have a quarterly monitoring LDAR program in place as well.
So is there some cost data that would compare to what was on one of your graphs that has the divisions, yours, everybody else's? Is that information from where those, with the states where it's being done, is that available? Has anybody done that kind of analysis like we did for this?
I have not seen the same type of in-depth cost analysis for those other requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple, Commissioner Brown, a couple of just quick follow-ups on that. One, I think part of the reason there might not be that data is oftentimes these programs are implemented on top of an existing regulatory system, and so there's not the exact step that's being taken here in Colorado. Because we did look for that information through this process. Secondly, in response to your earlier question to Ms. Wilson, that is something that she has looked at, and partly it wasn't explained super well in the report, so we were in part going to wait and hear a little more detail about that study, the shut-in information, but she could actually provide some information now if you'd like to hear that.
When I looked at the analysis they did, the first thing that struck me, because our firm does oil and gas evaluations all the time in the Dwight Ryder style, was that they did not include any income for the gas. And as you know, Colorado is what I would consider a gas and oil producing state.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of associated gas with their light crude oil, and it should be included in the economics anytime you do an economic evaluation for shut-in. When I did that, and I plugged in their 2 barrel a day and their decline rate, it pushed the economics to when the 0.43, well, it pushed the economics of the well using their cost and their royalty amounts and all of that out over 100 years. And so the first impact for the rules, if you took their costs, would be, I think it was in year 73 for the the lowest tier. This is for the highest tier because I was looking at different tiers. And so there was a graduated as it got more expensive on the higher. I was just saying, okay, if you're once in the higher, you stay in the higher, and therefore you never move down. That's not true either. But so I was doing worst case analysis, and I did some present worth calculations on that in a normal manner, saying, well, if it goes to, if we just take their numbers and what they did, and it's not economic in year 60, and now it's pushed to year 100, I've forgotten exactly the year it was, but it was over 100 years. What is the present worth of that lost production? It was considerably lower. Then I looked at where they said, well, there's going to be $11.6 billion, worth of lost gross revenue. That's without gas. And I tried to figure out how they got their $1.9 billion worth of present worth losses if that is lost somewhere out in the out years. And I think in that case, the worst case was 35 years or something like that, that you would start experiencing your first lost production. I finally resolved the issue in that they even flowed the $11.6 billion, they levelized it over the 60 years and took the present worth of the levelized value to get the $1.9 billion. In all my years of doing economics for oil and gas wells, I've never seen anybody levelize the gross income and then take the present worth to give an evaluation to anyone. And so that was a surprise to me, but I pegged their number exactly. And so in their present worth of lost tax revenue and things like that, I just can't agree with that kind of an analysis, as I understand it. The reason we were going to wait until later was to listen to how they explain it and see if perhaps their written report did not accurately reflect. But the major flaw in that whole analysis, no gas revenue.
So let me ask you that question. Do you think that there are marginal gas wells, even though there isn't that term that I've ever heard before, but do you believe that there's some gas wells in the state that could be marginal right now based on prices, the price of the gas right now that's being at the well that it's being sold? And if that's the case, would it make the number higher if some of those wells were in that same risk category?
I think these rules are based on liquids. And yes, there are always marginally economic wells in any producing area. I believe that. And as the price of oil and gas change, then that changes also, because it is economically driven. And although natural gas is a continental issue for pricing, the oil is an international issue for pricing. And so, I'm not going to try and project how many marginal gas wells there are or how many marginal oil and gas wells there are, except that I think that they're like any other producing organization. I've been on the Marginal Well Committee for IOGCC and the NPC and worked extensively on those and trying to figure out how we can help those operators.
Right. So if a gas well doesn't have any hydrocarbon liquid associated with it in terms of sales, those could be a little bit more risk, right?
Those would be at potentially at more risk, but I know a lot of people talk about the economy of scale of a program such as this, and for the marginal operator, their economy of scale comes not in them trying to do everything that, say, a Noble or an Anadarko does, but in the growth of the service companies where they provide the service in the economy of scale because they service more than one marginal operator. And so I believe that what we've seen in other areas when stricter regulatory controls come into being, that the economies of scale are, for the smaller operators, are held by the service companies, and the economy of scale of the bigger operators who can afford to do it themselves, of course, is held by themselves. So I think it's pretty much one-to-one. But also, as mentioned, the smaller operators, really, the rules require them to do what I think most of them do: go out and look at your facilities. And I know that most of the operators, of which I am familiar, go and visit their assets and make sure they're running properly.
Okay. Can I review this? I wrote a bunch of notes in just for a second. I'll try and be quick. I'll stand down. For now.
Commissioners have questions of these witnesses? Okay, if not, do any parties, please raise your hand if you do intend to wish to cross-examine the EDF witnesses? I don't see any. Going once, going twice. If that's the case, we will take a 40-minute break for lunch, and we'll see you back here then.
Is that enough time for them to get lunch in the neighborhood?
Before we go back, whoops. Before we go back into session, Mr. Silverstein has a couple announcements.
Yes, we've had some comment about the sound system. So just a couple tips when you're up at the podium or at the tables. If you're sitting at the tables with the three chairs at each, leave the microphones on. Don't turn them off because that causes a number of problems, including with our webcast. So please leave those mics on. But as you speak, either at the podium or at the table, please speak with a clear, slow, loud voice. Don't go too close to the mic because it causes a lot of feedback, but don't be too far away either. Try to find that kind of 4-inch, I think, good zone or so, 4 to 8 inches away from the mic. That way we can hear you and everyone in the audience can hear as well as the webcast. So I think that covers the microphone issue. And again, leave those mics on at the table and the podium. Mm-hmm. But just approach the mic within a reasonable distance. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'd like to ask our court reporter, are we ready to? Okay, so we're back on the record. Yes, sir.
I'm with the law firm of Polson, Odell, and Peterson, and I'm here today representing Chevron USA, Inc. and its affiliates And I wanted to quickly lodge an objection for the record, and for purposes of that objection, I am authorized to represent that the energy-producing attainment counties join in that objection. Prior to the lunch recess, Commissioner Milford asked a question about the social benefits of carbon regulation, premised on Dr. Wagner's written rebuttal testimony filed in the record by EDF. And that report is specifically styled, characterizing the economic benefits of anticipated methane reduction for the proposed amendment of Colorado's proposed oil and gas regulations with respect to climate change. And unfortunately, you weren't able to get answers to your questions because that particular witness is not here. I wanted to note for the record that the Commission's procedural rules specifically state at Roman numeral 5F7, where any witness whose oral and/or written testimony a party wishes to have as part of the record shall be available for cross-examination at the rulemaking hearing. And obviously that witness is unavailable. We believe we're prejudiced by the fact that they're not here, and we would respectfully request that for purposes of your deliberations on these rules, you ignore that report and any conclusions that can be drawn from that report. So that's my objection, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the counsel for EDF would like to approach as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Tom Bloomfield for EDF. Yeah, Dr. Wagner is available for cross-examination by telephone if anyone wants to spend their time to do so. I'm not sure he's available right at this moment, but we can certainly make arrangements for that, and we're very happy to have that information available and explored more for any party who wants to do so.
Briefly, Mr. Chair, I guess we would object to him being made available by telephone. Part of the reason here is I think we already have some precedent about whether or not people can participate by telephone. La Plata Energy Council and Dolores County wanted to attend the pre-hearing conference by telephone, and they were denied that opportunity. And if there's any place anybody should be, it's here today if they want to put their written testimony into the record. So we think it would be unfair, given the Commission's precedent set in this particular matter, to permit that particular witness to participate by telephone. And in fact, there's no better way to cross-examine somebody than to look them in the eyes and see how they respond to those questions. How they answer is much more than the words they articulate. It's all about physical perceptions as well. So we would object to that option. We think that either he's here or the testimony should be stricken from the record.
For clarification, just to make sure I understand, the Commission understands, are you saying that the rebuttal statement which was filed should be, I guess it's an addendum or exhibit, exhibit should be stricken from the record? Or are you saying that the answers given regarding that exhibit during the EDF testimony should be stricken from the record?
Really both, right, Mr. Chair? I mean, you're not limited to relying on what people orally testify to here today. We've all, in fact, you've made that point in one of your orders issued in this matter, that this is also all about what people have submitted into the record in terms of their written submissions. So it is our view that that information, whether it was testified to here today, hearsay really, or whether or not it's in writing in that written rebuttal report, written testimony, that's what it's been styled as. That is information that the commissioners should, for purposes of their deliberations, essentially ignore. Now, whether or not it really gets stricken from the record, that's a regulatory nuance, right? I mean, it never really goes away. But from a legal perspective, it's something that we don't think that you should be looking at for purposes of those particular issues and drawing any conclusions about what the social costs of carbon are or are not.
Are there other parties who would like to comment on this objection? Please.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, as counsel correctly points out, the procedural rules do provide that those that provide written or oral testimony are to be available for cross. It does not, the rules do not specifically provide that the testimony would be stricken if they are not. So that what is being asked for is not specifically provided for in the rules. So I want to be clear on that. But as far as if this document is in the record or not, beyond what EDF and their witnesses have submitted, we submitted the same report as part of the DORA analysis that we were asked to do. So the cost-benefit analysis that we did also cites to that report. So that document is also in the record that way. So that adds another wrinkle that the commission should be aware of. So I think as far as if the document is in the record or not, it's actually in multiple ways. So I would submit that it actually is in the record that way as well, just as other parties have submitted numerous other reports that they've attached as exhibits, et cetera. So it's in the record that way as well. So just asking, just because the witness wasn't here and then saying, well, then we should throw it out, well, I think we would take an objection to that.
Mr. Chair, we would respectfully submit that the Colorado Administrative Procedure Act gives you that very authority. And what's the purpose of this rule otherwise? I mean, what are the consequences of somebody submitting written testimony and then not making themselves available for cross-examination pursuant to the rule? So I do think you have that authority. And to the extent that the report has otherwise been relied upon or cited in support of your regulatory impact analysis, that's the regulatory impact analysis. I mean, I'm not sure that's really relevant to whether or not these rules should or shouldn't be promulgated. It's being used for a different purpose and under a different standard of review. And I think that what you need to be focusing on is what is the impact of that report and the testimony you heard here today in the context of these proceedings, not whether or not that's adequate to satisfy the relatively low burden that you're subject to for preparing and backing up a regulatory impact analysis.
Yeah. You wouldn't rule at all? Okay. We'll take your objection under advisement. And, excuse me, you still? I haven't finished my sentence yet, so you can continue.
Oh, I thought you were finished your sentence. Yes, and I do want to reemphasize again that this witness is available and can be cross-examined. We do think that a phone cross-examination is adequate. It could also be done if the visual looking at the witness you think is so important here. It certainly, I'm sure, could be accommodated to do a Skype or some other kind of interview that would accommodate actually seeing them physically. But we do submit that this is an agency hearing. It's a valid information that's been submitted. In fact, it was also submitted, with under oath. I think strengthens the value of that report. But that this commission has authority to consider hearsay and other things. This is not a strict legal proceeding in that sense. And so we strongly urge you to consider that important information in your deliberations. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
As I was about to say, we'll take the objection under advisement and we'll make a ruling on it either later today or tomorrow. Good. The party?
It's Environmental Defense Fund for, oh no, they finished up. It's in Canada.
Okay. The next party to testify is Encana. Mr. Martin, do you have any objections?
I do have no objections. I have no motions. I have no objections. I will say it's a pleasure to be here, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I want to thank you for your service and for the time you're putting into this. I know we're going to enjoy the next 4 days and then be pleased that this is over at the end of those 4 days. I have a very brief statement. In Encana's view, the division's proposal incorporates the product of a collaborative effort. It was a collaborative effort among a number of stakeholders, it incorporated the input of a number of stakeholders, as well as the ideas and suggestions of many of the parties in this room. This proposal is no doubt stronger for that broad base of input, and it's likely going to be strengthened by the hearing that we're all participating in today, and by the give and take, the to and fro among the different witnesses and between the commission and witnesses as well. At the end of the day, Encana believes that this sort of collaborative effort is and should be a model for how complex and difficult issues can be addressed before this commission and elsewhere. We commend both you and the division for their tenacity and their patience and their good humor as well. In its pre-hearing statement and in its rebuttal statement, Encana stated its support for the proposal and encouraged its adoption with only technical changes. Encana views this proposal as a balanced, common sense, and technologically feasible set of measures that can be implemented at a manageable cost. We stand behind those written statements, and with that, we intend to call no witness for our case in chief and reserve our time for rebuttal and cross-examination, and unless you have any questions, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners have any questions? Do any parties wish to cross-examine Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Noble and
Noble Energy and Anadarko.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lowy, Commissioners, and parties. I'm Denise Kennedy with Holland and Hart, representing Noble Energy and Anadarko Petroleum in this rulemaking. Noble and Anadarko strongly support the proposed rules. Together, they worked with other stakeholders and parties to find common ground and to develop science-based, common-sense solutions that will enhance environmental and public health protections while minimizing the economic impact to the oil and natural gas industry. The division's proposed rules reflect these efforts. These two companies' combined operations represent 80% of operations in the Denver-Julesburg Basin, and they, along with other supporters of the proposed rules, represent a significant majority of Colorado's oil and natural gas operations. They're strongly committed to their operations in Colorado and believe these proposed rules are an important part of that future here in Colorado. Along with their party filings, Noble and Anadarko submitted 2 legal briefs to narrow the scope of issues the Commission needs to consider from factual testimony. Those briefs make the case that, number 1, the regulation of hazardous air pollutants is outside the scope of the rulemaking, and number 2, that ozone modeling and the associated ozone plan and control requirements are also outside the scope of this rulemaking. This is not an ozone SIP proceeding. As will be emphasized in their testimony, Noble and Anadarko believe the rules represent a balance of requirements that weighs the cost, the burden of implementation, the technical feasibility, and the air quality benefits. The rules are tough and will require significant effort on the part of the operators to implement, but they're achievable and fair. They impose fewer requirements on smaller operations and more requirements on larger operations, thus balancing the costs with the benefits and not imposing an unfair burden on smaller operations. While any given aspect of the rule could be made either more or less stringent, anything other than minor technical clarifications to the proposed rules could adversely impact the careful balance built into the proposed rules. Noble and Anadarko's testimony today will present information on the costs of implementing the rules that supports the division's cost-effectiveness conclusions. These costs are based on the company's actual experience with implementing the requirements in the rules and knowledge of their own company costs. They will also provide testimony demonstrating that the rules as currently proposed are technically feasible, implementable in practice, and result in VOC emission reductions. As the rules evidence, and as Noble's and Anadarko's testimony will demonstrate, there is not a one-size-fits-all approach to implementing the rules. These rules allow companies to implement the requirements in a manner that best fits their operations. Brian Lockhart of Noble Energy will first present testimony in support of the proposed rules. Chad Schlichtemeyer of Anadarko Petroleum will follow Mr. Lockhart with testimony also supporting the proposed rules. Thank you.
Some help on a...
Yeah, where's the
forest trees? Yep, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, appreciate your time. My name is Brian Lockhart. I'm Noble Energy's Director of Environmental Health, Safety, and Regulatory for our U.S. onshore operations. Today, I will be providing testimony on Noble Energy's behalf in support of these regulations. My 24 years of Clean Air Act experience, my background in oil and gas, and my current role uniquely qualifies me to provide this testimony for Noble Energy. So we are here, we're in support of this rule. Noble is committed to protecting the public health and the environment. We know these rules are tough, they're aggressive, and they're going to cost additional resources, but they're the right things to do. They're the right things to do for the state of Colorado and their citizens, the right things to do for Noble and our 1,000 employees and families who live here. It's right for the environment, it's right for our business. We do believe they provide an enhanced air quality benefit at a manageable cost, and we do request that you adopt these rules. Specifically, I'm going to be speaking in support of the LDAR and STEM requirements for well production facilities. I think it's important that you first understand Noble's background and experience in this area. Maybe not. That was great.
They're just trying to get it on our screen.
So we've been managing, installing emission control combustion devices on our storage tanks since 2003, 2004 up in the basin. Fast forward to 2008, we introduced and embedded our first IR camera into our maintenance operations. 2008, 2009, we replaced all of our high bleed pneumatics in the state with low bleeds, and I actually have some props. I have a high bleed pneumatic that we swapped out back in 2008. With an example of a low bleed pneumatic that will be installed at some point in new equipment today. Additionally, in 2009 and 2010, we installed auto igniters on all of our burners up in the basin. At that time, it was around 1,800 to 2,000. 2012, we formalized our voluntary LDAR program. We purchased another camera, hired 2 full-time camera operators, and put them down the path of systematically surveying our locations in the basin. Today, those camera operators are 2 of 15 people, which we refer to as our VOC management team. Their main purpose is to manage and support, now it's up to around 3,000 VOC burners that we manage in the basin. They manage our preventive maintenance, directive maintenance, and they also support our IR camera operators when they need more help
with their tasks. So with that, we believe these rules are technically feasible. We have seen IR cameras are an effective tool for identifying leaks and helping in the repair. Tank capture methods, so we've seen, do control, reduce VOCs. Low bleed pneumatics, wherever that is an effective replacement for high bleeds. And we have seen a reduction in VOC burner downtime since we installed auto igniters. Based on our LDAR program, we believe the inspection frequencies are reasonable and strike a balance between the lower facilities, lower producing facilities, having a lesser monitoring frequency, and the higher facilities requiring a greater frequency. We also believe the timeframes for repair are necessary and appropriate. So now I'd like to talk to you about our estimated costs. We know, based on our existing program, what it takes for our camera operators to shoot each of the different size facilities within the 4 different tiers of the rule. We know. And we can take that information and we can extrapolate it to meet the requirements of this rule. And we estimate it's going to cost Noble Energy $3 million a year to comply with this rule. It's a heavy lift. We believe it's the right thing to do. We project we're going to have to hire 16 additional people to run 16 additional IR cameras and all the additional equipment they're going to need to be field personnel up in the basin. $3 million. We can break that down a little bit. We know our smallest facilities, you can think of a small facility as a single vertical well tank battery. Our camera operators are taking about an hour to survey one of those locations, about an hour. And those costs, those annual labor costs in the next column, that $120,000, reflect what it's going to take Noble to survey all of those small facilities. That's the annual surveys, $120,000 a year. On the other end, our large multi-horizontal well tank batteries, we've seen, are taking upwards of 8 hours a day. 1 man day for an IR camera operator to survey. And if you look at the costs, the annual labor costs, those are the monthly surveys. Right now, we're projecting it's going to cost us about $960,000 a year. Annual equipment costs, that's IR cameras, $250,000. And you can add up the annual vehicle costs. The other tiers are bracketed within there just to keep the table less cluttered. Total cost per survey, $263 per survey for the smallest locations, upwards of $430 for our largest. That's the 8-hour survey. Average cost per survey, $400. And why it's more on the high end is we have more larger facilities, so we're going to be falling into that monthly survey bucket. So I've talked about LDAR, leak detection costs. There's another piece. That's the repair and retest costs. And what we've seen, when we look back at our data, our existing program, we found was 80% of the leaks that our camera operators found, they were able to fix, repair on the spot, and retest during their survey for that location. So that's accounted for in the 1 hour for the lowest and the 8-hour for the largest. Another 14% of those
of those leaks. Took a little bit too much time. They had to call those out. But our field pumper or site lease operator, the field person responsible for maintaining the operation of that location, was able to be called out and fix the leak. Only 6% of the leaks our IR camera surveys are resulting in a maintenance event that required one of our specialized maintenance teams to come out and fix. The aha moment being the majority of the leaks, overwhelming majority of the leaks, are easy to be fixed on the spot and can move on. These are the divisions, dollars per ton costs per survey tier. And based on the cost estimates that you've seen in the last couple slides, Noble supports the division's conclusions that these rules are cost effective. So I've talked to you about technical feasibility and cost effectiveness. I want to talk to you about practicality, an important part of the rule. These rules are tough. They are going to cost a significant amount of resource investment. And if we want this rule to succeed, we need to give operators time to invest in very expensive equipment, the personnel need to hire and train to run that very expensive equipment. And then you need to give us time to identify, purchase, develop, install all the programs, processes, systems that we're going to need to track all the different data elements, all the different data points, all the record-keeping points that we're going to need to track and sign up for this rule. So I ask that you consider this phase-in period and adopt phase-in period as it's written in the proposal. Conclusion, we get it. This rule is tough. It's aggressive. It's going to take a lot of new horsepower to meet the requirements. But it is technically feasible, and we believe it is cost effective. We believe the rules strike a balance and should be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chad Schlichtemeyer. I'm with Anadarko Petroleum Corporation. Today I'd like to provide you with testimony on the proposed Reg 7 changes. As a little background first, I'm currently the Environmental Health and Safety Air Manager for Anadarko's Rockies operations. I have over 22 years of Clean Act Air experience on both the private as well as the government sectors. Anadarko participated extensively in this Reg 7 stakeholder process. Anadarko supports this rule. The proposed regulations are in the public's interest. They protect Colorado's environment, the communities, as well as the economy. You know, as natural gas production continues to increase, it's imperative we have effective regulations to monitor, control, and to reduce hydrocarbon emissions. The proposal utilizes industry-leading technology to reduce and control leaks. You'll hear this theme as I go through this quite often. This rule is very challenging, but Anadarko is in full support of this rule, and we recommend that the commission adopt these rules as proposed by the division. Some benefits that we see. The regressive monitoring schedule that's laid out in the rule is going to provide identification and rapid repair of leaks, which we fully support. It's also going to promote the use of low emission components as well as advanced technology. And I'll give you a couple examples. We're designing our facilities today. We're basically incorporating the use of low emission components such as valves. There's manufacturers out there that will guarantee leak rates of less than 500 ppm. So we feel this is going to provide less leaks as we go forward, less maintenance, and reduce cost as time goes on. Also in our production facility designs, our newest generation is a tankless design. Basically condensate collected at the facility is going directly into our liquids gathering system and being transported away from the site via pipeline. We're no longer going to have the tanks there with potential for flashing emissions and other sources. It's also any trucking involved with hauling condensate will be eliminated. So we're going to reduce our footprint from an emission standpoint. And also when you look at the amount of equipment that's going to be at the site, we're taking away tanks. From an acreage standpoint, it's going to be a lot less for our new future generations. The rules record-keeping reporting requirements are very burdensome, and they're going to present many challenges. But we support this. We believe this provides increased transparency as well as enhances public trust. To meet the monitoring requirements in this rule, we're going to have to develop an internal monitoring program. We already have one somewhat in place, but it's not near at the level to meet the requirements of this rule. When we start figuring out the cost of this new program, here are some of the things that we considered. Additional personnel, training, IR cameras, vehicles, software, and equipment such as computers, safety equipment, et cetera. We estimated IR and AVO costs inspections for both our production facilities as well as our compressor stations. And as you can see, we're a big operator along the Front Range. We got over 3,000 production facilities as well as 20 compressor stations. Repair and retest. When we were doing our cost estimates, we did not include this as a line item in our cost. A couple reasons why we didn't. Our monitoring team, when we have them trained, one of their duties is going to be able to perform the basic repairs when we go out and do an inspection. For example, if we're out there doing an IR inspection and we come on a leaky thief hatch, we want the monitor to be able to go in there, replace the gasket, whatever it takes to basically fix that leak, and then do the retest at that time. We believe that's going to create efficiency as well as reduce the cost of our program. And secondly, we have an existing program in place. It's not near at the level required by the current rule, but we do repair and find leaks today. The current rule is going to accelerate this pace. So the way we kind of looked at it, we can spend the money today repairing them, or we'll spend it down the road. Economic return. The aggressive monitoring schedule that's laid down in this rule is going to keep more of the resource in a pipeline, and therefore more saleable product. It's hard to put your arms around what this return is going to be, but it's going to be positive. We didn't include it in our economics, but I think it should be noted that this is a definite benefit. Our cost estimates for IR inspections, we estimate a first-year cost of $2 million and a year-over-year cost of $1.2 million. Looking in terms of cost per inspection, our production facilities were from $450 to $800 per inspection, compressor stations from $1,250 to around $5,100. The reason you're seeing a difference between our compressor stations and production sites is size. They're bigger facilities, more components, it's going to take more time. AVO inspections, we're still discussing internally whether we're going to hire personnel to do these inspections or we're going to use our lease operators. Pros and cons with each approach. The costs that are presented here assume we hire personnel to do the AVO inspections. And so they're roughly $3.5 million year-over-year cost to do AVO inspections. Looking at an average cost per production facility and compressor station, that comes out to about $134 per inspection. It should be noted that if we do decide to use our lease operators, this cost will go down. Implementation schedule. The requirements rule are very tough, and we need time to implement. In 2015, we're estimating 2,000 IR inspections and 20,000 AVO inspections. For a program of this size, we need time, and things that we're looking at, we're going to be assessing the new requirements. We got to obtain equipment, the IR cameras, vehicles, safety equipment, and things along those lines to get prepared to do this testing. We got to hire and train personnel. Once we hire them, we got to train the personnel to, one, be able to run the IR camera properly. Two, they need to be able to do the basic maintenance requirements that we're going to require from these positions. And three, and probably the most important, is safety training. These people need to be properly trained, and so when they go out in the field, they can do this inspections in a safe manner. And then establish a compliance system. With over 22,000 inspections a year, this is not something we can track on a spreadsheet. We have to have a software that basically talks to our maintenance system and be able to track the inspections and then be able to pull the reports so we can satisfy the requirements of the rule. And last, we need to implement a monitoring program. When you have a monitoring program of this size, there's going to be bugs. And we need the ability to go out there, implement it, and work out these bugs before the compliance date gets here. So we need some time. Once again, these rules are very challenging, and but Anadarko's committed to meeting these schedules, and we support the implementation schedule that's laid out in the rule. In conclusion, Anadarko has about 1,300 employees that live in Colorado. We are invested in our state as well as the future. We all want clean air, a healthy environment, and a strong community. The proposed regulations establish accountability and build public trust. They are the right thing for business, communities, and the environment. The proposed regulations reduce risk to local communities, and they allow for responsible energy development. Anadarko recognizes that there are real impacts from our oil and natural gas operations that can be mitigated, and we recommend that you adopt these strong rules that are protective of the environment. Thank you.
That's it. We reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners? Dr. Tour.
Is this on? Great. Well, thank you very much. I have just a couple of questions. One question probably for Anadarko, given your testimony. One of the things that we heard from a number of individuals in public testimony yesterday was concerns about the amount of time given between the identification of a leak and when the leak would need to be repaired. You described a situation in which many leaks would be able to be repaired essentially while the inspection was going on. You would find a leak and be able to repair it at that time. Do you have any way to estimate sort of what percentage of leaks tend to be the type that could be repaired on site by the inspector as opposed to those that might require additional
I might
personnel at
defer
another
to Brian
time?
on that one. He has more specific information than Anadarko does.
Based on the review of our LDAR program data, we saw 80%, roughly 80% of the leaks the IR camera operator discovered, he was able to fix on site before he moved on to the next location.
Great. Thank you.
But I guess there were also some leaks that will take longer. I mean, I think that's the
Right.
purpose for the time and the rules.
The other question I have is about the lowest tier of LDAR frequency. And if I understood the numbers, that the estimated cost per inspection at a production facility was $450 to $800 for an LDAR inspection, as opposed to about $134 for AVO. I'm just curious whether given that in your professional judgment, it would make sense to have occasional LDAR inspections beyond the initial inspection during that lowest tier. It sounds like it would essentially be the equivalent of 2 or 3 additional AVO inspections in cost. And either that's directed to whoever wishes to answer it.
Based on our program and what we saw in review of our records, we're comfortable with the way the rule is proposed. We don't necessarily see an additional benefit as long as we have a solid program for a routine AVO on location.
So you don't see additional leaks that take place over time in those very small facilities that would be identified by LDAR and not AVO? Or not on a scale that would justify it?
Not on the scale. If you're doing repairs on location, we would be out with an IR camera to shoot one of those locations again if we did repairs, just to see and ensure it was buttoned up. And those smaller locations, lower pressures, a lot less throughput. There's just a lot less things going on to rattle the location.
Thank you very much.
I guess I'll ask my question first to Mr. Lockhart, but be curious about your answer as well, Mr. Schlickenmeyer. I'm intrigued with the fact that Noble has already instituted LDAR and STEM programs voluntarily, and I followed your discussion of costs, and I know you said you did it because it was the right thing to do. I'm wondering if you could expand on that just a little bit. Why did Noble decide this was the right thing to do? And if you're willing to talk about it, I'm curious to know what, you said about $3 million to implement the new program. What, in terms of your bottom line, what percentage is that of your revenues? It's a lot of questions, I know.
So second question first.
Okay.
I am not sure what the percentage is of our bottom line revenues, $3 million. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
not sure. We introduced our first IR camera into our maintenance program back in 2008. The idea being, what are the benefits? We've heard about IR camera technology. What are the limitations? What value is it to introduce it into our maintenance program? Mm-hmm. And it was intended to be a directed maintenance program, the IR camera guy with a maintenance person right behind him. And what we saw is there is an opportunity to find and fix leaks. There is. And to find and fix leaks at different frequencies based on the size of facility. And looking at the data over the last couple of years, that's playing out as our facilities get bigger.
Thank you.
Our camera is a very effective tool for finding leaks, and we use it when we start up a new facility to make sure, we don't have any major leaks from a safety standpoint as well as an environmental standpoint, and making sure those are captured. But going forward, we just have implemented a program and continue to use it. It's going to need to be upgraded, like I mentioned, to meet the new requirements, but it is an effective tool for identifying. And I'm, like Brian, I don't know the percentage.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner. Can't see.
I had a couple questions. I don't think the presentation is up anymore, but you had, I think it was a little over $100 per inspection for AVO. Was that was per inspection, so is that assuming 52 inspections a year if it's on a weekly basis, or is that?
That's the 20,000 inspections for the year. They're basically divided into that 3.4 number.
Okay. And then my second question was, I mean, I commend what you all are doing proactively to find leaks and fix them, and that you have the staff to do that for, I guess, medium to smaller size companies that wouldn't necessarily be able to do their own IR work, things like fixing on site, stuff like that. Would that be, in your opinion, as efficient or as easy to do if they had to contract that activity out?
We looked at Noble operations and the costs, and what we are planning to do, as you've seen, are even different from what Anadarko is doing. And I feel uncomfortable speculating outside of Noble's operations.
And that's probably a question for the smaller to medium-sized companies. I apologize.
Commissioner Brown.
And this is a question for either of you. Is this better? Okay. Does the cost of your program, do you recover more product than the cost you have to spend to implement the program?
We haven't looked at that, so I don't know. It's not a driver either way for us.
Okay.
I think is difficult. I mean, there's all kinds of emission factors out there, what you get leaking, the length of time that's leaking. There's just so many factors that would go into that determination that I think it'd be very difficult to put your arms around what that number would be.
Okay. On your cost, you guys have it by site. So the lower cost would be, I think one of you said it was for a single well. Is that what that is for that? It's that range from
Smaller, yeah, that was just trying to frame up what a smaller site would be. Yes.
Okay.
Smaller single well, separate from the large multi-horizontal well.
Right. So on your one that we went to one of your sites this past year, and it was a multi-facility site. It had a number of wells tied to it. So that would be the ones on the upper end of the cost, right, where you have central facilities there with multiple wells tied in?
Yes.
Okay. Have you guys, there's some discussion that's in this, in all the documents we have, and it came up today, was the program involving skip monitoring. I like to refer to as step down, but can you give us some of your perspectives on that? You've been doing this for a while, at least at well sites. You have some experience with it. Do you guys have any opinions about step down or skip monitoring?
And I guess my thoughts on it, the program that's laid out there, I guess strikes that balance. I mean, the focus is on the higher emitting facilities, and that's why we're focusing the more frequent inspections there. And I guess as far as to say your number of leaks as the time goes on, I really don't have any information on that.
For us, our voluntary program that we have in place right now, we don't have any skip or step down. We are shooting our larger locations on a regular basis, so we really didn't consider or look into that. So we just request you adopt the rule as is.
Okay. That's all.
One quick question on follow-up on that $3 million you is the cost of environmental cost part of your cost of doing business? Or is it two different buckets? Production costs? It is on. So production costs and environmental costs are two different costs, or they're all bundled up in one cost, doing business?
Could you repeat that question?
The production cost, oil and gas production cost, is it the same? Do you add up the production cost with the environmental cost, or do you keep them in separate buckets?
It depends.
It depends.
For example, for our VRC burner program, those costs are part of the capital cost, the AFE of building the location itself. But the maintenance costs of our 15 folks, that's rolled into the lease operating costs of the location.
So your operational cost does include the environmental cost?
Yes.
Okay. So that, I'm just going to rephrase that $3 million to see if I can get an answer from you. What portions of your operational cost is that $3 million? Is it 1%, half a percent, 10%?
I really don't know. I did not look at those numbers as.
Is there any way that you can provide some kind of a light on that to know?
It would take some time. We can dig into that.
If I may, Chair. I just looked up Noble's financial data. Their gross revenue in 2012 was $4.223 million. Their net revenue was $965 million. Those were 2012 numbers.
Was that first billion?
Million.
Billion.
Those actually were millions, I believe.
Billion.
Not billion, million for Noble.
Maybe he can clarify. No, billion versus million.
I would have to find out. I don't know.
Yeah.
4 billion in total revenue, 965 million in net.
Oh, net, your net.
All right, commissioners, any further questions? Okay, any parties wish to cross-examine? Raise your hand if you do. Apparently not. We'll move on to the next party. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
DCP midstream.
This makes sense. Yeah, billion.
Good afternoon. My name's Jeff Schwartz. I'm with the law firm of Carver, Schwartz, McNabb, Camper, and Forbes. I represent DCP in this matter and have assisted them throughout the stakeholder process and the pre-hearing procedures. I have Paul Taranjo with me today, Associate General Counsel for DCP, who's going to give DCP's perspective on the package that you have before you today. And we're also making available to you Laura Weber, who's a regulatory specialist at DCP. And she does not have direct testimony per se, but she's being made available to answer technical questions you may have about the midstream segment and DCP's operations generally. So with that, Paul.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
It's been a while. For the record, my name is Paul Taranjo. I'm Associate General Counsel at DCP Midstream. I'm responsible for all environmental, health, and safety legal matters at DCP Midstream, among other subject matter areas. I'm also involved in regulatory matters on behalf of the company. Prior to holding my current position, as some of you may know, for 5 years I served as director of the Air Division here at CDPHE, and in that capacity I was very involved in all aspects of air quality regulation, policy, permitting, and enforcement in the state of Colorado, and it was a good experience for me. I'm joined today by Laura Weber, who's an engineer and a regulatory affairs specialist at DCP. And Ms. Weber has significant expertise and knowledge in DCP's operations and activities, and she participated on our behalf in all aspects of the division stakeholder process that preceded the notice of proposed rulemaking. Ms. Weber is being made available today to answer any technical questions the Commission may have regarding DCP's position and any particular elements of the regulation relevant to DCP as proposed. I'd like to thank the Commission for this opportunity to testify on behalf of DCP Midstream, to provide DCP Midstream's position in support of the division's proposed revisions to Regulations Number 3, Regulation Number 6, Regulation Number 7, Section 2B, 17 in particular, and 18, as attached to the division's rebuttal statement and in the form presently before you, presently before the Commission. So DCP Midstream is the largest independent midstream natural gas operator in the state. We're one of the largest employers in the state of Colorado, and we are the largest natural gas processor in the United States. DCP Midstream does not actually produce natural gas. However, our operations and equipment are a critical part of the natural gas infrastructure in Colorado. As a midstream company, DCP does not own or operate any well production facilities, and it does not own or operate any oil or natural gas wells. Rather, DCP owns and operates the infrastructure designed to collect and gather natural gas from the producers. As such, we operate natural gas gathering pipelines, compressor stations, natural gas processing plants, along with natural gas dehydrators and natural gas liquid storage tanks at those facilities. These apparatus, these facilities are all located downstream and separate from the producer's well production facilities, and they are upstream of the residue natural gas transmission pipelines that send natural gas to, for example, end users like local distribution companies, industrial applications, residential users, et cetera. So we're in this in-between space. DCP has been actively involved in this rulemaking since its inception last winter or spring, because we recognize that our midstream operations and facilities could be affected significantly by the rules. DCP also recognizes, however, the unique environmental and public policy dynamics that exist in the state of Colorado regarding energy development, which include, as you're very familiar, the existence of a large Clean Air Act non-attainment area for ozone that encompasses Denver and the North Front Range area, in the same location generally as a significant oil and gas development area, the Denver-Julesburg Basin. Likely revisions to the ozone NAAQS that would be expected to drive further SIP activity in the state to attain a federal standard, and the acute interest in many of the state for strong air emissions management of oil and gas activities, including the efforts to try and avoid non-attainment status in parts of the state where feasible. These dynamics drive the state and the governor to promulgate strong and effective regulatory requirements to manage and reduce, to the extent feasible, emissions associated with various aspects of oil and gas development. These unique dynamics demand strong, focused, thoughtful, and responsive leadership from the state and from within the industry itself, which in many respects is what's embodied in the division's proposal presently before the Commission. As a midstream operator, DCP's ability to understand the new regulatory requirements, to effectively implement them, and to efficiently comply with the new provisions in Section 17 to achieve the projected emissions benefits at our midstream facilities is critically important to DCP and to the long-term success of the rules in Colorado. These Regulation Number 7 rules have to work for the midstream sector. There's a lot of discussion about the well production facilities and the producers, and that's right. These are significant rules for them. But it also has to work for midstream. Given this fact, and in light of the Commission's admonition, Commissioner Lowy's admonition earlier in the process, To the parties to analyze how the division's initial rule proposal could be improved, DCP suggested 4 targeted rule clarifications and a single discrete revision to the statement of base and purpose in its pre-hearing statement for the divisions and ultimately for this commission's consideration. These limited, focused adjustments to the very initial rule make the rule more clear. They improve the rule. They do not erode the emissions reductions the regulations would achieve, and they make the rules workable for midstream operators like DCP. DCP Midstream's limited clarifications of the proposed rule are described and supported in our pre-hearing statement. We are very pleased that DCP's revisions have been endorsed by the division, are supported by the Environmental Defense Fund, Encana, Noble, and Anadarko, as reflected in their pre-hearing statements, and that they have been incorporated into the rules now presented by the division to the Commission for your consideration and approval. With these limited clarifications incorporated into the proposal presently before the Commission, DCP Midstream supports the Reg 7 proposed requirements. The proposed regulations before you will provide significant air emissions reductions associated with the oil and gas sector activities overall, as described by the division. They reflect a step change in the nature and scope of the state's regulation of air emissions from the production sector and also from the midstream sector, given the unique dynamics that exist in Colorado. For example, for us specifically, they extend LDAR requirements and new thresholds to compressor stations for the first time. They require further controls of dehydrators as well. They require further controls and management techniques at our storage tanks, at our facilities, and they have specific requirements for pneumatic devices, among other things. And they are now workable for the midstream sector facilities and equipment, in our opinion, in their current form. DCP Midstream notes that it will incur significant costs from the rule, but finds the regulations as now proposed before the Commission to be technically feasible and implementable. That the cost, while significant, will be manageable, and endorses the proposed rules considering the unique dynamics in our state. Adoption of the rules as proposed will position the division and the Commission to effectively respond to the unique air quality challenges that are presented in Colorado. They will result in what we believe would be the most robust air quality regulatory programs that you can find in the nation for oil and gas. DCP notes, however, that the rules as proposed reflect a carefully crafted package reflecting considerable efforts by various parties and the division to identify and craft state enforceable, reasonably implementable emissions minimization and control measures that work to substantially reduce air emissions associated with the oil and gas activities, but also work for both production sector and the midstream sector in the state. For all the foregoing reasons, DCP Midstream requests and supports the Commission's adoption of the regulations in their entirety as presently proposed to you by the division. We would reserve the remainder of our time, what little there might be, for rebuttal, and we may be tapping into some of our colleagues for some additional rebuttal time. And Ms. Robert and I are free to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners? We're going to let him off the hook. Any cross-examination? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate your testimony. Regional Air Quality Council. Nobody's crossing.
You going to help me with this, Mike? Did you turn it over to him so he could do something today? I started your phone. Okay, uh-oh. Okay, I better start talking then. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I'm Ken Lloyd. I'm the Executive Director of the Regional Air Quality Council. I think you're familiar with the RAC, but we are the lead air quality planning agency for now the 9-county Denver North Front Range ozone non-attainment area. I personally have had involvement in ozone planning for almost 40 years now. I started when I was a child, but I've had a long involvement in ozone, and for the last 25 years, I've had intimate involvement in ozone planning in the Denver area. So Likewise, the Regional Air Quality Council has had quite a bit of experience with ozone planning the last 10 to 15 years since EPA tightened the standards. We developed the first maintenance plan for the region back with the old 1 hour standard. We developed the first ozone action plan for the 8-hour standard in 2004. And we developed the SIP to bring us into attainment with the 1997 standard back in 2008. And we're continuing our ozone planning activities as we try to meet the challenges of the future. We were not actively involved in this rulemaking as such. We've followed the process as staff, kind of know what's going on. Likewise, our council has received various updates from the division through the course of this activity. But it wasn't until a couple of weeks ago that the RAC itself had an opportunity to really look at this rulemaking and look at the various issues that are associated with this. We had a briefing for the council. They heard from several parties that you've heard from today. And in our two and a half hour discussion versus your 2.5 day or 3 or 4 day, whatever it might be, the RAC did come up with a statement on this. Essentially, this is what the RAC adopted in terms of its position on this particular rulemaking, and I'll just read it to get it right. Given the mission and purpose of the Council and the diverse stakeholder involvement, we support, in general terms, the notice proposal to reduce hydrocarbons in a cost-effective manner. We recommend that the Commission pay close attention to the cost-effectiveness of the phasing of the requirements. I think what this reflects is that the RAC is comfortable with the proposal as it was proposed. It strikes a good balance. But we also heard some of the concerns about some of the phasing, things like the step-down monitoring that operators brought up. And you, as a commissioner, are going to have to balance those things in terms of coming up with a cost-effective program. Just want to give you a little bit of background on why this rule is important to the RAC and important to the metro area. Gary already gave you information about our current non-attainment status for the 75 part per billion standard. We currently exceed the standard at 10 monitors in the region. They range all the way from Rocky Mountain National Park, Fort Collins, Weld County, all the way down to Chatfield, and a lot of places in between. I would note, though, that this is not all doom and gloom. I mean, I mentioned our 2008 plan that we did. These values that we see here are probably 4 to 5 parts per billion lower than what we saw when we were non-attainment and developing that plan. So we have made progress, but there certainly is more work to do. One of the areas where we focused on in our past planning activities, not exclusively, as some would claim, but certainly an important part, is oil and gas. And oil and gas production, as you've seen from previous speakers, continues to grow in the region. This is information from modeling that we've been doing where we tried to, our time horizon of 2018, looking at oil and gas production over that time. Oil and gas production continues to grow. In fact, these projections here are lower than what the industry study estimated for the DJ Basin. You'll hear from the industry group the results of their study, and while it may show that there's been the growth projections for outside the non-attainment area are maybe too high, actually our numbers are lower than on what they project. So we're going to have to take a look at that in our future planning efforts. What this translates into is that for most of the source categories that we are dealing with in our ozone planning, emissions are going down. Emissions are going down for motor vehicles because of tighter standards, fuel standards, going down for a lot of engine standards, and the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act that reduce power plant emissions. Emissions are going down over the time frame of our planning horizon. But the one source that continues to go up is oil and gas, and I think this chart here shows it fairly starkly of what we're dealing with. We have done some preliminary modeling. It's not associated with this rulemaking. It's a part of our ongoing air quality planning activities and planning for the future. But what it shows is that the reduction that we're getting from other source categories is probably reducing ozone concentrations by 5 to 7 ppb by 2018. Gary indicated that when the division gets 1 ppb reduction, they're dancing in the halls over there. 5 to 7 ppb is huge, and it's something that that we're looking forward to taking the advantage of those reductions. But by the same token, the oil and gas growth is pulling us in the other direction. And again, with the information, consistent with the information that Gary presented earlier, we're seeing that is pulling us the other way by increasing concentrations 1 to 3 ppb and up to 6.5 to 7 ppb in Weld County. What we did with this analysis is that we kept the 2008 oil and gas emissions constant. That wasn't with the notion of putting a cap on oil and gas or anything like that. That's certainly not intended or even feasible. But we tried to isolate what the impact of the increase in oil and gas would be over the time frame of our planning. So again, the RAC supports this proposal. It's important for our future air quality planning. It alone will not get us into attainment, and I don't think anyone has claimed that, but it's an important part of that puzzle and something we would encourage you to adopt these regulations. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just one question. The preliminary modeling suggesting the reductions in 5 to 7 ppb from other source categories, is that largely based upon NOx reductions due to the power plant sector, or is that, are you able to say how much of that is due to NOx reductions and how much to VOC reductions from other source categories?
With the modeling that we've done to date, we will probably have more information on this later as we continue this modeling, but we weren't able to identify that. I mean, we did pull out the oil and gas part of it to see what that growth was giving us, but a large part of it is due to the NOx reductions. There are continued VOC reductions from other sources, but to try to isolate that impact between that various sources or NOx or VOC, we can't do that at this time.
Okay, thanks.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Just one question. Just trying to understand your mission statement that you indicated the commission pay close attention, quote, cost effectiveness of the phasing of the requirements. Can you elaborate on that?
I think there was, part of it was the recognition of the impact on the smaller operators in particular. So there are some phasing requirements in there in terms of both the implementation of the program as well as the size cutoffs for the, for instance, the LDAR and the storage tank requirements. So we think that differentiation is important. There were others who thought it should be, it should be done earlier, or we should have the same standard for size of sources. We did get a presentation for, in addition on the step-down monitoring and the information there that, at least from some parties, shows that there's a point of diminishing returns there. Obviously, we didn't get into a detailed evaluation of that, but that's something that you've already heard about, and I'm sure you're going to hear more about and from later people who testify. But to pay attention to those things, both in terms of keeping the proposal strong, but also giving needed flexibility.
In thinking about your your planning responsibilities in the non-attainment area for meeting current and future ozone standards, and looking at the amount of reduction in ozone you have that you project from implementation, or that are projected from implementation of these rules, if these rules weren't implemented, if these gains were not made, what would be some of the items from your menu of your planning menu? I know you've looked at a lot of different ways to try to reduce ozone in the region. What would be required as an alternative approach?
Well, we really haven't gotten to the point of indicating what would be required or, what path we would go down. I would have to say that there's not a lot left. I mean, we have, I think Gary, I couldn't read his type up there sitting in the back today, but I think he presented something that we've done recently. But you're getting very small reductions from a lot of different things that we're looking at. There is no silver bullet out there. I mean, this itself isn't even a silver bullet, but it does give us very sizable reductions. We don't get anything that is close to this. I think, and somebody indicated this too, transport in the region is a big issue, especially in the West. We're seeing 50 to 75% of our ozone at our front range monitors are coming from either, outside the non-attainment area and even outside the state. So I think that's something that we have to look at in our future planning activities of how we balance that. But we don't have a lot of strategies with large reductions on our list currently. So we're going to have to look at that.
In your view, these would be considered large reductions?
Oh, most of them definitely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Just follow up to a point you just made, Ken. Earlier today, I think it was the Environmental Defense Fund presentation talked about the transport and the impact of the oil and gas emissions from the western slope of Colorado or places even farther west than that. Did you, in the modeling data that you presented to us this afternoon, did you incorporate that information, or are your data looking strictly at front range sources?
Our modeling to date just looks at the impact on the front range sources. We haven't done the source apportionment looking at source categories or other regions. We will be doing that as part of our future modeling. But there was a pretty major study done by the Western Regional Air Partnership called the West Jump Study. I don't know if the Commission's gotten a presentation on that, but they actually did an analysis from 2008 where they looked at the contribution. You can look for every monitor in the West and see the contribution from other states or other sources. And we do see impact from oil and gas and from other states in the front range monitors.
Thank you.
One question. Just so I understand, in terms of your projections for oil and gas emissions to 2018, what base year or did those projections include this proposed regulation, or was it based on what exists sometime in the past or at the
It did not. It wasn't based specifically on these regulations. I mean, we had to make some assumptions in terms of technological improvements and things like that these regs will capture. But essentially, what our growth projections were based on were looking at the period. I believe it was 2006 through 2011. The production. And then kind of straight lining that, I would indicate, that values in 2012 and 2013 were higher than what our projections were, and they're, as I indicated before, they're actually lower than what the industry did with a fairly sophisticated study looking beyond just the straight line, but looking at plans by companies and reserves and things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any cross-examination? Let's, I guess we'll need to go through the list in order to make sure that we go in the proper order.
There's a few hands.
There were a few hands, good.
Okay, Air Division. Go through this. Air Division, cross.
My voice.
EDF.
Yes.
Geez, you didn't do this for everybody else. Why do I get this?
Just a couple of quickies, real quickies here. Does the RAC, this is Tom Bloomfield for Environmental Defense Fund. Is my mic on?
Yes, yes it is.
Does the RAC support the revisions to the proposed rule as proposed by the division?
Yes.
And did the RAC take a position on the step-down issue?
Not specifically, no.
Thank you.
Okay, Encana? Noble? Anadarko? DCP? The Joint Industry Work Group? WPX? Coalition of Energy Producing Counties? Local community organizations? Conservation groups? Local government coalition? Be the Change? Eastern Colorado counties? Weld County? Casey? Colorado Utilities Coalition? No. Worldwide Liquids? No. City of Greeley?
Okay. Thank you very much. The Joint Industry Work Group. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. We'll just be a moment. That's great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm John Jacobs, counsel for the DGS Client Group and a partner with Davis, Graham & Stubbs in Denver. The DGS Client Group consists of Bill Barrett Corporation, Black Hills Exploration and Production, Bonanza Creek Energy, and PDC Energy. And I'm providing this opening statement for our 4 clients as well as COGA, the Colorado Petroleum Association, Chevron USA and affiliates, Pioneer Natural Resources, Whiting Oil and Gas, and XTO Energy. Collectively, we are the Joint Industry Work Group. We've tried hard to collaborate in our filings to simplify these matters as much as possible. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you on these very complex and technical issues. Proposed rules are detailed, and with so many parties, the filings are regrettably voluminous. We will attempt to be brief, hitting the most important themes and issues in our testimony and arguments. Oil and gas producers have done more to control ozone in Colorado than any other sector of our economy, and the control of oil and gas emissions has been a major focus of Colorado's ozone control strategies since 2004, as Mr. Lloyd just mentioned. The industry supported the majority of rules adopted by this commission in 2004, 2006, and 2008, which are a model for the nation, and these operators have worked extremely hard to implement and comply with those rules. That considerable effort has resulted in reduced VOC emissions, even while oil and gas production has increased. As a result of these considerable efforts, we are already way up the curve on controlling oil and gas emissions. The low-hanging fruit has been picked, and the law of diminishing returns has firmly taken hold. And although the Joint Industry Work Group's client and member operators are cast by some parties as reactionary opponents to the proposed rules, this is simply not an accurate characterization and only serves to feed the current demand for rules, regardless of the data and the testimony that you'll be hearing today. Excuse me. In fact, the Joint Industry Work Group parties are clearly willing to do even more to protect air quality than they are already doing, even though Colorado has some of the most stringent air quality controls for this sector in the country in place. Indeed, industry operators beyond the handful of those you've heard from today are willing to support still more stringent controls despite the rather remarkable lack of data on this record compared to every prior ozone rulemaking that this Commission has engaged in. And these are essential data that would demonstrate the need for additional controls and material ozone or other air quality benefits associated with those controls. Specifically, the Joint Industry Work Group parties wish to emphasize that their support for STEM plans, cost-effective leak detection and repair, or LDAR, and limited clarifications to and revisions which would make the proposed rules more workable and cost-effective while accommodating responsible and safe operations. That said, other than a few operators who account for the lion's share of projected growth in oil and gas emissions within the extremely prosperous Niobrara shale play in the DJ Basin, this sector as a whole is understandably concerned about the Commission going far beyond commonly accepted and legally required measures of cost effectiveness as proposed by the division. In fact, the Commission may only promulgate rules under Colorado law that are cost effective for the entire industry, which is generally and particularly not the case on this record for areas outside the non-attainment area, where oil and gas production is in sharp decline and where the resulting costs of these rules is significantly higher, and the rules as a whole would thus be substantially less cost effective. Your adoption of the Joint Industry Work Group's collective proposed revisions would not result, as some have claimed, in a rollback or a gutting of the proposed rules. Quite the contrary, it would still result in Colorado continuing to lead the nation in the regulation of oil and gas production activities while making the division's proposed rules more reasonable, more achievable, and more cost-effective at the same time. This sort of sweet spot for rulemaking that is something that we should all be looking for and truly is the primary goal of this proceeding, finding that happy intersection of significantly increased control requirements where growth in emissions is projected in the non-attainment area with greater cost effectiveness and workability for the industry. That best captures the sweet spot that we're looking for in this proceeding, and we urge you to find that based on the testimony and evidence. Before further addressing the merits and presenting our first witnesses, I want to briefly remind you of the need for your impartiality and detachment from the division personnel who serve as your professional staff. This Commission, though it works closely with the division, has a statutory burden and responsibility that the division does not have. Additionally, as the proponent of these rules, the division must clearly meet its statutory burden under the Colorado Administrative Procedure Act for you to adopt any of the proposed rules or to adopt them with revisions. All parties stand on equal footing before the Commission in this proceeding. With respect to this requirement, we note that the buzz that was generated by the Great Compromise Agreement of the division, EDF, 3 large producers, and a midstream operator last November, though heralded at the time as a breakthrough and utilized for these proposed rules in this proceeding, which we all recognize, this does not in and of itself meet the statutorily required cost-effectiveness threshold. And more importantly, it warrants no deference, no lessened standard for you in that regard. While something we should applaud, reaching across the aisle and forging compromise, you still need to find that what they have proposed is cost-effective and meets the other requirements of the APA in Colorado. There are numerous other parties and perspectives that must be carefully considered before a conclusion can be reached by you. Many of the Joint Industry Work Group parties have continued to spend countless hours examining the rules and finding ways to make them more workable for us, for the division, and for the public since last November, since the announcement of the Great Compromise. These efforts will be reflected in the testimony you hear today. We respectfully suggest that the division has not met its burden in its written materials thus far, in its testimony and arguments just previously presented, and they have not done so in a number of important respects that our witnesses will speak to here in just a moment. First and foremost, oil and gas production is only projected to grow from horizontal wells in the non-attainment area. It is markedly declining in all other basins, as you will hear from Mr. Clark Parrott, a professional engineer with the Ryder Scott firm, who performed the study that Ken Lloyd just described a moment ago, a rather detailed study. The lack of modeling by the division and the RAC specific to these proposed rules and controls, the sole focus of this rulemaking on one sector and one sector alone, and the use of an inflated inventory and inaccurate emission and capture efficiency factors heavily skews the perceptions of existing oil and gas emission control and the asserted need for much more stringent additional control on top of the state's model regulations. And before the latest federal new source performance standards have even been implemented, which will cover affected facilities outside the non-attainment area as a matter of federal law. This lack of proposal-specific modeling for the first time in our history of ozone control for this sector also deprives the parties in the Commission of a better measure of the likely benefits of the proposed rules. Dr. James Wilkinson, our atmospheric scientist, will testify about these flaws in the foundational elements of the division's case for additional regulation, especially outside the non-attainment area. These rules cost more than all prior oil and gas measures combined by a substantial margin, but they seek to pursue ever smaller possible reductions from a single sector, oil and gas E&P, that is attributed but a small percentage of culpability for ozone detected at the non-attainment area monitors by the division itself, at least when it takes the time to model and apportion ozone formation to all contributing source categories, as it did in 2008 and again in 2009. And Dr. Wilkinson will speak to some of that as well, because we find it very illuminating. The proposed rules also have not been properly evaluated by the division for their costs, both direct and indirect, and their significant costs to implement, which have been completely ignored. Dr. Lisa McDonald, an experienced mineral economist, will testify concerning the very high total costs of the proposed rules as a whole, as well as costs associated with various subparts of those rules. This combination of exaggerated benefits and greatly underestimated costs renders the division's proposal inaccurate and misleading, and far from the most cost-effective alternative required to be selected by you under Colorado law, the Colorado APA. We will also provide you with summary testimony regarding many aspects of these lengthy proposed rules and our collective proposed revisions that, if adopted by you in substantial measure, we believe would greatly improve the rules package as a whole, making them more cost-effective and more workable. This testimony will include the unique aspects of coal bed methane, or CBM, operations that aren't accommodated by the proposed rules, the need for a true BMP, best management practice requirement, and not a rigid control requirement for well liquids unloading and well maintenance operations, the lack of need for additional dehydrator requirements in light of recently amended new source performance standards at the federal level, which will extend to existing minor sources in 2015 and already apply to new minor sources dehydrators that are existing as of 2012, and the pollution disbenefits of some other parties' proposals with respect to dehydrators. We will also provide you with rebuttal testimony of 2 witnesses who will not be available after Friday on the subjects of leak detection and repair, frequencies, and the rapidly diminishing benefits of such efforts in actual experience in Canada, from Mr. Brian Ross of Calgary, Alberta, who we're very pleased to have with us. Also, rebuttal testimony regarding the inappropriate reliance of certain other parties on several studies claiming significant adverse health effects from exposure to oil and gas activities, the mischaracterization of health effects studies, and/or the complete disregard of more robust studies showing the lack of such health effects. You collectively possess a truly awesome responsibility and authority, the ability to impose rules costing literally hundreds of millions of dollars in direct costs alone, and much more in indirect costs across the entire state of Colorado. Clearly, any rules of such broad scope and great expense must be effective if adopted. That means delivering measurable air quality benefits in some acceptable proportion to their cost, not just a reduction of emissions, especially precursor emissions of a secondary air pollutant, for their own sake. In other words, is ozone, that secondary pollutant I just mentioned, materially reduced in Colorado, and will controls primarily aimed at methane deliver material benefits here in Colorado? You must be able to answer such questions in the affirmative with the support of substantial record evidence in order to adopt the proposed rules under existing law. And as you know from our filed statements, we do not believe this has been demonstrated on this record by the division, EDF, and the supporting industry parties, especially outside the non-attainment area, I might add. I note that Ms. Jennifer Beaver, counsel for the Colorado Petroleum Association, will discuss the carbons, including methane, in a brief opening argument preceding witness testimony on methane issues later in our case. We urge you to be measured and cautious in the exercise of your authority, especially given the timing of this rulemaking, not driven by a federal SIP deadline, and with the prospect of another SIP rulemaking in the next few years that will benefit from required photochemical modeling, as Mr. Lloyd again just described. Thus, if certain claimed benefits are in doubt, such as outside the non-attainment area, the imposition of costly requirements should be carefully questioned, especially given continued EPA reconsideration and further refinement of federal NSPS for this sector under the subpart Quad O rules that are only partially finalized and undergoing further reconsideration at the federal level. These will address, once finalized, many sources and emissions outside the non-attainment. No quantification of that in this rulemaking. So we're potentially at cross purposes or double regulating with respect to going beyond the non-attainment area in that circumstance. Perhaps most importantly, we cannot stress enough that the standard to be met by you for properly taking action is not as represented by the division and even by Commission's counsel, with all due respect, Tom. It is not a mere reasonableness standard as asserted by the division. Similarly, it is not simply a policy decision as also urged by the division. Rather, your decision is in large measure a factual determination, and to that end, the rules you adopt must be based on substantial evidence, in other words, facts in the record. Any rules adopted by you must be based also under the APA on reasonably available, validated, reviewed, and sound scientific facts and methodologies. But we submit, again, this is not possible or certainly much, much more difficult without photochemical modeling when we're talking about the formation of secondary pollutants and expansion, in effect, of the non-attainment area to the four corners of our large state. Record evidence must support finding that the proposed rules will result in demonstrable reduction in air pollution here in Colorado, where the costs will undoubtedly be incurred statewide. And this is also not possible for ozone without modeling outside the non-attainment area. Most importantly, the most cost-effective rules are required to be selected. That would be the rules as modified by the joint industry work group's collective proposed revisions, and not the division's proposed extension of heightened non-attainment style requirements to the farthest corners of our state, or even more extreme proposals. This rulemaking is about air quality in a blanket fashion upon all oil and gas activities across the entire state will materially benefit air quality in Colorado in all areas of the state. Despite outward appearances, the hearing is not and should not be about energy policy or about oil and gas setbacks, both of which have recently been addressed by other Colorado commissions and will continue to be hotly debated well into the future in other more appropriate forums. And while your decisions at the end of this hearing may well influence energy policy in some ways and oil and gas setbacks in some ways, the statute authorizing your action does not provide for your decision on those otherwise important subjects. Rather, it requires you to remain sharply focused on air quality and on the data and analyses necessary to materially protect and improve air quality with due regard for the economic, regulatory, and other impacts of any actions you are considering. The Joint Industry Work Group parties support the proposed rules in substantial part for application where growth and production is projected in the non-attainment area. Chasing emissions for production already in sharp decline and where no modeling or ambient data indicate measurable benefits will be realized is simply not supportable on the record developed by the division. The Joint Industry Work Group parties are nonetheless willing to do substantially more to control and reduce their emissions on top of Colorado's model regulations and in addition to new federal standards not yet implemented. But this willingness does not extend to highly cost-ineffective aspects of the proposed rules. Your thoughtful consideration of our collective proposed revisions, supported by significant data analyses, is greatly appreciated. This will make Colorado the undisputed leader in this regulation of this sector, regardless of the differences in our opinions and the strength of emotion. If you were to adopt the Joint Industry Work Group's proposed revisions, you would still be leading the nation, if not the entire world, in the regulation of this oil and gas sector. And again, we have more modeling and more planning to come in just a couple of years. If we step this out, non-attainment area first, we'll have more data to be certain before imposing these kinds of costs statewide in rural areas in attainment that rely on this industry for their economic livelihood. We can enthusiastically support that result, and we hope that most, if not all of you, commissioners can also support that too. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. We'll start our testimony now. Yeah. Clark, you can sit if you want, if you'd rather. Oh, you've got the clicker? Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Would you prefer that our witnesses come to the podium? I think some of them are more comfortable just sitting.
Wherever they're more comfortable,
You want the podium?
as long as we can hear them.
We'll start with testimony from Clark Parrott. Clark has a BS in petroleum engineering from the Colorado School of Mines. He's a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado, and he's employed as a PE with Ryder Scott Company. He has 27 years of experience in the estimation and evaluation of petroleum reserves. Please welcome Clark Parrott.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I was commissioned last year to do a production estimation report by the joint group. I finished the report at about just at the start of this year. It's based on publicly available production data from the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission. It was divvied up by the producing basins commonly known throughout Colorado, and they utilized established and customary methods for performing petroleum production forecasts. As a note, however, these numbers in the report that you have and in this presentation are not, they are only production estimates. They are not reserves as defined by the SEC, the SPRMS, and any other regulatory or auditing bodies, which is a type of reserves work that Ryder Scott does. This is merely a production estimate. Two findings of the study. The data shows that the oil and gas production is expected to decline, not increase, in every basin except the DJ Basin. And correspondingly, the production-related air emissions, as per Dr. Wilkinson's study. The growth in the state is limited to the DJ Basin, and the growth portion that's growing so fast is almost exclusively due to the horizontal wells and the horizontal well drilling. Therefore, the production-related emissions will not mirror the emissions relationships of the past. Just the difference between conventional operations and the new technology by themselves will just have a different ratio. Again, that's Dr. Wilkinson's area of expertise. A quick overview of the production of the state that you're all familiar with. On the left curve is a pie chart of the oil production, average monthly oil production by basin, dominated by the DJ Basin in blue. That's 84% of the state's production. The Piceance Basin is the next largest oil-producing basin at 12%. Those two alone are 96%. On the right-hand side is the average monthly gas production by basin of gas. There, again, the DJ Basin in blue, the Piceance is the biggest gas-producing basin. You now see the San Juan and the Raton basins as they are gas basins. Anything that didn't fall into those major groups were put into the other categories, smaller basins, little fields here and there. That's in the light blue labeled other. Not surprisingly, the active wells looks very similar to the pie chart of the production, whereas 85% of Colorado's active producing wells are in the DJ and Piceance basins. So back to the first point of production declining outside the DJ basin. Here's a composite plot of the production of the basins not in the DJ basin. Monthly production volumes on the vertical axis over time. The solid lines are the actual data. The dashed lines are the forecasted data. In red, again, consistent, is the Piceance Basin. As you can see, it's in a sharp decline over the last 2 years. The blue is the other basins, and then the Raton and San Juan basins make virtually no oil. They're predominantly gas. Remember, this plot alone only represents 16% of the state's oil production. So all the basins outside the DJ are only 16%, and those are the decline rates and the forecast put on them. This is a similar plot of monthly volumes over time of the gas production. Again, the Piceance Basin shows a very straight, consistent decline over the last 2 years. You see the San Juan and the Raton basins. All the basins are declining at some level, varying degrees of level, and they have been for quite some time, over a year or 2 or 3. So now, stepping back from the state and back into the DJ Basin, here's a kind of an activity plot showing the change in the DJ Basin, where on the vertical axis I have number of wells spud per month. Spud is an industry term to mean initiate drilling operations, commence drilling, and it's a specific data point that needs to be reported to the commission, so it's something that's readily downloadable. And you can see in the blue line is what was lumped together as conventional operations, whether it be the directional wells or vertical wells in the blue line, and how how rapidly that activity has fallen off as operators and oil companies focus their attention to the horizontal drilling in the red line, and you can see how that's continued to grow. Okay, so now we've talked outside, we talked DJ, and kind of seen from that last plot that it's the horizontal that's driving the activity. So I put together a forecast, and there's 2 components to the forecast. There's the activity level, wells, drilling, just the physical aspect to it. Then there's the performance aspect, which is the hydrocarbons, the barrels, and the gas. For the activity level, the parameters that were considered were number of drillable locations, number of rigs, growth cycles of analog shale plays around the country, how have they behaved, and the expectancy of operators. The expectancy of operators were all from public sources, whether it be their websites, press releases, Denver Post articles, just to get a handle on what some of the larger operators were saying. We want to have so many wells by this year. All those went into the well count forecast to try to get an idea over time of how many wells were going to be drilled. The performance side is what are the wells going to do? How are they going to produce? And that was done by looking at the producing wells that are already online. We have a database of all this and all the production we can download, and I kind of looked at 4 geographic areas and looked at an average well, or what we call a type well, and came up with a type curve for wells throughout the DJ Basin. The most important components of a type curve is the initial production rate, and then the slope or the steepness of the decline, and then the curvature of what an unconventional shale does. They have what's known as a hyperbolic decline, which is the most common, the very method that we use to project production. So we took now I have the well count. I've got barrels of typical wells, and I put this into a computer scheduler that would schedule out when the wells were going to be drilled over time, and then it would keep track of the production, and that gave me this plot. Realize this plot is just the horizontal well production projection in the DJ Basin. So now I've taken everything else out. The oil is in green, the gas is in red. You can see how short of a time period, how short of a history we have of that growth. We're in a very important time in the last 2 years. With that well scheduler and well performance, it projects a peak production rate of about 7.7 million barrels of oil per month in the latter part of 2018. The black line, both the solid line is the active well count, and the black dash line is my well count forecast that I referred to before. In 2018, you'll see the production reaches a tipping point. Doesn't mean that drilling has stopped. You can see that the well projection still going. In 2018, it's at about 8,000 wells. It keeps growing over the time period that I look, so the drilling is going on. But production reaches this tipping point because the new wells that are brought on can't offset the declining wells that are in inventory, if you will. So, and that part of that is the nature of the hyperbolic decline of wells. They come on very high rate and decline. Other components that's kind of been addressed here of horizontal drilling and some of the differences it has when I referred to earlier to the conventional methods and the impacts that it might have on air emissions in the DJ, as far as it will not mirror the production-related emissions in the past. For example, from 2008 to present, I can't see that far, production in the DJ increased by 69%, while the number of tanks only increased by 16%. This is a very rudimentary schematic of maybe a typical section of land. On the left side, under conventional methods, vertical or deviated directional wells were drilled, scattered all about, and then tanks were set to tie wells together, but there was certain limitations due to surface, road crossings, rivers, so tanks were kind of scattered around, so you didn't have as many wells per tank. On the right side is just, again, a quick schematic, very simple schematic, just showing 8 horizontal wells drilled in that same section. And not only does it reduce the number of surface locations, all the wells can be drilled from one pad. It's not subject to roads and rivers and all that kind of stuff. The production gathering kind of occurs at depth, and you can bring that production back to a single production facility like the operators here have spoken to, and it just naturally is a more efficient way, even the way that the growth is occurring right now. You can see that the number of tanks required to accommodate the increase in barrels is more efficient. So, and the other guys went into more detail as far as it would be kind of repeating it. There's just fewer points of emissions with the new methodology and the new technology. So the current production growth is temporary and will level off given current technology and knowledge within the time period considered. There's quite, honestly, there's physical limitations. It's a simple bullet point, but there's a finite number of drillable locations, means production will slow and drilling will eventually stop in the DJ Basin. Production rates for a typical well, production rates for a typical well decline steeply during the first 2 years. That hyperbolic decline I referred to, a well can lose 70 to 90% of its production during that first 2 years. So you see this sharp growth, but they really decline quickly, and to the tipping point. That hyperbolic curvature, that hyperbolic projection is a very integral part of the forecast, because that's how these unconventional shales react, not just in the Niobrara. That's the curvature that they have. So the data shows that the production outside the non-attainment area is in significant decline and does not support the adoption of these rules on a statewide basis. The production growth inside the DJ Basin, the forecast of this report is greater than the division's forecast. However, the production-related emissions from horizontal wells will not mirror the emissions from conventional wells drilled in the past. The study difference between past and present operations and how the correlation between emissions and production will differ from historical references. The production growth is being handled more efficiently. Dr. Wilkinson's report is the next step. I was just commissioned to do a production forecast. His is the next step to address the specific impact these factors have relative to emissions. Thank you.
Could I ask you to go back to page 6, please?
Sure.
There it is. Well, maybe it was 7. No. I think it's actually 7.
I can't see the
right.
numbers.
Okay, the oil and gas activity
There we go.
outside the
There it
DJ. So I understand how you made these projections. To what extent do they reflect the variable price, market price of natural gas?
Well, this is the oil plot, and we also
Right,
have an economist in our
you
group.
also have the gas
But this specifically, I didn't build price into the study per se. Can't see that far on the little mini slides here. That's too big. That's too far, and these are too small.
I understand. I understand.
Off the top of my head, no, I can't. I assume they're. Ooh. From there to there.
Do you want to come back after the witnesses
Yeah, maybe
and give it a little closer look?
Eyeballing it 40%.
30% per annum?
No, that's just the decline. I'm sorry, 30% per year. 30% decline per year.
Per year. Okay. And the oil? Was that just for gas you just gave me?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was the oil.
That was the oil, and what was the gas?
I'd have to come back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
You can come back.
Okay. We have another question. Yeah.
So, all right, trying to get my mic to work, sorry. Okay, thank you. You mentioned the hyperbolic decline curves as being really the backbone of your analysis. So could you talk a little bit about the data that you used to estimate those curves specific to Colorado and these basins?
Sure. I was able to download all the production by well, and then I looked at a map of well density, and there seemed to be kind of 4, at least at this point, 4 well density areas. So I could sum all those wells, and I could pick and I looked for wells that had some history to them. Weren't up and down, weren't too new, something that had, maybe 6 months to a year. I mean, obviously I don't have a whole ton of history because the horizontal drilling is so new, but I tried to find in each area, and then with the software program that we have, that's part of my job, is I would make a type curve. So in this area, I would find the producing wells, get the total production, normalize it for the number of wells that are producing, and then I can get an average initial rate and the shape of those, the shape that those wells produce. So it's from actual production data of the wells in the areas.
But so just to follow up on that, you're fitting that curve and then extrapolating based on 6 months to a year's worth of data typically?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, I wonder, I think we'd like to probably take a break around 4. So I want to be sensitive to the flow of your presentation. So sort of advise you of that and let me know whether you think that would be one witness or two witnesses, or however you want to do it is fine with me, but I
We could do
understand.
one more witness, I think, and
Okay.
it might be a little bit after 4.
That would be fine.
Questions, if that's okay.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure. Also, as we approach 6 o'clock, we'll need to make a decision. Do we want to, are we in a situation where you might be able to complete your presentations or not, carry over into the morning? I want to give you some flexibility in that as well.
Appreciate that.
Again, just so that it
Chairman.
doesn't disrupt your presentation.
Thanks very much. We'll
Okay.
keep that in mind during the break and maybe talk among council.
Okay, thank you. And also, one of my colleagues requested that the witnesses do please come up to the podium.
Okay.
Just because it's easier to see and hear their presentations.
Very good.
Okay.
Glad to oblige. Just
Thank you.
wanted everybody to be comfortable.
Yep.
Our next witness is Dr. James Wilkinson, a senior consultant with Golder Associates. He will talk about flaws in the analyses to support proposed Colorado oil and gas VOC emission rules from his perspective as an atmospheric scientist. Dr. Wilkinson has a BS with honors in petroleum engineering from Montana College of Mineral Science and Technology. He has a PhD in engineering and public policy from the Carnegie Mellon University. And he has significant experience with CAMEX, smoke, MOVES, and other air quality modeling, as well as experience with ozone source apportionment and anthropogenic precursor culpability assessment, or APCA, applications that Ken Lloyd talked about a little bit, and I think we got some questions about earlier from the commission. I'll present Dr. Wilkinson.
Okay, send back.
And Mr. Jacobs, while he's getting ready, I just want to add one other a thought, and that is we have been waiting until all the witnesses for a party present to ask questions. Since you're going to have so many witnesses, so much time could pass. It may be better to do what we sort of naturally just did, which is ask questions after each witness, if that's
That's
if
fine,
that's
Mr.
okay.
Chairman, as you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to present today. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate the arduous task that you have at hand. I'm going to present a summary of my opinions and then go through each one individually. I'm going to tell you that predicted ozone is primarily due to material coming from outside of Colorado. I'm going to also state to you that there's really no evidence to suggest that VOC emission controls outside the non-attainment area are going to produce noticeable air quality benefits. I'm going to speak to the wintertime ozone phenomena that's been talked about today, primarily at Rangeley, that cannot be generalized to summertime exposures. I'm also going to demonstrate that there is ample evidence to suggest that control of NOx emissions may be more beneficial to ozone formation than control of VOCs in the non-attainment area. I'm going to talk to some flaws that exist in the division's approach to estimating the VOC emissions inventory from oil and gas operations. I'm going to bring up once again the environment sensitivity that shows little predicted change in ozone in the non-attainment area as a result of proposed rules. And then I'm also going to talk briefly about the proposed rule's ability to affect Colorado background ozone levels through methane reduction. This speaks directly to what is happening in regards to ozone at Fort Collins in particular. This is a generalization. It happens at many of the monitors. That big sore thumb out there on the right-hand side represents 60 to 65% of the ozone. That is ozone coming from outside of, or these are precursors, potentially ozone coming from outside of Colorado. I also got a roughly 5% in here that's on the left-hand side. That's from the states of Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, and so forth. Again, material directly coming into Colorado, from outside of Colorado, that's impacting ozone at Fort Collins. This represents here 70 to 80%, those far right bars in both graphs. 70 to 80% of the problem is being generated by precursor emissions from outside of Colorado. This is the division zone modeling. Of the remaining 20 to 30%, I've highlighted this green area, which represents 4 to 7% of the ozone that might be attributed to oil and gas operations in Colorado. This is in the record, a very similar situation. The three graphs I presented are the results of historical modeling that's been done in Colorado. Here, the big sore thumb represents 80%. That's stuff coming from outside of Colorado. Coupled with surrounding states, 85% of material from outside of Colorado is resulting in ozone exceedances, in this case at Fort Collins. Of the remaining 15%, that's Colorado specific, in this case 5% is directly related, can be attributed to oil and gas, emissions from oil and gas operations. Let's look at the West Slope. Again, this is presented, unlike bar charts, it's presented in a pie chart, and I know that's hard to read, but let's focus on, I tried to highlight in particular the Colorado activities. The yellow and the blue up there at the top of the bar chart on the left-hand side represents, 5% or so of the ozone being formed by sources in Colorado. The rest of that, the red, the light blues, the other colors, is all stuff, in this case, the rifle monitor in Garfield on the left-hand side, and the BLM Rangeley monitor in Rio Blanco County on the right-hand side, where you can't even see that bright blue and yellow. What does this tell us? If we are to take and apply those rules to the West Slope and pull out all of that yellow you see there, that monitor still would not attain the standard. That monitor is still in exceedance. That's what the modeling tells us. These give you the design values. We've seen these over and over again. And here, these are the West Slope monitors where we show no trend except for BLM Rangeley. Admittedly, there was a violation of the standard in 2013. And that violation is due to a wintertime event, which current research indicates is probably localized and is right now is not well understood and something that the models are not adequately capturing at this point. So you have one monitor that has a violation, potentially due to a unique event in the wintertime. Let's look at the Southwest monitors, where oil and gas activity continues to decline. Yet, these monitors are showing an upward trend. Again, speaking directly to the wintertime exceedance event that occurred, this occurred in BLM Rangeley in Rio Blanco County. There were multiple days in January and February of 2013 that were in exceedance of the 75 ppm standard, or the 75 ppb standard. And the one event, the fourth high, happened to occur here that contributed to the average design value that then violated the standard in 2013. Ongoing research indicates that such events are locally contained both in time and space. This is something that's happening locally, not widespread. The physical-chemical processes that describe these events are only now being understood. Thus, the air quality models are currently ill-equipped to handle to simulate the phenomena. But again, what's happening in the winter cannot be generalized to something that might occur in the summertime. Sustained snow cover, shallow and persistent stable atmospheric boundary layer, and topography, bowl-like areas must all be present for these wintertime events under current understanding to occur. This speaks directly to my concern that NOx controls may be more effective than VOC controls. These are similar to bar charts I presented earlier, except in this case, on the left-hand side, we've attributed ozone formation to NOx emissions, and on the right-hand side, we've attributed the ozone to VOC emissions. The takeaway here is the 10 ppb ozone due to NOx compared to the 1 ppb ozone due to VOCs. That's a substantial difference. It is an indication that NOx is a better control mechanism than VOCs. And this also bodes the question in previous presentations that talked to a 6.5 ppb change in Weld County, I believe, without a full description, a full disclosure of which set of oil and gas emissions are causing that 6.5 ppb change. This is just a realization of the same information presented previously. In this count, the takeaway is in the lower left-hand corner, where 3.2% of the ozone precursors are being tackled. This is what's being attempted to be tackled by these rules. 3.2% at Fort Collins. And on average, across all the monitors, we're looking at something on the order of about 3%. Looking at some of the flaws in the division's calculation of the VOC emission inventory from oil and gases, what we get here is I went back and looked at the original data that was used to justify the 13.7 pounds of VOC per barrel per day produced emission factor from condensate tanks. What I looked at and what I discovered was that there was a apparent association. They tried to correlate the VOC emission factor to production. When I do that correlation, we get a number up there in the upper panel of 0.25. We want that number to be as close to 1 as possible. As close to 1 as possible. We're not getting that. Anything typically below 0.5, we really start to question. When I did the reanalysis, simply adjusting for correlation to the API gravity, the oil gravity, I came up with a correlation coefficient of 0.84, which is very good. Using that particular regression, we end up with a mean emission factor of 10.7 pounds of VOC per barrel per day. That's substantially different than what's being utilized currently in the DJ Basin. I know this is a wordy slide. I'm going to try and make it short and simple. There are a number of components that go into estimating the VOC emission inventory. Two important components are capture efficiency, which is the ability of our storage tanks to rein in the emissions and not let them get to the atmosphere, which has been talked about. That's the capture efficiency. That varies between 0 and 1. If it's 0, that means everything gets to the atmosphere. 1 means everything's captured. The other is destruction efficiency, how well our flare is able to destroy what's captured in the tank. That too varies from 0 to 1. 0 means the flare is doing nothing. 1 means it's burning 100% of the VOCs. The product of those two values is what we call the overall control efficiency. Under the APCD's assumptions, the capture efficiency has been set at 0.75. Until today, I did not know what that basis was. I had no idea where that came from. But today there was some justification, of which I've had no time to review, where that value came from. The destruction efficiency is 0.95. That tends to be the low end of what flares are generally accepted to be as, or for their general acceptance of destruction efficiency. That results in an overall control efficiency of 0.7125. However, analyzing the division's own data based on what the operators are producing, I come up with an overall control efficiency that ranges from anywhere from 0.86 to 0.93. Again, substantially different. I've put up here the equation. This is a simplified version of the equation used to estimate what the emissions that are released to the atmosphere. If I plug in the two sets of numbers and divide them, divide the result, it is possible that the division is overestimating its VOC condensate tank emission inventory by as much as 60%. Another thing that is complicating this, and again, I did not see this until today, is rule effectiveness applied. Rule effectiveness is basically the measure of how well a regulatory program is achieving its stated emission reduction goals. Again, it ranges from 0 to 1. From the most recent SIP, it's my understanding that that value has been pegged at 0.83. However, it is still unclear to me if that number has really been applied. I saw it in a slide, but again, I haven't had a chance to review that information. This information was presented earlier. I've just placed it all in one slide. These are the growth projections for oil, gas, and wells in the DJ Basin. As you've heard us state, we agree that current information indicates that both oil and gas are predicted to be on a substantially higher growth curve in the DJ Basin than were previously presented. And if you look, the blue line is oil, and you'll see the big hump. That's from the most recent information. The blue diamonds and triangles are what were used in the current inventory growth from 2008 to 2018, I believe. The red hump is gas. The red diamonds and red triangles are what the division used to grow their emissions. But the significant difference here is the well growth. The division is estimating a substantially higher growth rate pattern than what the current information implies. And on a per well basis, the emissions are actually going down. And it's unclear whether that has been adequately captured in the current projected inventories. This is something you've seen earlier as well. A sensitivity was run earlier within the last 6 months, 4 months. And this has been presented earlier in statements by Mr. Kaufman from the division, I believe, and by EDF. And I believe there's been a misinterpretation on their part. This sensitivity, the left-hand side is what we call the base case. That's with all the information as we currently understand it. What we did then is pulled out of the inventory 20% of the VOC emissions, VOC only, from operations in the DJ Basin. We reran the model. I challenge anybody to look at those two graphs and see if they can see much. That's why I put the right-hand side up there, which is simply a difference in those fields. The maximum difference predicted on any day in the simulation was 0.31 ppb. I'll say that again. The maximum difference in 8-hour ozone on any day in the simulation is predicted to be 0.31 ppb, occurring somewhere around the carriage monitor. This is substantially different than the 1.67 ppb that was reported earlier. And it may be simply due to a misunderstanding in what that information really means. In regards to methane, I think all of us will agree that in the short term, methane has little impact on ozone formation locally. It has an extremely low reactivity, and I believe Dr. Schimmel even stated that the lifetime of methane in the atmosphere was on the order of 10 years, if I recall correctly. One thing to think about, though, the sheer magnitude of global methane emissions are on the scale of 600 million metric tons per year. Colorado, we're looking at something that is 4 orders of magnitude less than the current oil and gas methane emission inventory that's been reported. 4 orders of magnitude, 10,000 times less. Even if 100% control of all potential E&P methane emissions were taken out, if they were all controlled, locally we would see no change in ozone, and it's doubtful in the near term, over the course of a couple of years, we would see any change in background ozone. Just to wrap up, just to let you know or restate again what I've said, the largest impact on ozone formation are due to emission sources, emission precursors coming from outside of Colorado. I believe there's no evidence to suggest that statewide controls are going to result in improved air quality in places such as the West Slope. There is little change in ozone with a 20% reduction in DJ Basin oil and gas VOC emissions, and there is strong indications that NOx controls may be more beneficial. There are errors in the capture efficiency, the emission factors, and the destruction efficiencies, and potential errors in the growth assumptions that all will impact that future year inventory. It's also possible that the current exploration and production technologies that are being applied are also not adequately captured. The emission controls in those are not being adequately captured in the future year inventories. Wintertime ozone is a localized event that cannot be generalized to summertime exposures. Methane controls will have little to no impact on local or global ozone formation. Given this evidence, it is imprudent to promulgate new emission control requirements solely on oil and gas emission sources without further study. Thank you again for your time. I will entertain any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Just a quick question on your emission factor. You had, okay, here we go. You discussed about 13.5 pounds VOC per barrel of oil at division estimates, and you came up with a 10.7?
Correct.
Okay, can you just elaborate on, did you run a regression analysis? What were the basis of your numbers? Where did you get your numbers?
Those numbers came from the LaSalle 2002. I don't want to misquote that because I don't have the DGS-PH. That particular exhibit specifically references the data source that was used to generate the 13.9 pounds of VOC per barrel per day. I simply took that data and redid the regression analysis using, I looked at multiple variables. It turns out that API gravity gave me the best regression, and with the resulting 10.7 pounds VOC per barrel per day.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. You're saying you used the same data that they used, but you ran the regression, your numbers came different then. What was your R factor?
The R factor is 0.84.
What was theirs?
0.25.
So we're talking about curve fitting here, basically.
That's what these two graphs show
basic
up.
data is the same.
The data are the same.
Okay.
Now, you have to be careful there. The data that they used was emission factor versus production rate.
Right.
Mine is emission factor versus API gravity.
Right. Thank you.
I'd just like to, follow up on that same graph, because I don't think it's labeled. Is this condensate production? Is it oil production? Which specific part of the inventory are we talking about here?
I believe these are from the condensate tests that were done by, I don't know if they were done by LaSalle, but LaSalle took the data. And these were based on information that was retrieved in 2002. Does that help?
Commissioner Coons got my attention first.
You go in.
I'm on here. I just want to get your help in understanding something about methane reactivity. I continually get confused by what I hear. I think earlier Dr. Schimmel made the comment that methane, in effect, was a low-hanging fruit, thinking that it is, and I may be using the wrong terminology here because I think you used it differently, that methane is chemically more reactive than carbon dioxide. But I know one of the things that's often said is it has a shorter lifetime in the atmosphere. So I think Dr. Schimmel's point was that it's very highly reactive chemically, and because of its short lifetime, we have the ability, by removing the more methane, to have a shorter term impact, in other words, impact more quickly global warming than by removing carbon dioxide, which once it's up there, stays longer, harder to remove, that sort of thing. I think you commented that actually removing methane would be less beneficial because it was less reactive. And I'm not sure I'm understanding the two concepts.
We have to be careful about reactivity, which is a chemical thing.
Right.
When we combine chemicals, they're reactive or they're not.
Right.
Methane, we want to steer clear of that because he was speaking to, and I wish he was here because I don't want to put words in his mouth, but more to the global warming potential.
Okay.
And methane, I agree, methane has a much higher global warming potential than does carbon dioxide. I think that was specifically pointed
Right.
out.
That's his point, I
right.
think.
What I'm saying is on the scale that we look at ozone as a pollutant in the non-attainment areas, which ozone, we're looking at ozone formation that may occur over the course of maybe 2 weeks max. And I think Denver in particular, you're looking at episodes that may be 3, 4, 5 days in duration. Methane will not react to form ozone in that time frame, or it reacts and it's very small.
Okay, that helps. I was looking at global warming potential versus ozone. So given that, would you then, would you say that the argument that removing methane would affect global warming potential is not a good reason to remove methane?
Nope. I'm going to see if I can restate that. I'm not arguing the case that removing methane isn't going to impact global warming or global warming potential.
Okay.
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the removal, the rules focused on removing methane have little impact, have little, probably none, on the ozone problem that we're trying to address. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, but it would have an impact on affecting the global warming issue.
It will have a small impact.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood the interpretation.
If I may also, Mr.
Jacobs.
Chairman, this witness is really offered on the methane ozone connection, and we do have other witnesses on behalf of CPA within the joint work group or an industry work group that will address methane issues specifically. Very good.
So I'll just punt.
Dr. Tour.
A couple of questions. Thank you for your testimony. First, you stated towards the end that you believe that the division's estimates of capture efficiency are flawed, but during your presentation, what I heard was that you had not until today seen the justification for the 75%. I didn't see any evidence suggesting the 75% was incorrect. Could you speak to that?
And that's what this slide speaks to and maybe doesn't call out adequately. Again, what I was looking at were the two numbers that are used, the capture efficiency and destruction efficiency. Combined, that represents the overall control efficiency. I looked at the division's own data and calculated an overall control efficiency of between 0.86 and 0.93. Here, let me see if I'm afraid to push those buttons. Where it says, thus OCE equals 0.7125, that's the product of 0.75 and 0.95. That's the overall control efficiency. When I looked at the division's own data as being reported by operators, presumably, I'm getting a number that's 0.86 to 0.93. So I'm calling into question the 0.75 and 0.95. I can live with the 0.95.
And a question and this may be a question for the division rather than you, so let me know if you can't answer it. The data from the APCD that you're referring to, is that based upon actual measures of emissions or based upon assumptions about capture efficiency?
I cannot comment on what the meaning of the data that was supplied to me by the division is. That would have to come from the division. But I do have a specific citation, so hopefully wouldn't be too hard for, I think it was Mr. Kaufman who actually provided that information to say, oh yeah, okay, we know where that comes from.
So I'll ask a follow-up question to Mr. Kaufman at the appropriate time. Also a question, you've argued that for a variety of reasons, the inventory of VOC emissions from the oil and gas sector by the division likely overestimates those emissions. We have gotten other testimony that a variety of studies that are top-down studies rather than bottom-up studies based upon measures of actual atmospheric VOC concentrations suggests that the inventory is substantially undercounting emissions.
Right.
Perhaps you could speak to that and how that analysis differs from your analysis.
I'd be happy to, and I'd love to speculate, but I'm going to use a statement that a representative from the EDF team said, and there's a lot of smart people looking at that. So there is a disconnect. I will fully agree that there is a disconnect between the inventory and what the measurements are telling us. But there's also the possibility that those measurements may be pointing to another culprit. What that culprit is, I can't say.
But don't those measurements use the relative concentrations of various VOCs that essentially allow you to determine whether they're from an oil and gas source or not?
It's a fingerprint, for lack of a better term. There are fingerprints out there that tend to say, these are emissions from oil and gas operations. Well, are they emissions from oil and gas operations associated with direct well production, or are they coming from the VOC tanks, or are they coming out of the compressor facilities? That could have bearing on things.
So would it be fair to say, to characterize it, that there is uncertainty in the level of emissions, that there is some analysis that would suggest that the inventory is substantially undercounting emissions, and there is other bottom-up analysis that you have described that would suggest that they're overcounting it?
Yes, I could agree with that, and I like the term uncertainty.
Okay, thank you.
Could you go back to the 20% slide? The one that's got the three.
Oh, the 20% sensitivity?
Right. So I understand what the two slides on the left side are doing. Please, again, what's the message out of the slide on the right?
The far slide on the right?
Yes, sir.
That is a difference between the center slide. It's the center slide minus the left slide.
Mm-hmm.
Difference those two, and you come up with that slide on the right. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what that's saying on the slide on the right is the maximum difference in 8-hour ozone, simulated 8-hour ozone on any day was 0.31 ppb due to reducing the VOC emissions in the DJ Basin by 20%.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We will take a, excuse me, thank you very much for your
oh, yes, thank you.
We'll take a recess until 4:35.
4:30.
Sharp. Okay. We're back in session. Mr. Jacobs.
We're going to continue with this panel. My associate Eric will introduce Dr. McDonald here in a moment. That will complete this panel of testimony. We'd like to open that up, certainly Dr. McDonald's testimony, to your questions. And then we'd propose that cross-examination be offered for all three of the panel witnesses. That should, in the passage of time, the fullness of time, take us to close to 6 o'clock, and I think that would be a good break point for us, rather than start a new panel, depending on the time. But that would be our preference at this point.
Okay, well, we'll do it that way. Do any of the parties have an objection with doing their cross-examination at the end of the panel and then picking up their later panels starting tomorrow? Yes, sorry. Teresa has. Okay, so that's what we will do. Please continue your presentation.
Yeah, we're on the right slide. Just start the slideshow. Oh, goodness. Really? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Eric Wackerlin. I'm an attorney with Davis, Graham & Stubbs. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. McDonald, the senior economist at the Lewis Berger Group. She prepared an updated initial economic impact analysis and a final economic impact analysis on behalf of the Davis DGS client group, and she's here to testify about those reports today. She has 20 years of experience in conducting economic studies for federal, state, and private clients. She's completed numerous studies focused on issues related to the oil and gas industry in Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and Texas, and she holds a PhD in mineral economics from the Colorado School of Mines.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you very much, Commissioners, for having this opportunity to present my results of an economic impact analysis that I have completed of the proposed rules. The testimony today will be a summary of the analysis that we included in written testimony in a final EIA that was submitted on January 30th, and then also a revised final EIA that was submitted on February 14th. Let me start by saying I think we all realize this is a very complex issue, and it's one that we've been studying the costs of for a better part of 10 months. This includes a detailed industry survey that we conducted last summer with many of the industry representatives that are here in this room today, a number of follow-up interviews regarding those surveys and responses to those surveys, a review of a number of studies that have been completed by the EPA and others that have looked at similar types of rules and LDAR requirements in other parts of the country and in Canada. In addition, where additional information has come to light. For instance, we received some comments regarding our re-monitoring costs in some of the rebuttal statements by the division and others. We went back and took a look at our assumptions, felt that they were high. With further input from industry, we revised those assumptions and revised our costs downward, which we believe now better represent what would happen in the field if these regulations are implemented. A summary of my expert opinion is as follows. I believe that the proposed rules, as now written, are significantly more expensive than those that have been estimated by the division. They also are significantly more expensive for operations that are outside the non-attainment area. And I also believe that they are not cost-effective at the proposed frequencies of the LDAR monitoring that are being proposed. In addition to this, we have tried to do an analysis to understand how these rules would impact marginal producing wells and smaller operators. What we have found is these rules and the regulatory requirements that they place on these operations have the potential to leave 125 million barrels of oil in the ground. resulting in a loss of revenues of $1.9 billion over time to these operators, a loss in $374 million in lost royalties to mineral owners, and as much as $80 million in lost severance taxes to the state of Colorado. The approach that we have used, the Lewis Berger Group, and the division is different in evaluating costs associated with these proposed rules. In particular, our analysis considers the effectiveness of LDAR. Simply put, LDAR effectiveness is not the same as a control technology and should be treated differently in a cost-effective analysis. You're going to hear more about LDAR effectiveness from Brian Ross and Jay Christopher later on in this hearing. But our analysis has accounted for this in our cost analysis. In addition, we have what we believe is appropriately accounted for all the components of a successful LDAR program, including record keeping and reporting, program setup costs, camera training, and repair and remonitoring. We also believe our cost estimates are based on the most current data that is appropriate to these various provisions and appropriate to operations here in Colorado. This slide is just a summary, a roll-up of the different costs that we have estimated and those that the division has estimated. It's based on the final EIA that was produced by the division dated January 30th, and also our revised EIA that was produced on February 14th. Please note that this does not include any of the product savings, which I will discuss later in my presentation. As you can see from looking at that, if you start with that last column and top two rows, our costs associated with the STEM program are double what the division has estimated in the initial year. Those costs in the initial year for well production facilities, if you move down a couple of rows, are 4 times as much as are the costs associated with the compressor stations. Again, these are for the initial year. We have also, because LDAR inherently has diminishing returns, the cost of the program increases in subsequent years. So our cost per ton of VOC reduced in subsequent years increases significantly, while the division does not assume these diminishing returns, and those costs are held constant. So in subsequent years, that cost comparison is significantly different. The next 3 slides lay out the differences in assumptions for well production facility just for LDAR. There's been a great deal of discussion about the differences in our costs versus the difference in, or the costs that the division has estimated. What these 3 graphs are designed to do is clearly show you the assumptions that we made versus those that are made by the division, so we can all understand why we're seeing such differences in our cost estimates. But more importantly, it gives a chance for you, the commissioners, to understand those assumptions and determine for yourself if they're reasonable. Starting with the uncontrolled emissions and the number of components. Neither Lewis Berger nor the division has a good inventory on the well production facilities. So we decided to take a conservative approach and use some data from the EPA, and with input from industry decided that using an uncontrolled emissions of 2.56 tons per year and an average number of components of 592 is a good representation of the well production facilities in the state of Colorado. The division, on the other hand, has used or has developed their assumptions regarding well production facilities from a very small sample size of data points they have in their APAN database, 40, I believe. And those operations are located in 5 counties in Colorado. LDAR control effectiveness. Our assumptions regarding the control effectiveness come from industry experts who understand how LDAR programs work in the field. And we do show diminishing returns associated with that effectiveness. Division, on the other hand, made some assumptions about the effectiveness based on a guidance document that the EPA has published in the early 1990s. The inspection costs, we have tried to break down these inspection costs buy every single component that we could that would be part of the LDAR program. And you can see what those estimates are. The division, on the other hand, has tried to roll up all these costs into one hourly rate, which we feel underestimates what those costs would be. For instance, travel expenses were based on a percentage of income of an inspector, which is not in any way tied to what it would take to travel to all these locations and the expenses that would be incurred. The next slide shows a number of components that we have included in our cost estimate that the division has excluded, are not considered. A number of these items you heard from Ancana and Noble earlier that are an important part of their successful LDAR programs. So again, that is the input that we got from industry as well, that they need to be included in part of the cost analysis. The first one up there is the LDAR program setup costs. This would include things like tagging or tracking, somehow tracking these different components that would have to be inspected on a regular basis, the software that would be needed to track all those inspections. And the division has decided to not exclude those as part of their cost estimate because they weren't explicitly asked for in the regulations. However, I will point out that the division has extensive reporting and record-keeping requirements, and these operators are expected to provide that information, and these systems are necessary to be able to do that. AVO costs, again, the division does not have any costs associated with AVO in their cost estimates. And I believe the reason for that is because they are assuming an undisclosed number of companies are already doing it. I would argue that this cost is a cost of the rule. It's a cumulative cost that the division should include, and we have included it, as did some of the industry representatives you've already heard from today in their cost estimates. Remonitoring, again, the division has not assumed any costs associated with remonitoring, and we believe that this is, again, a legitimate cost that should be included for a couple of reasons. One, the repairs that will occur will not all be easy fixes. Some of them, and I believe the Anadarko representative said that 80% of them couldn't be fixed on the spot. We assume 75% of them can be fixed on the spot, leaving 25% of them that it would be more complex, would likely require a shutdown of equipment, and would likely have to be done by somebody other than the person that's doing the inspections, which would require somebody to probably go out and do a remonitoring. So we have assumed some costs associated with that. The remonitoring costs, we assumed a shorter time period for those monitoring frequent events because you wouldn't be monitoring as many components. We understand that. But you would still incur the travel costs to go back out there. So that's what we have included in our remonitoring cost estimates. Finally, the division has not included any costs for camera training, which we have included. And again, you heard earlier today how important it is to train these individuals, inspectors, on the camera use, but also on safety. And we believe this is a legitimate cost of this program that should be included. The final slide, there's not as many differences in our assumptions as there was on the earlier slides from the division. I'll just note a few. There are some differences with our repair costs from the division, but really the leak rates is the one that you'll see a significant difference. Again, because we're assuming diminishing returns of the LDAR program, the leak rates in the initial year are going to be higher than they are in subsequent years. The division is assuming constant leak rates based on frequency of monitoring that would occur in all periods. As I mentioned earlier, we did revise our EIA because of some concerns over our remonitoring costs. And those were revised downward, and this graphic just shows you how much they have changed. And they did change significantly, I will admit that. But regardless of that, the LDAR cost for the well production facilities across all the different tiers is still above $5,000 per ton. And that's in the initial year. In the subsequent years, it's above $17,000 per ton reduced. We also looked at the differences in LDAR for well production facilities across the different geographies, and we basically break this down by the non-attainment area and the rest of the state, similar to what the division has done. And what we found is there is a significant difference for operations outside the non-attainment area than from the rest of the state. On average, it's about $1,000 more per facility than it is in the non-attainment area. However, if you look at the largest facilities that would be subject to those monthly inspections, that difference is as much as $5,000 more per facility. And again, once you get outside the non-attainment area, it's likely that these locations are going to be more remote. You're going to have higher travel costs, and this is especially compounding when you're talking about monthly inspections. This graph just shows you, and it's a little bit difficult to see, but it's designed to show you the control costs in the initial period and subsequent periods and compare that to what you would expect in emission reductions. Again, we feel that there's diminishing returns associated with these LDAR programs. So in the initial year, you will have lower costs per ton of VOC reduce and higher levels of emission reductions, but as you go into subsequent years, those costs increase while your emission rates will fall. The dotted lines are the tons, or dollars per ton of VOC reduced, while the solid lines are the emission reductions you can expect. Most pronounced, this difference between the costs in subsequent years and the emission reductions is for the biggest facilities. Again, the ones that are going to be subject to monthly inspections. You'll have high costs and low expected emission reductions. And again, this is most pronounced for our well production facilities because if you look at the rules, the monitoring frequency is based on the uncontrolled tank emissions. It is not based on the fugitive emissions coming from the well production facilities. So if you are a well production facility, which the division has estimated that those fugitive emissions are 4.6 tons per year, if you are tied to a tank that has uncontrolled emissions of 50 tons per year, you will be subject to monthly inspections. So the smaller facilities likely will have higher costs for well production facilities, regardless of what the benefits of doing that monitoring at those sites. In our final EIA, we decided to try to determine how the smaller producers and marginally producing wells may be affected by these proposed rules. And to do that, we first defined a marginally producing well as one that on average would be producing 2 barrels of oil per day. We then set out to look at what would be the economic limit of those wells under current conditions. And the economic limit we're defining as the point where revenues coming from the well no longer cover the cost, the lease operating costs. Under current conditions and basically $90 per barrel of oil, we estimated that that limit is 0.43 barrels a day. So as your production levels fall below that, you would likely shut in that well or plug it and abandon it, leaving oil production in the ground. Now, as we've added the average costs for these facilities for just STEM and LDAR, we found that on average it would increase costs to these marginally producing wells anywhere from $100 a month to $1,000 a month, because again, you may have low producing wells that are in that higher tier, because that tiers of monitoring frequencies is based on uncontrolled tank emissions. So we looked at the full spectrum and the distribution of the number of wells across those different tiers. What we found is the economic limit would increase to 0.77 barrels per day, which would result in a loss of oil production over time. Now, you can look at this and think that, well, these are marginal changes, and I agree with that. But however, there's a large number of active wells in the state, 55%, over 25,000 wells that are producing at about these levels. So it's a great number of them. And when you apply these factors to a great number of wells, you're going to come up with significant impacts. And what the analysis shows, it could be as much as 125 million barrels of oil lost. And what does that mean? Well, it means a loss in the value of production to those producers of $1.9 billion once it's discounted, and the loss of royalties to mineral owners of $374 million, and loss in severance taxes to the state of Colorado that could approach over $80 million. We, like the division, also estimated in our final EIA what would be the value of the product that could be recovered if these rules were put into place. And there could be some savings. We will admit to that, and we've tried to estimate that to the best of our ability. Again, you will see that we have an initial year value that's actually higher than what the division has estimated, because we are assuming higher effectiveness, more emissions are going to be recovered in that initial year than what the division has estimated. But even given that, the value of that product does not nearly cover the cost of either repair and remonitoring costs or the total cost of what we think an LDAR program would be. Again, those percentages are much lower than what the division has estimated because our costs are much higher. This is just a final summary slide that just tries to add all this up. What are the total costs that we have estimated versus what the division has estimated in initial years and subsequent years? What are the cost savings that could be expected from these programs? And what the net costs are. I believe you have seen the division use that number of $42 million as a net cost of these rules. We think it's more in the magnitude of $163 million just in the initial year. In subsequent years, we believe it's closer to $129 million, where our calculation of the division's net cost would be $40 million. In summary, I believe that there are some fundamental flaws in the way the division has approached the cost of these rules. First, they fail to consider that the diminishing returns that are inherent to LDAR programs. Also, they have improperly accounted for a number of LDAR program components that we believe are important. And also, of the costs they have estimated, we believe those are underestimates. Therefore, the costs that we have estimated are significantly higher than those that have been estimated by the division. We do believe that these regulatory costs can and will affect small producers more significantly than our larger producers, and also that these increased costs will disproportionately impact producers that are outside the non-attainment area. That concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Coons.
Thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful. I'm not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, so I appreciate your clarifications. I do have several questions for you, though.
Sure. Help
me to understand. In your revenue loss estimates, are you looking at those over a particular time period? I guess I'm assuming that you're making the assumption that once those wells get plugged or closed in, that resource is lost forever?
Yeah, that was the basic assumption, that folks would leave and not come back. Now, you know, again, an assumption. Economic conditions change. If it's just shut in, they may go back. Price of oil goes back up. They may go back and continue production.
Okay, that helps. So you're
Sure.
just assuming that it's a point in time we're looking at. Okay. The second thing was, and just a clarification, when you talk about the subsequent years, after the first years, the costs being higher, that's because you're assuming that they're diminishing returns on those programs?
That's correct.
And to carry that point a little bit farther, we heard testimony from others that in their opinion, and I believe it was probably the Noble and Encana folks, that those STEM and LDAR programs are you don't see the diminishing returns, at least at the level that you're projecting or assuming, because the equipment continually breaks. There are continual leaks, particularly with the higher producing companies. Do you have a thought about that? Are they wrong in that assumption?
No, I will defer your question a little bit to, we're going to have some experts on the effectiveness of LDAR, but
Great.
what our analysis is based on is the leak rates in the initial year are much higher than what they are in subsequent years once you have that program in place. So we're not assuming that leaks go to zero by any means. We're just assuming that there's a reduced level of leaks that would occur in those subsequent years. Now, it's likely after a period of time, yes, that equipment does break down and you will see those leak rates go back up. But I believe in, and again, some other folks will testify to this, that in those subsequent periods, for a period of time, you're going to have much lower leak rates than you will in the initial year.
And this may be a clarification for the witnesses coming up, but could you also assume that when you have a brand new operation, that the leak rates would be lower, and that as that operation ages, the equipment ages, that the leak rates would go up?
Again, I will have you ask that question of those experts again, but that does seem logical to me, that in older equipment you would have more leaks than you would in brand new equipment that's put out in the field.
And one final question, and this is more maybe a rhetorical question, but I'm curious. We often hear that one of the problems around allowing local control over regulations is an inconsistency for the industry, that the rules are going to be different in different places within the state, and that is much more costly. How does that fit with the assertion that we need to have different rules in this case for non-attainment versus attainment areas, or lower producers versus higher producers?
Not knowing the exact example, I would say in general that having consistency in regulations does help. But I think in this case, you're talking about a situation where very high concentrations of production and operations in the non-attainment area. There's issues associated with ozone there, and that's where they need to be concentrated. As you move outside the non-attainment area, those costs of those regulations, and I won't speak to the benefits side because I haven't been asked to, but if there's questions on the benefits and we know those costs are going to be higher, then that warrants maybe that difference in application of those rules.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Yes. Commissioner Brown, do you have a question?
I have a question about your analysis of your marginal wells.
Sure.
You focused on oil.
Yes.
You didn't include gas wells that may be marginal at this point, particularly those that don't produce any liquid hydrocarbons. I had this conversation earlier with another witness, but how would that affect this analysis, economically speaking? Can you draw any estimation or conclusion, or maybe explain to me why you left that out, because I'm sure that you thought about that.
First of all, let me state that I had Clark Parrott, petroleum engineer, help me with that analysis and some of those assumptions. And so, yes, I will admit we did not look at the gas piece of that. I think if you were assuming that you had a well that produced both, these are marginally producing, and the gas that's likely coming out of those wells in those marginally producing wells are going to be of low pressure, and the gas is likely going to be uneconomic, and it will be flared anyway. That's my understanding of that. Again, I think, Clark, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, if you're talking about the associated gas with the oil production, it's either such a low rate or such a low pressure, depending on the operations. They're burning it on site, in addition to flaring it to run the pumping unit if it has a gas engine. And the range that we were talking about, it would be consistent. So if gas were put in, it might bump the economic limit of one up 2/10, and then and it would be the same for that incremental range that we're talking about. So there's not going to be a large fluctuation in GOR, gas-oil ratio in that thing. So it, in essence, you could say it's built into the price, or to that effect. It would be similar for both points, or non-relevant if it's not being used at that low rate and low pressure.
So what I'm referring to are what you would term dry gas wells.
Okay.
They're going to have to, it looks like by this, you'd have to go out and do at least a one-time survey.
And AVO.
And
It would be-
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
depending, yeah.
yes.
So,
I, you know, we have not run it on the
Okay.
gas wells. Bottom line is, you know, so I can't really offer any opinions on what that would look like. It would be similar to the oil analysis. I'm not quite, I don't know.
but if you had wells that we're talking dry gas wells, that were marginally economic.
I would assume it would be a similar type of result.
So I'm just wondering, it would add on to the number
Yeah.
you projected here?
Yes, I think logically it could.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bargy and then Commissioner Teague.
Thank you. I think I heard you saying, well, revenue not covering costs.
Yes.
What is your threshold on that?
I'm sorry?
The threshold you're using. What cost? Control cost or the production cost?
They're your lease operating costs. So what it costs to operate that lease, and then you're taking out royalties and you're taking out taxes that you would have to pay for that.
When you include the control cost, where would that put you on?
Well, that's the difference. What we have done is we've looked at that sort of average operating costs for
Right.
those wells, and then we added the cost of these rules on average. What would it cost each facility on a monthly basis? And that's what changes that economic limit.
All right. Is that average cost of control or the marginal cost?
It's the average that we've estimated across all those different tiers of facilities.
Do you have any marginal cost of the control?
No.
You never done any marginal costs?
No, we have not looked at marginal costs of those wells.
All right. What is the horizon for 125 million barrels of oil staying in the ground?
I think the horizon is 60 years.
How many years?
60 years.
60 years. And that is also associated with the $1.9 billion of
Yes.
revenue?
Oh, that's across those 60 years.
I see. Thank you.
I think I heard you say that 50% of the wells in the state are marginal producing wells?
55%.
And what percent of those would be in the non-attainment area?
That is a good question. I don't know. Clark, I don't know if you know.
That, excuse me, that's the area we looked
And
at.
I actually want to know what's in, same question, how many are in the attainment area?
26, 28,000. Virtually, if I'm understanding your question correctly, the majority of the marginal wells are in the DJ Basin. In the DJ Basin, there's I have them here handy, 26, 28,000 wells. And most of those are the marginal ones.
And would they be in the attainment or the non-attainment?
In the non-attainment area, in the Weld County, in the DJ Basin.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One on the marginally producing wells. So you stated that 55% of the wells statewide would be classified as marginally producing. What percentage of the actual production, total statewide production, is associated with those wells?
I think it's 1.5 million barrels a day. It's associated with approximately 25,000 wells.
And what percentage is that of total statewide production?
Again, Clark, do you know that?
excuse me, I'm getting a little behind, but Commissioner Teague, I did have in my report that, yes, 1.57 million barrels of oil per month from an estimated 25,000 active wells for an average of 2 barrels per day. That is in the DJ Basin. So there's 25,000 wells, 25,463 to be exact.
And do we know what percentage of total statewide production that is? So it's 55% of the number of wells, but if we're characterizing it by total production?
Yeah, I actually have a note to that effect. The DJ Basin, from my pie chart, makes up 84% of this Colorado's state production. 32% of that, not 32% of that, 32% is from the conventional wells. 52% is already from the horizontal wells. 52 and 32 add up to the 84%. So 32% is from the conventional wells, of which a majority of them are the marginal low rate wells. So it's roughly 1/3 of 5 million barrels. So it would be 1.3, 1.5 barrels per month.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Another question, just trying to sort of understand the import or the meaning of a number of these numbers in terms of sort of statewide totals. So you have an annual cost estimate of complying with the rules that is substantially higher than the division's estimate or the testimony from a number of the large producers. I'm curious if you were to take that number and divide it into the total statewide revenues from production of oil and gas, what percentage would that be?
Can you repeat your question?
So the division did an analysis in which they concluded a net cost of about $40 million a year, which they concluded was about 0.4% of the annual, they estimated was about 0.4% of the annual revenues associated with production of oil and gas in Colorado. If that number was correct, I believe that what you would then be arguing is that it's somewhere more in the 1.2 to 1.5% range. And I'm trying to determine whether you would believe that that's accurate.
I won't argue about the accuracy of it. I would argue about what's the relevance of that number to compare costs to revenues when you should be looking at the total costs of these operations, not revenue, because it's not taking into account what it takes to operate these things.
It's simply another data point.
Understand.
It's useful to understand whether we're talking 10% of revenues or 1% of revenues or 50% of revenues.
Can I ask why you wouldn't look at net revenue?
Well, I would also be interested in that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds, I can do a simple calculation. I haven't done it. We can do that if you'd like to see that.
Would certainly be interested in your analysis of what percentage of net revenues it would be.
Okay.
Then on the marginally producing wells, so it's over that 125 million barrel loss is over a 60-year time period.
Yes.
What assumptions did you make about the price of oil over that 60-year time period?
We made this simple assumption that it would be $90 a barrel, and understanding that that's a long time period and conditions can change. But again, we weren't looking at an investment type of analysis here. We just wanted a ballpark estimate of how these different wells would be affected. And it is over time. And so that's why I chose to discount those instead of just providing the raw numbers. They needed to be discounted because it is over time. Some of those can be quite a long time. But we don't know when those wells are going to go offline.
And then if we were to try to characterize the value of those wells to the operators of those wells, presumably sort of similar to discussion about what's relevant is the net revenues, not the total revenues. So presumably, as you get to the point where you're shutting in a well, the value of that oil to the operator approaches zero.
That's correct.
And so if you were to do an analysis that attempted to capture the actual value to the operator of that lost 125 million barrels, it would presumably be something much less than the total revenue discounted over time, since that last barrel has a net value approaching zero.
Except that the 125 million barrels that we've estimated that would be lost is due solely to the increased cost in regulations. It's not, so they would otherwise produce that if they didn't have burden with these additional costs.
They would otherwise produce it, but they've headed way down that curve.
Yes,
of
they would
the
continue
actual
to produce for a much longer time period without those additional costs.
Okay, do we know what the discounted value of net revenues lost to the producers are? That's what I'm trying to get at. I think that would be a much smaller.
That's what that analysis is.
I thought that was total revenue, discounted value of the total revenue from sale
It is
of
total
that
revenue.
oil.
Sorry, yes, it is total revenue. But yes, you know, we can look at net costs as
Okay.
well, or net revenue as well.
Okay, thank you.
I do have one other question. I wanted to make sure I understood what I think I heard you say about the marginal wells and where they are. If I understood what you just said, the majority of the marginal wells we're talking about, which are, as I understand from the analysis, are the most expensive in terms of cost-benefit relationship if these rules are applied. In other words, it's the cost to the operator based on emissions saved is higher for the marginal wells. The majority of those are in the DJ basin, which is in the attainment or non-attainment area, sorry. So if the commission would decide then that it makes sense not to apply the rules to the non-attainment area, it's not going to benefit those marginal wells. Do you see what I'm asking? That if our argument has to do with the cost of the rules to the marginal well producer, they're still going to have to pay those costs if they're in the attainment area, which presumably they are. And the rule, or I'm sorry, in the non-attainment area, DJ Basin, that's easier.
Thank you.
Because I don't hear you arguing that we shouldn't apply the rules anywhere in the state.
No.
Okay. So I did understand that correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, Saeed, and then Jen.
Just going back to the cost one more time.
Sure.
See if I can understand what you're saying. The production cost of the wells, can you just tell us what is the percentages of cost coming for the controls that is making you kind of unhappy here that you're saying is costing more to produce, therefore the wells are not going to be producing oil? Can you just give us that breakdown?
Of what, of the...
What the control cost is, what is the percentages of control costs
Sure.
over the total production cost?
Sure, I think our assumption of average lease operating costs of $900 a month. The control costs we estimated added anywhere from $100 a month more to $1,000 a month more, based on the different tiers. So again, the smaller tiers have less requirements, they're going to have less additional costs. Larger tiers are going to have higher costs.
Okay, is that also associated with the volume of the productions?
No, it's not. No, because again, as I stated earlier, the rules state that the monitoring frequency is based on uncontrolled tank emissions. So if you have a facility that's producing at low levels and you have a tank tied to it that has high uncontrolled emissions, you're going to be subject to those higher costs.
So if I were to just take your numbers here, what would be the percentage of the total cost coming for the, like LDAR control cost, for a well production cost?
Of that
Excuse-
100,
yeah, of the-
100 to, we've included both STEM and LDAR in those cost estimates. I don't know that I can give you the breakdown of what those are without going back and looking at it, because we've estimated them across the different tiers, and then it's broken down. We've added both STEM and LDAR. I can get that for you. I can't recite it off the top of my head.
That's fine. Maybe you can do that later on. But what I want to see a comparison between your proposal versus the division proposal.
Sure.
And the difference in between the cost, in the total production cost of the well, including the control cost plus the production.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding. So the division didn't look at production costs.
Right.
Okay, so are you asking to show our analysis with the breakdown of what the STEM costs are, what the LDAR costs are, and then do the same for the division? So essentially rerun the analysis, the marginal analysis with the division's costs?
Yes.
Okay, because I have done that.
Okay.
And I have it across all, again, just an average across all those facilities. And we came up with something like 54 million barrels left in place with the division's cost estimate. So I do have that. I can get that to you.
That's
with that additional analysis.
I think I started asking you this question. So there are some initial costs, and there are some marginal costs after that, right? So you have to make certain investments.
Sure.
All right?
Okay.
And then after that, you have some other marginal costs as you go. So have you done any analysis to show that what the initial cost would be, or having an impact on your production costs versus the marginal costs as you move into the future?
I understand your question. I believe the analysis looked at the annual costs of control in subsequent years. If not, we did an average. I believe that's what we did. So we didn't look at those higher costs in the initial year. We looked at those costs and annualized them like we did in the division did. So I think that's getting at what you're asking.
Right.
So we did look at that.
Yeah. All right. That's all. That's just
Okay.
want to know.
Thank you.
You're okay?
I'm sorry, that sparked a follow-up question.
Okay, no problem.
So, and this goes back to my question about these costs as a percentage of total revenues.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're attempting to determine how much oil is going to be left in the ground due to this increased cost, if it is indeed the case that as a percentage of total revenue, the impact of these rules is on the order somewhere between 0.4% and 1.4%, wouldn't any estimate of the amount of oil that's going to be left in the ground due to this be swamped by a change in oil prices that was larger than 1.4%? So if the price of oil went up by 2%, so that your total revenues went up by 2%, we've increased total costs by about 1.4% of total revenues, if your estimate is correct. Wouldn't this effect simply disappear?
I agree with that. But what happens, do you also consider when the price of oil falls?
Certainly one would. But if we're looking out over a 60-year time horizon, it strikes me that the impacts that this would essentially be lost in the noise compared to what we would likely see in terms of fluctuations in oil price and the impact that they would have.
We assumed, I mean, it's a good point. From an economic standpoint, ceteris paribus, we are holding these other things constant. If these other things change, this analysis is going to change. But I'm not here wanting to stand here and say I can forecast oil prices into the future. Again, we just tried to do an analysis that gave us some information on what these impacts would be. They could be more, they could be less. But I think the bottom line is that the analysis shows that there would be an impact, and it potentially could be significant to these small operators. That's you know, what the actual size of it is. I will admit that it's hard to predict what that would be, especially over a 60-year period. But I think you should consider short-term impacts as well as long-term impacts.
I just have to ask you this question again. On a low producing wells, is that your argument that these costs are going to impact those low producing wells as opposed to large producing wells? They will kind of embed those costs without saying much of an impact on the production costs? Or they won't impact their bottom line per se?
So you're asking me, is there a difference between smaller producers? Yes, I think there is. I think there is for smaller producers that inherently are working on the margin. If you are slapping on regulatory costs, they're anywhere from you know, $2,000 to lots of thousands of dollars per year. They're going to be impacted versus a larger producer who has much higher production levels, much higher revenue streams, and much higher returns on investment.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing you saying, those small operators are going to see a bigger impact of these control costs than the larger
Yes, that's my conclusion, right? Is that there would be a disproportionate
impact. When it comes
to
choosing, these operators do have the option of choosing, say, large producing wells as opposed to low producing wells. When they're putting that investment in, we're not talking about the old wells, we're talking about all going forward new wells. The question is, if you're an investor, would you invest in a low producing wells, or you go find a place that will give you enough oil that you can?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you saying that these regulations are only going to apply to new wells?
I'm asking you, if you were an investor, would you choose to go to an area that will produce less oil, put the money in, and invest and not get enough oil out of that well, or you would go some other areas that have better production rates?
I would say that a wise business decision would go to where the returns are the highest. Absolutely.
All right.
But what we're talking about here are wells that are already in production, that are economic.
Okay.
So it's the ones that are already in place, that you've already have sunk costs associated with those operations.
All right, so that answers my question. So you're talking about those wells that are already in the production?
Yes.
Nothing like going in the future?
I'm not. I'm talking about the ones that are currently active and moving into what would happen to them in the future.
And these are using the new technology, fracking technologies?
No, they're already producing.
Conventional.
Yeah, conventional wells that are in production. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Your table that's got the 2 barrels and the oil production loss, I think it's called the oil production loss with an increase in the economic limit, that line, you had it up there, I think. The triangle, this one, yeah. It's the one.
This one?
Yeah, it's oil, yeah, it's that one.
So,
yeah, that's it. What happens over time as that 2 barrels starts to decline to something less than 2 barrels?
that's what this represents. So the 2 barrels, as you move down in production, right?
Right.
So under current conditions, you would keep producing until you hit 0.43 barrels per day.
Okay, so that's your breakover point.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So that may, to follow up on Will's question, is even if you, over time, you had an increase in price, let's say it surpasses what the costs are to do the program, that's going to be affected because your production rates are starting to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had to make some assumptions on the price of oil, and if the price of
Right.
oil goes up in the future, that changes this, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid to look. Commissioner, have no more questions. Are there parties who would like to? I'm sorry?
Finish their panel first.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have another witness?
Oh, they're done?
Yeah.
I thought they were running cross. Okay.
Okay.
They want to do cross.
Would any of the parties like to cross-examine these witnesses? Yes, they would. Let's go through the list.
Okay.
The Air Division?
Yes, please. Would you like me to stand?
There's a handheld mic on the table if you want to use that.
Handheld?
Right up on the table. That will work.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Parrott.
Could you introduce yourself for the record?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. My name is Robin Willie. I'm here on behalf of the division from the Attorney General's office. And I just have a couple questions for Mr. Parrott. So you have predicted an increase in production in the DJ Basin, right?
Correct.
And to prepare your projections, we understood that you looked at planned E&P activities, capital expenditures, and physical space limitations. But the E&P activities of some of the operators that you've been retained by, correct?
First of all, I did not look at capital expenditures. I looked at public information of the larger operators, of which I'm not even sure if any are in our group.
Okay. And you have predicted a decrease in production in the Piceance and San Juan basins, right?
Correct.
Did you look at public information or physical space limitations of any operators or situations in those basins to perform your predictions?
I have a well drilling activity, just historical data of the well drilling activity as a component of it, not as spatials relations, but I didn't present the plot here, but the detailed plots have productions with wells and the drilling activity, so it was...
So no. You looked at actual but you didn't
well
look at
drilling activity, but not space...
limitations?
Space limitations, correct.
Or public information about plans of any operators in that basin?
I did, if you're asking for specifics, there are some, and by public data, the production in the well data is public data from the Oil and Gas Commission. As far as other public data, there would be news articles and stuff where I can't cite by name, a certain operator said they're going to do this, but there is like media type stuff from various newspapers that say operators are not drilling or they're reducing their activity levels. So it would be from that public type resource, just quite surfing the internet and seeing what people are doing in different areas.
And that factored into your projection lines, or your projection lines for the decrease in projection was just based on actual observed decrease?
Projection lines are based on actual observed data.
Okay. And your projection, decline projections for the Piceance and San Juan basins don't take into account the price of natural gas, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you, members of the commission. My name is Gary Kaufman. You didn't think I'd be back so soon, but I am. I have a couple questions for Dr. Wilkinson. First of all, Dr. Wilkinson, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as DGS Exhibit, Pre-Hearing Statement Exhibit Z. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And in fact, that's a report from your firm to Mr. Jacobs here and Mr. Wackerling. Yes. And in that report, you discuss the Environ modeling, where they performed a sensitivity analysis of a 20% oil and gas reduction in emissions from that sector. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was designated as DGS Task 1A. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you turn to page 7 of that report?
Oh,
oops! I think you went right here. It is right here. And can you read the first bullet of that report?
Maximum reductions in DMAX 8 ozone due to Task 1A 20% reduction in DJ Basin oil and gas VOC emissions ranges from 0.08 to 1.67 parts per billion depending on the day.
So the maximum reduction from this task was in fact 1.67 parts per billion.
That's what that does say, yes.
Thank you very much.
Is that it, Division? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Encana? Okay. Noble? Okay, Anadarko? Environmental Defense Fund? Yes. Okay. I went out of order. I skipped him. It's blending.
Thank you. It's Tom Bloomfield with the Ford Environmental Defense Fund. I had a few questions on the analysis for the Berger Group cost analysis for the page starting on page 37 to 39, which you've been talking about on the well shut-in. So my first question is, do you have the spreadsheets with you today that were used to create this analysis?
I do not believe I do have those with me today, but I can check.
Would it be possible for you to email those to us this evening?
Sure.
Thank you. Second, how many wells did you use in the analysis presented on those pages? Did you assume a certain number of wells are at 2 barrels per day?
Well, we assume that we started with that assumption that 25,000 of those wells produce on average 2 barrels a day.
So you assume 25,000 wells in the state produce 2 barrels a day?
On average.
And so then you ran that curve analysis on 25,000 wells until they reached that 0.43 number, is that right?
Yes.
For the base case?
Yes.
And did you do any analysis to see if those 25,000 wells were capable of producing 2 times 25,000 barrels of oil?
It's an average number that we used. So on average, those 25,000 wells produce 1.5 million barrels a day. So we were using the averages for those.
I'm sorry, it's 1.5 million barrels per month.
Per month, okay.
Okay.
He corrected me.
Right, but essentially it's 25,000 wells at day one are producing 50,000 barrels a year, or a day, sorry, 50,000 barrels a day, right? 25,000 wells, 2 barrels a day.
Correct.
And was there any analysis done as to whether those 25,000 wells are capable of producing that amount of oil today?
No.
And also you testified that 55% of the wells in the state are marginally producing wells, is that correct?
As we've defined it, yes.
And your definition is less than 2 barrels of oil, of liquids per day, right?
On average, producing 2 barrels a day.
And so the 55%, how many wells did you use to calculate that? Is it the 47,000 or so wells in the state?
It's the 25,000. Again, we assumed production levels of 1.5 million barrels per month.
Correct.
Are produced from 25,000 wells.
Right,
so it's the average production level for each one of those wells. Some are producing, likely producing more, some are likely producing less.
Understood. But you're saying that there's 25,000 wells that are producing, on average, 2 barrels a day in the state.
That's correct.
And you're saying that's 55% of the wells in the state, right?
55% of the active wells in the state.
So what percent of the total wells in the state are gas wells?
I don't know the answer. Do you know the answer to that?
Well, earlier you testified that you didn't include the gas wells in your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
The DJ Basin is a liquids-rich play. We were focusing on the DJ Basin. I can go back to the charts that show the percentages of the wells in each basin and then the percentages of production from each basin. And the DJ Basin was very heavily liquids-rich with a very small component of gas. So the analysis is on the wells in the DJ Basin. We didn't do a dry gas well in the Piceance Basin.
Do you know what percentage of wells in the state today produce less than 0.43 barrels a day?
No.
But your assumption is that a well that produces less than 0.43 barrels a day should be shut in, correct?
Based on our assumptions of economic conditions and lease operating costs.
And you also assumed that the production from the site doesn't affect the tank emissions?
I don't think I made that assumption.
Well, you testified earlier today that your analysis assumed there's not a relationship between production rates and tank emissions.
I may, I believe, excuse me, I believe that mischaracterizes the witness's prior testimony. Dr. McDonald, I believe Tom is referring to the uncontrolled tank emissions being the trigger for various tiered requirements that may not correlate directly with the volume of liquids production.
Okay, let me restate the question then. Is it your testimony that the well, the volume of oil produced does not have a relationship to the uncontrolled actual emissions from tanks?
I did not make that conclusion. What I said is that the monitoring frequency in the rules is based on uncontrolled tank emissions. It's not based on production levels.
Right, but doesn't the uncontrolled actual emissions of a tank, isn't that related to the rate of production in that tank?
At what point in time?
Each year.
I can't testify on how those figures are calculated.
But your analysis doesn't account for a change in production rate and how that might affect the actual emissions from a tank. Is that correct?
No.
No, your analysis does not account for that, correct?
No.
All right, thank you. That ends my questions.
Okay. Yes. So we want DCP, if someone will donate you time.
That's that.
Okay. The RAC. WPX. Coalition of Energy Producing Attainment Counties. Local community organizations. Conservation groups.
Robin Cooley for the conservation groups. I just had a question for Dr. Wilkinson.
Please speak up. Thank you.
I'm not sure, is the mic on?
It should be on.
Okay. You mentioned the wintertime ozone violation at the Rangeley monitor. Would you acknowledge that all documented wintertime violations have occurred in oil and gas producing regions?
I cannot verify that.
Are you aware of any wintertime violations in the U.S. that have not occurred in oil and gas producing regions?
I can't comment on that, so.
No, you need to elevate your voice. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm finished.
Do you want the questions repeated? I'd be more than happy to answer them
Ask
again.
the recorder. Are you okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Freeman for the conservation organizations. I have a couple of questions for Dr. McDonald. You testified, am I correct, that the marginal wells you were expressing concern about have a total annual production of 1.7 million barrels per year? Is that correct?
1.57 million barrels per month.
Per month, thank you. Okay. Other questions I'd like to ask you were with regard to your assumptions about the effectiveness of an LDAR program in reducing leak emissions in the initial year. I believe your slide indicated that a one-time annual inspection would reduce them by 75% in the first year. Yes. Quarterly inspections, in other words, 4 inspections during that same year, would reduce leak emissions by 76.5%. So just another 1.5% reduction on a quarterly inspection basis?
Yes.
And then you testified that a monthly inspection regime in the first year, in other words, 12 inspections a year, would achieve an 80% emission reduction the first year?
Yes.
So that's only another 3.5% for monthly inspections as opposed to quarterly inspections. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the basis for those assumptions?
We based that on information that we received from experts that perform these LDAR programs in the field on actual well-producing facilities, and I believe there'll be some additional testimony on the effectiveness of LDAR coming up in the hearing. So that's where those assumptions
and who
came
were those? Who are those experts?
Brian Ross and Jay Christopher.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
It's Local Government Coalition.
Hi, Pam Milmo with the Local Government Coalition. Dr. McDonald, just a quick question. Did your cost analysis include the use of, or the, I guess, information from vendors who provide leak detection repair services for businesses on a contractual basis?
Yes, it did.
Okay, Be the Change.
You can probably hear me. Press up the elevator, press the button. You stated that these stripper wells, which number over 20,000, 55% of the wells in the state, many of them will go out of production and will result in a loss of $70 million in severance tax to the state. The fact is that the severance tax is not applied to stripper wells that produce less than 15 barrels per day. So you've grossly overstated the impacts there. And you have opened up a Pandora's box. I'd like to know how many wells are out there that produce less than 15 barrels a day. Because if 55% produce less than 2 barrels a day, what are we doing here?
There's a lot of questions in there. I think it's compound. And I think there was more statement than question. I'd ask for a point of order, perhaps. This is cross-examination.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. Only that the statute requires is an exemption at 15 barrels per day.
That's rebuttal. If you care to pose a question, that would be fine, but what you've just done is not.
Are the losses to the state of $70 million not grossly overestimated?
Well, we did not take into account that exemption, and we'll have to look at that.
Eastern Colorado counties, Weld County, Casey, Colorado Utilities Coalition, Worldwide Liquids, City of Greeley. Thank you.
And with that, excuse me.
I have I don't know whether this is appropriate, but I have a mathematical question that I'm wondering whether I'm able to ask at this point.
Certainly.
No objection.
Commissioners can ask questions at any time in the proceedings of any witness.
So this is a question on the economic analysis, And going back to, again, that loss of 125 million barrels of oil due to the increased costs leading to wells being shut down at a lower production. If you take that 1.5 million barrels per month, so that comes to 18 million barrels per year. So over a 60-year period, assuming there was no reduction, and of course there would be a reduction over time, that would come to a little bit over 1 billion barrels total production. But when I looked at that triangle, where if you just apply similar triangles and you're going from 0.77 down to 0.43 on where you're starting your triangle going from 2 down to 0, the area of that little shaded area comes to 2.3% of the total area of that triangle, which would suggest 2.3% of 1 billion is far less than 125 million. So I'm just wondering, you don't need to respond right now, but if you could take a look at that.
Sure, and I just keep in mind that the 0.73 is an average across all those facilities. So some of them will be have higher economic limits, others will have lower. So that's part of it, but I can look at that and see what may be driving that.
Okay, thank you.
You've given me lots of homework.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
John Jacobs. I've been informed that our next panel of witnesses to address flare control issues and flare requirements briefly would very much like to present this evening if the commission might indulge another 20, 30 minutes. I don't think that'll require a lot of cross or elicit anywhere near the number of questions that the economic analyses have elicited from you and others. I know that will take us past the 6 o'clock hour, but I do think staying ahead of schedule for the next several days probably makes some sense. So with your permission, we would like to present that panel of flare witnesses now rather than breaking for the day.
Okay, that would be fine.
Thank you so much. If you'll give us just a moment.
We're anticipating about 10 minutes for our piece, so I think this will go pretty quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to let you know we're anticipating about 10 minutes. So I think we'll go for this panel. So I think we'll move pretty quickly.
10-minute break.
I'm sorry, are you saying the panel will take about 10 minutes? Or
Yes,
do you want
sir.
to take? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, a total time of 10 minutes. Oh, or be ready. I didn't know what he was saying.
Why don't you put this up here, because they're going to have to come up.
Yeah, 10.
So just hit start whenever you
When I'm ready. I'm just waiting for them to get the slides up.
just hit start and then it should stay good.
Keep going. Yeah, we are. I mean, just should be after this. Keep going. One more. There we go. Thank you. May I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Scott Campbell again, Tolson, Odell, and Peterson, on behalf of Chevron USA, Inc. With me today is Peter Boats, Air Advisor with Chevron, Clay Taylor, In-House Counsel, Whiting Petroleum Corporation, and William Herman, Facilities Engineering Supervisor of Whiting Petroleum Corporation. We're here as part of the Joint Industry Work Group to discuss the division's proposal to enclose all flares as reflected in Regulation 7, Section 17B, and the Joint Industry Working Group's proposed Section 17B2F depicted on the screen there. More specifically, Mr. Boats and Mr. Herman are going to explain why the proposed rule should contain off-ramps permitting continued use of an open flame flare in lieu of an enclosed flare in the circumstances identified in the Joint Industry Working Group's proposed Section 17B2F. Accordingly, our group is proposing subsections F, Romanets 1, 2, 4, and 5 as depicted on the screen. And our reasons for proposing those are specifically with respect to, F Romanet 1 and F Romanet 2 and 4 is because enclosing flares provides no emissions benefits over an open flare. Enclosed flares are much more expensive than open flares, and there are technical and potential safety challenges associated with enclosed flares. Moreover, because neither the division nor any other parties have provided any emissions-based evidence or reasoning for requiring enclosed flares, the Joint Industry Work Group further submits that open flame flares should be permitted within 1/4 mile of residential areas if F1 or 2 apply, or if the open flare is an existing flare unless modified in accordance with Romanet 5. And just a quick comment here. We heard Mr. Kaufman earlier state that he was unaware of anybody requesting to use open flares on air pollution control equipment, and I just wanted to point out for the record that both Chevron and Whiting use open flares on their tanks and or glycol dehydrators. So with that introduction, I'll turn this over to Peter Boats and William Herman to discuss these issues with you. Thank you. I forgot to start the timer.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Boats with Chevron. I'm an air advisor. Next slide, please. Back one, please. Yes, this is a typical open flame flare. This is widely used throughout industry. Your agency has approved many of these flares in permits, and they are widely used in the state as well as in industry. These are very flexible. They have quite a bit of throughput variability and provide ability to provide functions for different niches of design. Also, they will achieve 98% destruction efficiency. And they do that by having a well-mixed air-to-fuel ratio at the flare tip. Next, please. This is a true enclosed flare. These are not typically used in industry. They are very specialized and have a very narrow design band as a result of the 360-degree enclosure. As a result, they have a very narrow high and low end of throughput, and they are very costly. Next is a true combustor. These are used for smaller design flows, such as glycol dehydration units and tank vapors at small production facilities. They have a low maximum capacity of throughput functionality, and there are some safety challenges involved also that Mr. Herman will comment on. Also, I'd like to also say that adding multiple combustors to a site does not automatically increase the capacity at the site symmetrically. Whereas if you had 40 MCF coming in and you had 4 combustors, it's not guaranteed that you would get 10 MCF to each combustor. Next. All open flame flares, true enclosed flares, and combustors all achieve a 98% destruction efficiency. John Zink, a leader in flare technology and makers of flare, affirms that the conclusion that an open flame flare will have less NOx formation. Also, an open flame flare has flexibility in that it can be used as a backup to vapor recovery units and will achieve a slightly better VOC emission reduction and also have additional flexibility for operational operational events at your facility. Some of the economics shown perhaps do not take into account the sizing or throughput of the site. Some of the economics are more bare bones cost. In other words, they don't take into the full effect of what's accounted for and to make a full installation functional. Much ancillary equipment is needed for monitoring, reliability of the equipment, and proper operation of the equipment. Also, we went out for some verbal quotes for some true enclosed flares, and many vendors declined to quote, pushing us more to an open flame design that was more fit for purpose. Also keep in mind that if we were to retrofit, or we could not retrofit our open flame flares, that would be a total replacement to an enclosed flare or combustor, which would yield unnecessary stranded investment, because these flares have already been approved and are functional and useful. Again, some of the costs, it was a little difficult for me to determine which costs were included in some of the divisions' analysis and what was assigned to each category. So when you're evaluating the economics of these rules, and especially flares, keep in mind that a flare is not just one structure, it's a whole set of equipment that design and operate dynamically to make the whole thing operate properly. And from Chevron, some of our internal estimates show that a 3 to 4 times greater actual cost than the individual vendor cost for a certain piece of equipment, thus taking into account the other ancillary equipment that must be used to make the whole process operate properly. My last slide shows that flares are unique, and again, pointing to the additional things that are needed for a proper flare design, such as a knockout liquid drum, because you don't want liquid over the top of the flare. You don't want a relief system. You may have competing pressures going into the system. You want to prevent flame flashback to your hydrocarbon tank. So each flare design is unique, each location is unique, and there's much more equipment than just the flare stack to make the process operate properly. I'll turn my time over now to Mr. Herman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bill Herman. I work for Whiting Petroleum Corporation as a Facilities Engineering Supervisor. One characteristic that makes tank vapor combustion a challenging task is the highly variable flow rate of the tank vapors. And this is mainly because of the surging flow profile of many oil wells. Periods of peak flow or flow spikes are the most challenging because it will cause the enclosed combustion device to overheat and temporarily shut off to protect from damaging the internal components. And once the combustor has cooled down, it will restart, but in the meantime, the tank vapors must vent for safety reasons or be routed to another combustion device. An open flare has much greater capacity to handle this situation and therefore reduce emissions. Installing several of these low-capacity combustors together has been done, but this does not necessarily provide a higher capacity to handle flow surges or spikes, because the vapors will preferentially flow to the combustor or combustors with the least resistance to flow and cause them to overheat and shut off, therefore leaving fewer combustors online to handle the surges or spikes. Just as a comment, the tank vapors that we're dealing with here are at a pressure of between 1/4 and 1/2 of 1 psi. This is a very, very low pressure stream, and that is why it's difficult to proportion the flows to multiple devices. This bar graph illustrates the published vapor flow capacities of one combustor supplier Typical tank vapors are represented by the green bars because of their very high heating value. There are several operational challenges for enclosed combustors listed on this slide. And these challenges are real and they result in higher VOC emissions than would be experienced with an open flare that is able to stay online more consistently. When the combustor is shut down for any reason, the tank vapors may be forced to vent to atmosphere for safety reasons. From my experience working on tank vapor combustion, an open flare is safer to operate than an enclosed combustor. Several near misses have occurred in our company for the reasons listed on this slide.
And Commissioners, that takes us to the conclusion of our presentation. I just wanted to note on that standard of review slide, that last bullet, that the Commission rules must result in a demonstrable reduction in air pollution. And in the context of open flame flares and closed flares and combustors, given that there are no emissions benefits, you get equal emissions benefits from one device to the other, we don't believe that either the facts, the science, or the Commission's act permitted to impose enclosed flares or combustors as stated in the proposed rules. So with that, we'll take any questions, and we very much appreciate your time and giving us the opportunity to speak with you on these important issues.
Commissioners.
Can I ask you to put your proposed reg language back up, please?
Excuse me?
Please put up the proposed regulatory language again. So the question I have is about 17B2F4. What's the basis for the definition of residential area included in this provision? Why did you choose 6 or more residences as the requirement here?
Jennifer? I'm not sure I recall now. I don't recall if residential, did that come from, did we take that from Quad O? Do you recall, Clay?
I believe that's comes from the COGCC's definition of residential area.
That's right, Clay.
So thank you for asking to have this put up, because this was my question or reference to this residential area. So just to clarify from my own mind, are you saying that you would suggest that within a defined residential area, using whoever's definition, you would propose to still require a closed flare unless there was some safety reason or otherwise not to use it? I guess the reason I ask is I know that very often within residential areas, people are concerned about, maybe they don't really understand it, but what is that open flare?
This is Clay Taylor with Whiting Oil and Gas. That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, no commissioners. Is there, whoop, excuse me. You gotta raise your hand.
Have you heard of other operators moving away from enclosed flares to more open flares in other states or other areas that you operate in?
I would say mainly the sources on that would be through vendors that we work with that are selling more and more of the open type flare.
And then of the open type flares, are you seeing more kind of high-low pressure flares that can handle more operational sources, so to speak, than just controlling one source?
That certainly is a piece of equipment that's available, and we have used it. and we do separate the tank vapors from the other streams that are flared.
Thank you.
Excuse me, for the folks at the table, please leave the mics on. Don't turn them off. So look for your green lights and leave those on for the recording.
So I guess I'm also a little bit confused by section B2F4. And you've argued that an enclosed flare does not give better control than an open flare. If you believe that you actually get better control with an open flare than an enclosed flare, why would you go to an enclosed flare in residential areas?
I think that would mainly be for other reasons, such as the appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, if I could make one clarification, I believe I misspoke. The use of residential area is a term, I believe, that's undefined in other regulations. Basically, what we're getting at is our belief is that this requirement to enclose flares is primarily aesthetic, and that if that is the basis for enclosing flares, that we feel if you're away from a residential area, which we've defined what that is here, that if you can't see it, then it shouldn't be something that we believe the division should be regulating as far as aesthetics. I hope that clarifies my previous misstatement.
Also, if I could add, the residential area definition is very close to the definition for a remote source in the MAC Quad Z rule. So that may have be part of how that definition was derived.
All right, if there are no more questions from commissioners, are there parties who wish to cross-examine? There, yes.
One quick question.
I will.
Is this on? Todd Weaver, Deputy County Attorney for La Plata County for the Local Government Coalition. One quick question. Under Stage 2 fire ban, typically open flames are banned as part of the restrictions. If you're using an open flare, how would you comply with Stage 2 fire restrictions?
Well, any flare operation should have proper liquid separation and slug catching ability prior to the gas hitting the flare. A proper design would, I assume you're talking about liquids over the top of the flare causing a fire?
Just talking about the open flame. Would it ever have to cause you to have to shut in a well?
Excuse me?
Would it ever have to cause you to shut in a well?
Would what cause me to shut in a well?
A Stage 2 fire restriction, a ban on an open flame?
I'm not familiar with that rule, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties who would like to cross? If not, thank you very much. The commission will stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.